Wherever you're tonight, whatever the hour is outside your window, you're welcome here. It doesn't matter if the world outside is still and dark, or if there's a lamp burning somewhere nearby, or if the sounds of the night are just beginning to settle around you. You're allowed to be exactly where you're. You don't need to bring anything with you. You don't need to be awake for very much longer. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands rest. Let the day, whatever it asked of you, whatever it left unfinished, let it move a little further away. There's nothing that needs your attention now. The hours that come after this one will take care of themselves, and for a little while, your only task is to listen. Tonight, we're going to follow one long, unhurried story. It's drawn from all four Gospels, Matthew and Mark, Luke and John, woven together the way four streams find the same river. We won't rush it. We'll move through it slowly, the way you'd walk a road you've always meant to walk, noticing the light on the water, the feel of the ground underfoot, the way the air changes when evening comes on. The story begins before time had a shape. It begins with light and with a word spoken into the deep. And then it moves, gently and with great care, through an angel in a doorway, a young woman's quiet yes, a long road south beneath a sky full of stars, a child breathing for the first time in a borrowed place, old hands holding something they'd waited their whole lives to hold. It moves through temple courts and desert roads and a river running cold through dark country, and it moves at the pace of rest, because that's the only pace that matters right now. So find your stillness. Close your eyes if they're not already closed. Let the breath slow, and let the story begin. Before there was a stable in Bethlehem, before there was a young woman in Nazareth, before any of the names we're about to speak had been given to anyone, there was the Word. This is how John begins his account. Not with a census, not with an angel's arrival, not with a road winding south through the hills. He begins before all of that. He begins before the hills existed, before the road, before the dust that would settle on tired feet. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John wants you to understand something before the story moves an inch forward. He wants you to understand what it's that's coming. Not merely a teacher, not merely a healer or a prophet or a wise man born into a particular time. Something older than time itself. Something that was present when the first light separated from the first darkness. When the first water lay still and deep and waiting. The Word was there. The Word was there at the very beginning of everything, and nothing that was made without it. Think of deep water in the dark, still water, before anything has moved across it, before wind, before dawn, before the first sound. That kind of stillness is what John is reaching for, a silence so complete it feels like a held breath. And into that silence, the Word was already speaking. Life was in the Word. The text says it plainly. In him was life, and the life was the light of all people. That light shone in the darkness. It still shines, and the darkness has never been able to overcome it. There's something worth sitting with here, slowly. The darkness didn't win. It hasn't won. Whatever darkness you might have carried into this quiet hour, whatever weight followed you to this place where you've finally let yourself rest, the light wasn't extinguished by it. That's what John is saying at the very opening of his account, not as comfort offered cheaply, but as a theological fact he states before he's even introduced a single human character. The light shines. The darkness doesn't overcome it. John speaks of a witness, a man sent from God whose name was John, who came to testify about the light. He himself wasn't the light. He was sent to point toward it, and the true light, the one that gives light to every person, was coming into the world. It was already on its way. John writes that the world was made through the Word, and yet the world didn't recognize him when he came. His own people didn't receive him, but to those who did receive him, who believed in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, born not of blood, not of human decision, not of a husband's will, but of God. And then John says the thing that changes everything. The Word became flesh and made his dwelling among us. Flesh, a body that would need food and water and sleep, a body that would walk on roads and feel the cold, a body that could be held. The Word that was present before the first morning of the world chose to arrive as something as small and vulnerable as a newborn child. And those who were with him, John says, saw his glory, the glory of the one and only Son, full of grace and truth. That door hasn't opened yet. That hillside town, that young woman, that particular moment in a particular province of a particular empire, we haven't arrived there yet, but it's waiting. The whole long story of everything is narrowing now toward one small place, one small face, one first breath in borrowed lamplight, and into the darkness, the light was already on its way. In a town called Nazareth, in the hill country of Galilee, there was a young woman going about the ordinary work of an ordinary day. The town was small, the streets were narrow and pale with dust, and the olive trees at the edges of the village caught the morning light in the way that old trees do, quietly, without making anything of it. There were sounds, a neighbor's voice somewhere, the low movement of animals, the scrape of a water vessel being lifted and set back down. The air was cool still, the way hill country air tends to be before the sun has fully committed to the day. Mary moved through it the way she always did, unhurried, close to the ground of her own life. She was betrothed to a man named Joseph, a carpenter from the line of David. The arrangement had been made in the ordinary way of such things. Her life had a shape to it, a foreseeable arc, marriage, a household of her own, the rhythms of Galilee unfolding around her the way they had unfolded for her mother and her mother's mother. There was nothing about this morning that suggested it would be any different from the one before it. Nothing in the quality of the light, nothing in the sound of the town, nothing at all. And then Gabriel was there. We aren't told what appearance he took, exactly, or where in the room he appeared, or whether the air changed in some way she could feel. What it tells us is her response. She was troubled by his greeting, not by his presence alone, but by what he said. He said, "Greetings, you who are highly favored. The Lord is with you." And she turned it over in her mind, the way you turn a stone over in your hand to see what's underneath it, wondering what kind of greeting this could be. What it meant that she, here in this ordinary morning, in this small town in the hills, should be called favored. Gabriel spoke again. "Don't be afraid," he said. And this matters, that the first thing said to her, after the greeting, was a word against fear, because fear would have been the honest response. Fear was the response that most of the people in these old stories have when something from outside the ordinary world steps into their morning. Gabriel knew this. He named the fear before she had to name it herself, and he set it aside, gently, firmly, the way you move something off the path so that the walking can continue. Then he told her. She would conceive. She would carry a son. She would name him Jesus. He would be great. He would be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord God would give him the throne of his father David, and his kingdom would have no end. These weren't small words. They were the kind of words that contain entire histories, entire futures inside them. He said them to a girl in a dusty hill town who had a jar of water nearby and work still left to do. The disproportion of it's part of what makes this moment so still when you sit with it. She asked one question, honest, direct, not faithless. Just honest. "How will this be," she said, "since I haven't known a man?" It was the reasonable question. It was the only question. Gabriel's answer wasn't a full accounting of the mechanics of miracle. It was something more like a hand extended in the dark. The Holy Spirit would come upon her, he said. The power of the Most High would overshadow her, and therefore the child to be born would be called Holy, the Son of God. He told her about Elizabeth, her cousin, old and barren, now 6 months along. Because nothing, he said, is impossible with God. And then Mary was quiet for a moment. She would have been standing still in that morning light, with the dust of the street outside and the olive trees at the edges of things, and the whole shape of the life she had expected somewhere behind her. She said, "Behold, I am the servant of the Lord. Let it be to me according to your word." That was all. No fanfare, no visible transformation. Just a young woman in a quiet town saying yes to something she couldn't fully see, and meaning it completely. And with those words, something began that the world had been waiting for longer than anyone living could remember. After the angel had gone, Mary rose and went with haste into the hill country, to a town in Judah where her cousin Elizabeth lived. The road south from Galilee was long. It wound down through limestone country, past fields already turning dry in the heat of late afternoon, past villages where the cooking fires were being lit and the day was settling into evening. Mary walked with something pressing gently at the center of her chest. Not fear exactly, but a kind of urgency she couldn't have named. The angel had told her that Elizabeth, her older cousin, was herself with child, 6 months along now, the one everyone had said could never conceive. And so Mary went, because some news asks to be brought to someone, and some silences are too large to carry alone. When she arrived at the house and called out a greeting at the door, something happened that neither woman had planned for. Elizabeth heard the sound of Mary's voice and felt the child inside her move. Not the ordinary shifting of late pregnancy, but something sudden, something that seemed almost like recognition. Elizabeth drew in a breath and spoke before she had thought about what to say. She asked why the mother of her Lord had come to her. She said the child had leaped inside her for joy. Her voice was full and certain in a way that surprised even her, as if the words had been given rather than formed. Mary stood in the doorway with the dust of the road still on her sandals, and she listened, and then she began to speak, not loudly, quietly, the way someone speaks when they're thinking aloud and the room is very still. Her words came slowly at first, and then gathered into something that felt older than she was, something that had been waiting inside her. She said that her soul magnified the Lord. She said that her spirit rejoiced in God, her Savior. She said that he had looked on the humble estate of his servant, and that all generations would call her blessed. The words moved through her like water moving through a narrow place, concentrated, unhurried, clear. She spoke of the proud being scattered. She spoke of the hungry being filled and the rich being sent away empty. She spoke of a mercy that ran back through all the generations to Abraham and beyond, a faithfulness that had never broken. Elizabeth stood nearby, and the lamp on the table between them made the room warm against the cooling night outside. Neither of them spoke for a while after the song was finished. There was nothing that needed to be added. They lived together in that house for 3 months. The rhythms of ordinary life filled the days. Meals prepared, water drawn, cloth folded, the sounds of a household at work. But underneath all of it, there was a quality of waiting, a shared awareness that they were both carrying something beyond their own understanding. They didn't speak of it constantly. They didn't need to. It was simply present in the room the way warmth is present when a fire has been burning all morning, long after anyone thought about the wood or the flame. Elizabeth grew larger and slower in those final weeks. Mary was there when the need was greatest. There were evenings when the lamp burned low and they sat without saying much, and the darkness outside the window was the ordinary darkness of hills and olive trees and the deep quiet of a Judean night. There was nothing frightening in it. There was only time passing and two women holding it gently between them, the way you hold something borrowed and precious and not entirely yours to keep. She stayed 3 months, and then she returned home. Joseph was a quiet man, the kind of man whose name appears in a story without much ceremony, and who carries the weight of it anyway. He was a carpenter in Nazareth, betrothed to Mary, living the particular kind of life that moves in small daily rhythms. The smell of cut wood in the morning, the walk home at dusk, the ordinary texture of days that seem, from inside them, unremarkable. He was a just man. That's what the scripture says, and it says it simply, without elaboration, as though it were enough. And perhaps it's enough. When he learned that Mary was with child, he would have been still for a long time. We don't know exactly what that stillness looked like. We only know what he decided. He didn't want to expose her to shame. He didn't want the cold machinery of public accusation to turn against someone he loved, and so he resolved to let her go quietly, to end the betrothal in the most private way the law allowed, to release her without spectacle. There's a kind of love in that decision that asks nothing for itself. He wasn't protecting his reputation. He wasn't arranging things for his own comfort. He was thinking about her. He was thinking about how to carry his own grief in a way that wouldn't add to hers. That's what a just man does. He absorbs what he can't understand and tries to cause the least harm on his way through it. But while he was turning this over, while the days were passing and the decision was forming, he fell asleep. And in that sleep, an angel of the Lord came to him and spoke to him in the way that angels sometimes do, in the deep interior of a dreaming mind, where the words arrive with a clarity that the waking world can rarely match. The angel said not to be afraid. That's almost always the first thing. Don't be afraid. What's conceived in Mary is from the Holy Spirit. She will bear a son, and you're to name him Jesus, because he will save his people from their sins. And then the angel offered another name, a name drawn from the old prophet Isaiah, a name that had been waiting in the scripture for precisely this moment. Emmanuel, God with us. The whole weight of that phrase settles slowly, the way a stone settles into still water. God with us, not above, not distant, not directing from some unreachable height, but with, present in the particular, present in a woman's body, in a carpenter's home, in a small town in Galilee where the lamplight was the same as anywhere and the nights came down the same hills. Joseph would have woken in the dark, lying still for a moment, feeling the dream recede the way dreams do. But something remained, some certainty that doesn't always survive the crossing from sleep into morning, but this time did. He knew what had been given to him in the night. He knew what it asked of him. He didn't hesitate, and he didn't turn away. He simply trusted what he'd been told, and he loved the way a man loves when he's decided that the love is bigger than the fear. When he woke, he did as the angel had said. In those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered, and so Joseph and Mary left Nazareth and traveled south toward Bethlehem. The decree had come from Rome, from the court of an emperor who had never heard of Nazareth and would never think of it again. Caesar wanted a count of the people under his authority. He wanted to know the breadth of what he ruled. And so across the whole empire, families gathered what they needed and began to move, each one returning to the town of their own ancestry. For Joseph, that town was Bethlehem of Judea. the city of David, 5 days' walk to the south. There's something still and almost dreamlike about imagining the two of them setting out, the town of Nazareth behind them, the road opening ahead. Mary was in the last season of her pregnancy. Joseph walked beside her, close, attentive to every shift in the road beneath their feet. What they carried was very little. What they were carrying, in another sense, was everything. The road south wound through the hill country of Galilee and then down through the long corridor of the central ridge. The land wasn't soft here. The hills were limestone and dust, dotted with olive trees and low scrub, the soil pale and dry even in the early cold of the season. The air carried a sharpness in it during the mornings. They would have moved slowly, resting when the road demanded it, stopping where the path widened near a well or a wall. Other travelers were on the road. The census had set the whole province in motion. Families with animals, with children, with bundles of grain and folded cloth. At the doorways of small villages, lamplight appeared as the afternoon faded, warm yellow against the stone. Voices inside, the smell of bread and oil. Joseph watched the road ahead, and Mary watched the hills, and between them not many words were needed. As the days passed, the landscape shifted. The hills of the Galilee gave way to the longer slopes of the south, the air thinning and cooling as the elevation climbed. At night, the cold came down hard off the hills. The stars appeared one by one as the last light dissolved at the horizon. They were very clear out here, away from any town. There were more of them than most people paused long enough to count. Mary may have lain awake watching them on more than one night, the child inside her turning gently, the sky enormous and very quiet overhead. Joseph wasn't a man of many words, as we've seen, but he was a man of presence. He was there beside her when the road was difficult. He was there when the cold came on and when the mornings were slow to warm. He had been told what was growing inside her, and he had chosen to walk toward it rather than away. That choice was still being made, one step at a time, all the way down the long road south. Bethlehem appeared at last, as a cluster of stone walls and lamplight on a hill. It was a small town, not a great one, known mostly for its ancestry and its history. But on the night they arrived, it was fuller than it had any right to be. Every family with roots in the line of David had come, or was still coming, and the town had no room left for all of them. The inn was full, the rooms were full, the courtyards were full of animals and strangers, and the noise of people settling in for the night. Joseph asked, and was turned away, and asked again. Mary waited. The cold was settling in around the town now, pressing down from the hills. The stars overhead were the same stars they had been watching all the way from Nazareth. Somewhere nearby, behind the main buildings, there was a stable. There was shelter. There was straw on the ground, and the warmth of animals in the dark. They found a place among the animals, and there they stayed. And while they were there, the time came for the baby to be born. There's no great announcement at this moment. No herald standing at a gate. No torchlit procession through the streets of Bethlehem. There's only a young woman and the man who has stayed beside her, and a space that was never meant for this, and the deep ordinary miracle that's every birth, and then something more. Something that has no adequate name in any language spoken that night, or any night since. The word that existed before time was becoming a child who couldn't yet hold his own head up. That's the shape of it. That's what happened in that borrowed space, in that cold while the town slept. Think for a moment about what was in that place. Straw underfoot. The breath of animals moving slow and warm in the dark. A lamp, perhaps, throwing a small circle of yellow light against the stone. The smell of the night coming in from outside. wood smoke from the houses of Bethlehem, dry dust, the particular cold of winter in the hill country of Judea that settles in your chest when you breathe it. These are the details the gospel writers don't linger on, but they were there. They were the materials out of which this moment was made. Not marble, not cedar, straw and lamplight and cold air and the sound of animals breathing. And into that, a child was born. His first breath was the same as every child's first breath. Small lungs filling with the same cold air, the same sudden cry, the same helplessness that every human being arrives with, the complete dependency, the inability to do anything at all without being held. He couldn't speak. He couldn't walk. He couldn't reach for anything on his own. He had to be received. He had to be gathered up and held close and kept warm. The one who had spoken the universe into existence arrived in a form that required someone else to tie his swaddling cloths. This is the part that the theologians would later spend centuries trying to understand. The infinite arriving in the most finite of forms, not diminished by it, not pretending, actually small, actually cold, actually dependent on a young mother's hands and the warmth of a stranger's stable. Why this way? The question is reasonable. The question has been asked by everyone who has ever sat with this story long enough. Why not power? Why not arrival? Why not something unmistakable that would leave no one in doubt? The answer isn't entirely knowable, but there's something in the choosing of smallness that speaks if you let it. Something about the willingness to enter completely rather than observe from a distance. Something about what it means to know a thing from inside rather than above it. Mary wrapped him in cloths. This is what the text says, with the same quiet economy it uses for everything. She wrapped him, her hands doing the ordinary work of a mother, the same gesture that had been made 10,000 times in that small town, in every house in Bethlehem, every time a child came into the world. She did what mothers do. She held him close and made him warm, and then she laid him in the manger, because that was the only resting place available. A feeding trough for animals, lined with straw, low to the ground, exactly the wrong place, and somehow the right one. The animals were still, the lamp was still. Outside, Bethlehem was quiet under the cold stars. There was no fanfare, there was no crowd pressing in. There was just the child lying in the straw, and Mary watching him, and the long night of Judea spread out overhead, and the stars burning as they always had. She wrapped him in cloths and laid him in the manger, and the night held very still around them. Out in the fields that night, not far from Bethlehem, there were shepherds keeping watch over their flocks. It was the kind of night that settles into the bones slowly. The ground was cold beneath them, the kind of cold that comes up through the earth after dark and doesn't let go. They'd built a small fire, the way shepherds do, enough to push the dark back a little, not enough to warm more than what was nearest to it. The sheep moved quietly at the edges of the light, their breathing steady, and the shepherds took turns watching because that's what the work asked of them. There wasn't much to say. There rarely was on a night like this. The hills around Bethlehem were dark, and the stars were out in number, and the only sounds were the sounds the night makes when nothing unusual is happening. Wind across the grass, a sheep shifting its weight, one of the men poking at the fire. They didn't know what was happening in the town. They didn't know about the young woman in the borrowed place, and the child already laid in the manger. That news hadn't reached them. News rarely moved fast out here, and shepherds were among the last to hear anything. They were used to that. They lived on the margins of things by the nature of their work, out where the fields ended and the roads grew quiet, keeping watch over animals while the rest of the world slept, or celebrated, or did whatever it was the rest of the world did. And then the light came. It didn't arrive the way firelight arrives, gradually and from a source you can locate. It came all at once, from everywhere and nowhere, and it wasn't like starlight, and it wasn't like anything they had seen before. The text says the glory of the Lord shone around them. That's the only language that comes close, and they were filled with great fear. That's the only response that makes sense. When something that large and that bright appears to people who were sitting in ordinary darkness a moment before, fear isn't an overreaction. It's the only honest thing. But the angel spoke, and the first words were the words that have opened so many of these divine encounters throughout the long story of this people. Don't be afraid. The fear is acknowledged. The fear is real. And then it's gently set aside, because there's something important to hear. I bring you good news, the angel said, of great joy that will be for all the people. Today in the city of David, a Savior has been born to you, who's Christ the Lord. And this will be the sign for you. You'll find a baby wrapped in cloths and lying in a manger. The shepherds held very still. The fire was still going. The sheep were still there. Everything ordinary was still in its place. And yet, then the sky opened further. That's the only way to say it. Suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace among those with whom he's pleased." The sound of it must have been unlike any sound that comes from human throats, vast and layered and completely unlike the night that had just been surrounding them. And then it was gone. The angels departed into heaven, and the darkness came back, and the fire was still small, and the cold was still in the ground. "Let's go," one of them said. "Let's go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened, that the Lord has made known to us." So they went. They went with haste, the way people go when something has happened that they can't quite hold still inside of them. And they found Mary and Joseph and the baby lying in the manger, exactly as they had been told. There was the lamplight, there was the straw, there was the child. Everything was exactly as the angel had said it would be. They couldn't keep quiet about it after that. They told everyone who would listen, the people they passed in the streets, anyone awake in the early hours, anyone who asked why they looked the way they looked. They returned to the fields glorifying God, saying over and over that everything they'd seen and heard had been exactly as they were told. But Mary kept all these things, turning them over quietly in her heart. When the days of purification were complete, Joseph and Mary brought the child to Jerusalem to present him at the temple. This was the law as Moses had handed it down, the requirement that a firstborn son be consecrated to God, that an offering be made for the mother's purification after childbirth. The offering they brought was 2 young doves. It was the offering permitted for those who couldn't afford a lamb. 2 small birds in a cage, carried through the city gates and into the temple courts, up the broad stone steps into the presence of God. Jerusalem would have been loud after the quiet of Bethlehem. The temple courts were always full. Pilgrims and priests, the sound of animals, the smell of incense drifting down from the inner sanctuary, the low murmur of prayers being offered in a dozen corners at once. Mary would have held the child close against her. Joseph would have carried the offering. They moved through all of it together, this ordinary young family fulfilling an ancient ordinary rite. But not everything that happened that morning was ordinary. There was a man in Jerusalem named Simeon. He was old. The text doesn't tell us how old, only that he had been waiting a very long time. He was righteous, Luke says, and devout, a man who had spent his years in a posture of patient expectation, waiting for the consolation of Israel. The Spirit of God had spoken something over him, that he wouldn't see death before he had seen the Lord's anointed. That promise had carried him through many years. And on this particular morning, the Spirit moved him to go to the temple courts. He didn't know why exactly. He only knew to go. He was there when Joseph and Mary came in with the child. We don't know how he recognized them. There was nothing outwardly remarkable about this family. They were poor. Their offering proved that much. They were young, and the child was barely weeks old, the same as any other infant brought to the temple that season. But Simeon knew. He crossed the courtyard to them and took the child into his arms, and then he lifted his face and began to pray. His voice, whatever it had been in his youth, was the voice of a very old man giving thanks for something he had waited a lifetime to receive. "Lord," he said, "now you can let your servant go in peace, just as you promised. My eyes have seen your salvation, which you've prepared in the sight of all peoples, a light for revelation to the nations, and the glory of your people Israel." Joseph and Mary stood quietly listening. Luke notes that they marveled at what was being said. That word matters. Even after everything, the angels' visit, the dreams, the shepherds arriving breathless with their news of heavenly voices over the fields, even after all of that, something in Simeon's words reached them in a new way, landed somewhere deeper. The old man holding their child, asking only to be released now, peaceful, complete. It was its own kind of confirmation, arriving from a direction they hadn't expected. Simeon blessed them. Then he turned to Mary and spoke something quieter, something that shadowed the blessing slightly. "A sword will pierce your own soul too," he told her. He didn't say when. He didn't explain. He simply said it, gently, the way an honest man shares a difficult truth. And then he released the child back into her arms. There was also a woman named Anna. She was a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel, from the tribe of Asher. She was very old. She'd been widowed after 7 years of marriage and had lived in the temple courts ever since, fasting and praying day and night, year after year. She came up to them at that same moment. She gave thanks to God, and she began to speak about the child to everyone in the courts who was waiting for the redemption of Jerusalem. She moved from person to person with the quiet urgency of someone who has just received the answer to a prayer they'd nearly stopped expecting. The offering was made. The rite was completed. And when everything required by the law was finished, they left the temple courts and, for a time, returned to the quiet of Bethlehem. The gospel accounts move across these early months with different kinds of attention, one lingering over the temple and another over the visitors still making their way from the east. Held together, they show the family remaining beneath the shelter of God's direction, step by step, without yet seeing the whole road ahead. Sometime after the birth, wise men came from the east to Jerusalem, following a star they had watched rise and hadn't been able to stop thinking about. We don't know exactly how many of them there were. We don't know all the names of the kingdoms they left behind. What we know is that they had seen something in the sky that wouldn't let them rest, something that spoke to them in the language of their learning, and they had packed what was necessary and set out across a very long distance toward a destination they couldn't yet name. The journey itself would have taken months, long stretches of road under open sky, cold nights and the fire dying low and the star still there, steady, above the horizon. There's something worth pausing on here. These were men who read the heavens for meaning, and the heavens had given them something unmistakable. They followed it without apology, across deserts, through territories that weren't their own, all the way to Jerusalem, the holy city, the natural place to look for a king of the Jews. They arrived asking openly, "Where is he who has been born King of the Jews?" They had seen his star in the east, and they had come to worship him. It was the kind of question that moves through a city quickly. Word reached Herod's court, and the text says that Herod was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. That detail matters. It wasn't just the palace that stirred uneasily. Something about the question unsettled the whole city, the way a stone dropped in still water sends its rings outward to every edge. Herod gathered the chief priests and the scribes, the men who knew the scriptures, and he asked them where the Messiah was to be born. They answered without hesitation, "Bethlehem of Judea." The prophet Micah had written it plainly, that out of Bethlehem would come a ruler who would shepherd Israel. The answer was already there, waiting in an old text, and the scholars recited it calmly into the troubled air of Herod's hall. Then Herod called the wise men to him privately. He asked them carefully when the star had appeared. He was doing the arithmetic in his mind, measuring the child's age against what they described, and then he sent them on to Bethlehem with instructions, telling them to search carefully and report back to him when they had found the child, so that he too might go and worship. His words were smooth. His intentions were something else entirely, but the wise men didn't know that yet. They left the city and went south, and the star that they had followed across the long distances of the east went before them again. It moved, or seemed to move, and they followed it, and it stopped over the place where the child was. The text says they rejoiced with exceeding great joy when they saw it. After all those months on the road, after all the uncertainty of a journey towards something you can describe but not yet see, the star simply stopped, and beneath it was a house. They went in. Mary was there, and the child was with her, and the house would have been lit inside the way any home is lit at evening, warmly, the flames small against the darkness outside. These men from the east, who had traveled farther than most people in that world ever would, came in and fell down and worshipped him. That's what the gospel says. They fell down, not a polite bow, not the careful gesture of diplomats. They knelt before a young child in a lamplit house in a small Judean town, and they worshipped. Then they opened their treasures, gold, which is what you bring to a king, frankincense, which is what rises in the temples of the holy, myrrh, which carries a darker fragrance, used in burial, in anointing, in the long work of honoring the dead. 3 gifts with 3 different meanings. To anyone who understood what those substances represented in that world, the significance of these 3 gifts would have been unmistakable. They laid everything at his feet. That night they were warned in a dream. They shouldn't go back to Herod. The warning was clear enough. In the morning they gathered what they had and found another road, a road that curved away from Jerusalem, away from the palace and the carefully spoken instructions of a troubled king. And warned in a dream, they went home by a different way and didn't return to Herod. That same night, an angel appeared to Joseph again in a dream. The house was quiet. The child was sleeping. Mary rested nearby, and the gifts of the wise men were still where they had been set down, catching what little light remained. And into that stillness the instruction came, "Rise, take the child and his mother and flee into Egypt. Remain there until I tell you, for Herod is going to search for the child, to destroy him." Joseph woke. There was no hesitation, no long deliberation in the dark. He simply rose, the way a man rises when he knows what must be done. He gathered what they could carry. He woke Mary, and she woke without question, lifting the child and wrapping him close against the cold of the night. They didn't wait for morning. The road opened before them under stars, quiet and unpeopled at that hour, and they moved south through the dark without ceremony. No one watched them go. No announcement was made. A man, a woman, a small child, and the long road ahead of them. The distance from Bethlehem to Egypt wasn't short. It was a journey of many days, through desert country, through dry heat and the kind of silence that settles over long stretches of empty land. But they arrived, and Egypt received them the way large, ancient places receive small families, with indifference, with enough shadow and space to disappear into, which was precisely what was needed. They lived there quietly. The text doesn't tell us which city, which neighborhood, which doorway opened to them. It records only the fact of their shelter, and that's enough. The child slept and woke and grew in small daily increments, as children do, regardless of what storms are moving at a distance. And there was a storm at a distance. Herod, when he realized the wise men hadn't returned to him, was furious. He acted from that fury in ways that the Gospel of Matthew records with sorrow and without elaboration. In Bethlehem and the surrounding region, children were lost. It's noted plainly, and it's mourned plainly. And then the account moves on, because the story doesn't linger where grief can't be resolved. The family in Egypt didn't know the details of what had happened behind them. They knew only the shelter of the place they were in and the instruction that had brought them there. Time passed. How much time? The texts don't specify precisely. Long enough for the child to change. Long enough for the seasons of Egypt to turn. And then Herod died. He died the way powerful men die, gradually, then completely, the machinery of his rule going quiet in stages. And when he was gone, the angel came again to Joseph in a dream. Rise, take the child and his mother, go back to the land of Israel. Those who were seeking the child's life are dead. So they turned north and began the long return. But when Joseph learned that Herod's son Archelaus was now ruling over Judea in his father's place, he was afraid to go there. And again the dream gave direction. The family turned toward Galilee instead, moving north along roads that eventually wound up into the hill country, past familiar smells of soil and cedar and olive, until they arrived once more in Nazareth, their own town, their own doorway, the same hills they had always known, standing at the edge of the sky the way they always had. The child was home, though home was simply a word for the place where the growing would happen. And grow he did, quietly, steadily, in the way of children who aren't yet known to anyone outside a small circle of people who love them. He played in the same dust of the same street. He learned the sound of the same wind coming off the same hills, and the child grew and became strong, filled with wisdom, and the grace of God was upon him. Every year his parents went to Jerusalem for the feast of the Passover, and when Jesus was 12 years old, they went up as they always had. The journey from Nazareth to Jerusalem wasn't a short one. It wound south through the hill country, past villages and olive groves, along roads that grew more crowded as the feast approached. Families traveled together in large caravans for safety and company, and the road filled with conversation, with children running ahead and falling back, with the smell of dust and cook fires at the end of each long day. It was a familiar pilgrimage. Joseph and Mary had made it every year since their return from Egypt, and by now it was woven into the rhythm of their lives, one of the things that marked time and gave the year its shape. Jerusalem at Passover wasn't the quiet city of ordinary days. The streets were full. The temple courts were crowded with people from every direction, pilgrims who had walked for days to be there, merchants, priests, teachers sitting in the shade of the porticos with students gathered around them. The feast was observed as it had been observed for generations, and then when it was over, the caravans began to move again, families gathering themselves and pointing north toward home. Mary and Joseph were a full day out from Jerusalem before they began to look for him. It wasn't alarming at first. He was 12 years old, not a small child. He'd have been walking with the other young men, or with cousins, or with neighbors' sons he'd grown up knowing. When you travel in a caravan that size, you assume the people you can't see at the moment are simply somewhere else in the crowd. But the day wore on, and the questions they asked came back empty. No one had seen him since Jerusalem. No one knew where he was. They turned back. The road they had just spent an entire day walking, they now walked in the other direction, back toward the city, asking as they went. 3 days passed before they found him. He was in the temple courts, sitting in the middle of a circle of teachers, not standing at the edge listening from a respectful distance, sitting among them in the way a student sits, but also asking questions, responding when they spoke. And the teachers weren't being patient with a child out of politeness. They were genuinely astonished. There was something in the way he listened, something in the questions he asked, that made the room quiet around him. Mary came to him, and her relief came out the way relief often does, sharpened at the edges. She asked why he had done this to them. She said that she and his father had been searching for him, anxious, not knowing where he had gone. He looked at her, and his answer was simple and honest. He asked why they had needed to search at all. He asked whether they hadn't known he would be in his father's house. There was no distance in the way he said it, no coldness. It was a genuine question, and it pointed towards something he understood about himself, that he seemed to assume they understood as well. They didn't understand. The text says this plainly, without apology. Mary and Joseph didn't grasp what he meant. And perhaps that's its own kind of comfort, that not understanding isn't the same as not trusting, that you can hold something you can't fully explain and still carry it carefully. He went with them. He returned to Nazareth and was obedient to them, and the years continued in their quiet way. Mary kept all of these things in her heart, the way she had kept the shepherd's words, the way she had kept Simeon's blessing, folding each of them in and holding them. She was becoming a woman practiced in the art of patient keeping, of carrying things that hadn't finished speaking yet. And Jesus grew in wisdom and in stature, and in favor with God and with people. After that, the years passed quietly, the way most of life does. There's no record of what happened in Nazareth between the temple visit and the beginning of the public ministry. The Gospels don't describe it. They simply note that he returned, that he was obedient, that he grew. And there's something fitting in that silence. Most of a life happens in exactly this way, without announcement, without witnesses writing things down. The long middle years where the shape of a person is formed are often the ones no one thinks to record. Nazareth was a small town in the hills of Galilee, not a place that appeared often in the histories of important men. The roads that mattered ran elsewhere. The merchants and the soldiers passed through larger cities. Here there were houses of stone and plaster, courtyards where fig trees grew, wells at the center of narrow streets, and neighbors who had known one another their whole lives. The mornings came early and smelled of wood smoke and bread baking somewhere nearby. The evenings came slowly, with the light going golden and then amber across the hillsides before it left altogether. Joseph had a workshop. The wood came in rough and left shaped into things people needed: beams, door frames, furniture for small rooms. It was careful work. It required attention and patience and a willingness to move slowly until the thing was right. The smell of fresh-cut wood is one of the quieter pleasures of the world, clean and faintly sweet, and it would have been part of every morning there. Sawdust settling in the light, the steady sound of tools, a man working and a boy beside him, learning how it was done. The seasons turned the way they always do. The early rains coming in autumn to soften the ground. The cold months of winter when the hills sometimes held a thin frost at dawn. The wildflowers appearing in spring across every slope and roadside. and then the long dry heat of summer, when the work began earlier and ended before midday. There were Sabbaths. There were the great feasts that drew the families south to Jerusalem every year, the roads filling with other families and the children running between the walking groups. There were ordinary meals and ordinary conversations and the kind of days that don't distinguish themselves from the ones before or after. He grew in all the ways a person grows. His hands became the hands of a man who worked with them. His understanding deepened the way understanding does when it's fed by both reading and by watching people closely. He knew his neighbors. He knew what it was to wait for something without knowing its name. He knew the synagogue and the scrolls read there on the Sabbath, and the long walk home afterward with the words still moving through the mind. None of this is written down in detail. We're told that he increased in wisdom and in stature, and that's enough. The years weren't empty. They were full of exactly the kind of things that don't make it into accounts, but that make up the substance of a real life. The weight of a tool in the hand, the sound of someone laughing in the courtyard next door, the way a fire looks when the room is cold, the patience of waiting for what hasn't yet come. Whatever was being formed in those years was formed without hurry. It was formed in the ordinary materials of an ordinary place. The hills above Nazareth were always there at the edge of the day, and the stars came out the same as they always had. In the wilderness of Judea, east of Jerusalem, where the land drops down through rocky hills toward the Jordan River, a man had been living on very little for a very long time. His name was John. He wore a garment woven from camel's hair, rough against the skin, and a leather belt around his waist. He ate what the wilderness offered, locusts and wild honey found in the crevices of rocks. This wasn't deprivation in the ordinary sense. It was something more intentional than that. It was a life stripped of everything unnecessary, a life shaped entirely around a single purpose, the way a blade is shaped around its edge. The wilderness of Judea isn't a gentle place. The land east of Jerusalem descends in long, broken ridges, the rock pale and dry, the valleys deep and shadow-filled in the early morning. The Jordan runs at the bottom of all of it, winding south toward the Dead Sea through a narrow corridor of green. In the dry season, the air holds heat long after the sun is gone. In the cold months, the wind moves through those canyons with a low, persistent sound. John had lived here long enough to know every shift of the light, every change in the quality of the silence. The wilderness had become his home in the way that demanding places become home to people who aren't looking for comfort. What he carried with him, beyond the belt and the rough garment, was a message. The prophets had spoken of a voice crying in the wilderness, saying, "Prepare the way of the Lord, make his paths straight." John understood himself to be that voice, not the one the voice was preparing the way for, the voice itself. There's a difference, and he was careful about it. He wasn't the light, he was a witness to the light, sent ahead of it the way a lamp is carried into a room before the dawn arrives. People began coming out to hear him. This is one of those details worth pausing on. Jerusalem wasn't a short journey from the Jordan's edge. The road down through the Judean hills takes time, even now. And yet they came, from Jerusalem, from all of Judea, from the towns and settlements along the river. They came in groups, and they came alone. They came down through those pale rocky ridges, and they found him there, standing near the water, and they listened. Something in what he said reached them, something in the plainness of it, the urgency without theatrics, the way it didn't ask anything of them except honesty. His message, heard softly from across the water at dusk, would have sounded like this: that the time was very close, that what had been promised was almost here, that the one coming after him was greater than he was, So much greater, John said, that he wasn't worthy to unfasten the strap of his sandal. He baptized with water. The one coming would baptize with something else entirely. People waded into the river to be baptized by him, confessing what they'd done, what they'd left undone, what they'd carried for too long. The Jordan moved around them the way rivers do, indifferent to ceremony and yet somehow always present for it. The water was cold. The sky above the valley went from pale blue to deep orange to the particular darkness that belongs only to open country far from any city. Firelight appeared on the far bank as evening settled. The sound of the river continued, low and steady, underneath everything else. He kept preaching. The crowds kept coming. The river kept moving south in the dark, as rivers do, without hurrying and without stopping. The firelight on the far bank shifted in whatever wind was passing through the valley that night, and somewhere to the north, on a road that wound down through the hills toward the river, someone was walking. He came down from the north the way travelers did, on foot, through the hill country, the road winding and dry and unremarkable. There was nothing about his arrival that announced itself. No entourage, no herald running ahead through the crowd. He walked the way men walk when they've covered long distances on foot, steadily, without rushing. The dust of the road settling around him the same way it settled around everyone else. The Jordan Valley opened below him as the road descended, the river visible in the distance, a line of green running through pale, dry country. The crowds were already there. They had been gathering for weeks. John had been preaching in that place, and the word had gone out across Judea and Galilee, and people had come, some from considerable distance, because something was happening at the river that hadn't happened in a very long time. John saw him coming while he was still on the slope. The Gospels don't explain precisely how John knew. They simply record that he did. He had said before that he wasn't the one, that the one was coming after him, and now here was the one, walking down the road from the north in ordinary clothes with the dust of travel on him. Something shifted in what John was saying. It shifted before Jesus had even reached the water. John pointed and told the crowd what he was seeing. "The Lamb of God," he said, "the one who takes away the sin of the world." The people on the bank looked toward the road. They would have seen a man descending the hill. That's all they would have seen. A man on a road. Jesus came to the water's edge and said he wanted to be baptized. John resisted this. His resistance wasn't hesitation born of indifference. It was the opposite. He said it plainly. "I need to be baptized by you, and you're coming to me?" It was a theological problem standing in the form of a practical request. John understood who was before him well enough to know that the ordinary logic of the rite didn't apply here. But Jesus answered him simply, and the simplicity of the answer carried its own authority. "It's fitting," he said, "to fulfill all righteousness." And John consented. This is worth holding for a moment. The one John had said was infinitely greater than himself, whose sandal strap John had said he was unworthy to unfasten, was now standing in the same river where ordinary men and women had been wading in to confess their failures. He didn't arrive with a different procedure. He came to the same water. He stood in the same current. John lowered him beneath the surface, and for a moment the river closed over him. Then Jesus rose from the water, drawing his first breath in the open air, and the heavens seemed to open above the valley. The Spirit of God descended with the quiet, visible grace of a dove coming to rest, and a voice came from heaven, not uncertain and not hurried. "This is my beloved Son, in whom I'm well pleased." The words settled over the river and the people standing along its banks. Before Jesus had taught a crowd or healed a body or called a disciple, before any public work had begun, The first word spoken over him was love. Beloved, well pleased. The calling began there, not in striving, but in a love already given. He stood in the shallows after, water running from his hair, from his clothing, the river moving around him the same way it moved around everyone. There was no thunder continuing overhead, no sustained brightness in the sky. The crowd on the bank remained the crowd on the bank. The Jordan remained the Jordan. Everything was exactly as it had been before, and yet nothing in that vicinity was quite the same. The river moved around his ankles as he waded back toward the bank, and the sound of it was the same sound it had always made, low and steady, saying nothing. The wilderness east of the Jordan isn't a dramatic landscape, not in the way that words sometimes suggests. It's simply empty, stone and scrub and sky, and it goes on for a very long time. From the river, Jesus went into that emptiness. The Spirit who had descended at the Jordan led him there, away from the crowds and the sound of the water, into a place where there would be no other voice to follow and no human need to answer. For 40 days he remained among the pale ridges and the open sky. The days were bright and spare. The nights were cold enough to make every small shelter matter. He fasted, and hunger slowly became part of the silence. When the tempter came, the first proposal was aimed at that hunger. "If you are the Son of God," he said, "tell these stones to become bread." Stones were everywhere, scattered across the ground in shapes that could almost resemble loaves when the light fell a certain way. The suggestion wasn't loud. Temptation rarely needs to be loud. It offered a reasonable use of power for an immediate and real need. Jesus answered from the old words Moses had given Israel in another wilderness. A person doesn't live by bread alone, but by every word that comes from God. Hunger was real. It simply wasn't the only reality. Then the scene shifted in the way these encounters sometimes shift, from the empty ground to the height of the holy city, to the temple rising above the courts and streets below. "Throw yourself down," the tempter said. "The scriptures promise that angels will bear you up." It was scripture used as leverage. Trust turned into spectacle. Faith asked to prove itself by forcing God's hand. Jesus answered with scripture again. "You shall not put the Lord your God to the test." Trust didn't need a fall from a high place to make itself visible. It could remain quiet. It could refuse the performance. One more offer came, an image of the kingdoms of the world and all their visible glory, power gathered without waiting, authority obtained without the long road ahead. All of it could be his, the tempter said, if worship were given in the wrong direction. Jesus didn't negotiate with the offer. Worship belongs to God alone. That answer ended it. The bright imagined kingdoms faded, and the wilderness was only the wilderness again. Stone, wind, long shadow, and open sky. When the 40 days were finished, the angels came and ministered to him, as they had once ministered to Elijah. He was weary and worn, but he was steady. The wilderness hadn't broken what the Jordan had confirmed. It had tested the confirmation under the particular conditions that always accompany any kind of genuine calling, the conditions of hunger, of isolation, of proposals that sound reasonable and aren't. He came back out of it the way he had gone in, on foot, without ceremony, and the road that led north toward Galilee was dry and ordinary beneath his sandals. Sometime after, John was standing with 2 of his disciples when Jesus walked past again, and John said it quietly, "There, the Lamb of God," almost as if he was saying it to himself. The 2 disciples heard him, and they left. Jesus turned around. He saw them following and asked what they were seeking. It was a larger question than either man was ready to answer. They had left John at the river and begun walking behind someone they had only just seen. moved by a few quiet words whose meaning they couldn't yet contain. What were they seeking? A teacher, perhaps. The promised one, perhaps. A place for the hope that had brought them into the wilderness in the first place. They answered with a question of their own. "Rabbi, where are you staying?" It's a deflection of a kind, or perhaps an attempt to locate the conversation in something concrete. They weren't ready to answer what they were truly looking for. They asked instead about a place, about the possibility of extended conversation, about time, and Jesus gave them the only answer that would mean anything. "Come and see." He went directly to find his brother. Simon wasn't there at the Jordan by chance. He had come, as Andrew had, drawn by whatever was happening at the river, by the preaching of John, by the sense that this was a moment that required attention. Andrew found him and said the plainest possible thing. "We've found the Messiah." This is what those hours in the afternoon had produced in Andrew. Not a theory, not a cautious hypothesis, but a declaration spoken to his brother with the certainty of a man who had stopped weighing possibilities. "We found him." He brought Simon back. Jesus looked at him for a moment, and then he said his name would be Peter, and Simon stood there in the doorway, not entirely sure what that meant, but not moving to leave either. He found Philip the next day, on the road toward Galilee, and said simply, "Follow me." Philip was from Bethsaida, the same fishing village on the northern shore of the lake where Andrew and Peter had grown up. This isn't incidental. John's Gospel records it with the quiet precision of someone who understood that geography matters, that shared origin creates shared understanding, that two men from the same small town carry a knowledge of each other that no introduction can manufacture. Philip knew Andrew. He knew Simon. He had grown up beside the same water, mended nets in the same gray mornings, spoken the same dialect with the same cadences. When Jesus found him on that road, he wasn't finding a stranger. He was reaching into a network that had already begun to form, drawing it north toward its proper place. Philip found Nathanael and said, "We found him of whom Moses wrote, and the prophets, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph." Nathanael's response was immediate and unguarded. "Can anything good come from Nazareth?" This wasn't simple rudeness, though it was blunt enough. Nazareth was a small village in Lower Galilee, unremarkable by any measure the ancient world used to assign significance. It didn't appear in the Hebrew scriptures by name. It had no history attached to it, no prophetic weight, no association with kings or priests or figures of consequence. Nathanael knew the texts. He had read what Moses wrote and what the prophets recorded. He was looking for something that matched the weight of those words, and Nazareth didn't match. His skepticism was the skepticism of a man who took the scriptures seriously, not the skepticism of one who had stopped caring. He wanted the real thing, and Nazareth seemed like the wrong address for it. Nathanael came. As he was walking toward Jesus, still at a distance, Jesus saw him and said something that stopped the conversation around them. "Here's a true Israelite," he said, "in whom there's no deceit." Nathanael was startled. "How do you know me?" he asked. "We've never spoken. You've never seen me before this moment." Jesus answered simply, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you." Something broke open in Nathanael. He didn't ask another question. He didn't qualify his response or offer it carefully. He said, "Rabbi, you're the Son of God. You're the King of Israel." The confession came out of him whole, without architecture, the way recognition sometimes does when it arrives before reason has time to organize it. He had come with skepticism and a question about Nazareth, and he was leaving with something he hadn't carried in. Jesus received the confession gently. Because I told you I saw you under the fig tree, you believe, he said. That's enough for now, but stay. You'll see greater things than that, Jesus told him. And Nathanael walked with them the rest of the way north without saying much more. 3 days after that, there was a wedding in Cana, which was a village in Galilee not far from Nazareth, and Mary was there, and Jesus and his disciples had been invited as well. Cana was a small place. It doesn't appear in the older records the way larger towns do. It was the kind of village where everyone knew the family hosting the wedding, where the guest list was assembled from people who had known each other most of their lives, where the honor of the occasion rested on the family's ability to provide for their guests fully and well. A wedding in that world wasn't a single evening. It was a celebration that extended across several days, and the family was responsible for feeding and pouring wine for everyone who came throughout the whole of it. To run out of wine before the celebration had properly concluded wasn't simply an inconvenience. It was a failure visible to the entire community. It would follow the family. It was the kind of thing people remembered. Mary noticed before anyone made an announcement. She moved through those settings the way people do when they've organized enough gatherings to read the signs early. A quieter conversation among the servants, a change in how the wine was being poured, the particular look of someone trying to manage a problem quietly. She went to Jesus. What she said was simple. "They've no wine." She said it the way a person states a fact to someone they trust, to understand what the fact means. She wasn't asking him to perform a miracle. She wasn't outlining a plan. She was simply telling him something that needed to be addressed and placing it in front of him. There's a quality of trust in that kind of statement that requires no elaboration. Jesus answered that his hour hadn't yet come. The words might have sounded like a refusal to anyone listening only from the outside, but Mary had known him for 30 quiet years. She didn't argue, and she didn't explain. Whatever she heard beneath the words was enough, and yet she turns to the servants and says, "Do whatever he tells you." There were 6 stone water jars standing there. They were the kind used for Jewish ceremonial washing, large, substantial, each one capable of holding 20 or 30 gallons. They weren't wine jars. They weren't vessels associated with celebration. They were ritual objects, utilitarian, present at gatherings of this kind because the purification customs of the time required water for washing before meals. 6 of them, standing there, empty or nearly so. Jesus told the servants to fill them with water, to the brim. The servants filled them to the brim. He told them to draw some out and take it to the master of the feast, the man overseeing the celebration, responsible for the hospitality, the one who would notice most immediately what was being served and what wasn't. The servants drew some out and carried it across. The steward tasted it. He didn't know where it had come from. That detail matters. The servants knew. The disciples watching knew what had been in those jars moments before. But the steward had no knowledge of any of that. He tasted what was in his cup and he called the bridegroom over, and what he said was this: "Every host serves the good wine first, and then when the guests have had enough, the lesser wine comes out. But you've kept the good wine until now." He was pleased and confused in equal measure. The bridegroom received the compliment. The celebration continued. The family's honor, which had been quietly collapsing, was quietly restored, and most of the guests never knew there had been anything to restore. The steward didn't know where it had come from, but the servants knew, and Jesus' disciples knew, and something had shifted between the morning and that moment that none of them had words for yet. The Passover was near, and Jesus went up to Jerusalem the way every observant Jew did that time of year, on the roads that climbed through the Judean hills toward the city. The journey from Galilee to Jerusalem wasn't a short one. It ran roughly 80 miles through terrain that rose steadily as it moved south, the hills of Judea steeper and more exposed than the gentle country around the lake. Pilgrims traveled it in groups, because the roads were long and the company made the distance bearable. They would have walked for several days, camping at night, moving through villages that knew the rhythm of Passover movement and prepared for it. The roads filled at this time of year in a way they didn't at any other, and there was something in the density of that movement, all of it oriented toward one city, that carried its own kind of gravity. Jesus and his disciples were part of this current, indistinguishable from the thousands making the same journey. Jerusalem, when it came into view, wasn't a thing you approached gradually. The road crested a ridge and the city appeared. The Temple Mount dominated everything. Herod's rebuilding project had been underway for decades by this point, and the scale of it was staggering. The retaining walls rose enormous and pale against the sky. The courts above them were vast. From a distance, the whole complex caught the light in a way that made it look different from any other structure in the region. More permanent, more deliberate, as though it hadn't been built so much as placed there. It was the kind of sight that didn't become ordinary through repetition. They entered the city and made their way to the temple courts. The outer court, the court of the Gentiles, was the largest of the temple's open spaces, enormous by the standards of the ancient world, paved and colonnaded, designed to accommodate the enormous crowds that came for the major festivals. It was also, by the time of Passover, full of commerce. The commerce wasn't incidental. It had a practical logic to it. Pilgrims coming from great distances couldn't easily transport animals for sacrifice across hundreds of miles of road. They needed to purchase them on arrival. The currency regulations of the temple required that offerings be paid in a particular coin, which meant money had to be exchanged before transactions could be completed. Vendors occupied regular spaces in the court. Tables were set up for the changers. Cages of birds stood stacked for those whose offerings required them. Cattle and sheep were penned in sections of the court. The noise of it was considerable, the smell of it more so. What had been designated as a house of prayer had become, for the weeks surrounding the major feasts, something closer to a marketplace, and it was a marketplace operating under the approval of the temple authorities, who received a portion of the revenue it generated. Jesus looked at it. He didn't speak immediately. He sat down, and he began to make a whip from cords, working methodically, and this detail, that he sat and made the whip rather than acting in immediate passion, is one that John's account preserves with particular care. It was deliberate. It was considered. When the whip was finished, he stood up. What followed was swift. He moved through the court, driving out the cattle and the sheep. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the coins scattered across the paving stones, rolling and spinning and coming to rest in the cracks between them. He turned to the dove sellers. "Take these things away," he said. "Don't make my Father's house a house of trade." The court that had been dense with noise and commerce was suddenly in motion, animals moving toward the exits, men scrambling after scattered coins, the whole system of exchange thrown into visible disorder by a single man moving through it with purposeful authority. The disciples, watching from somewhere in that chaos, remembered a line from the Psalms: "Zeal for your house will consume me." The memory came to them then, in the moment, or perhaps later when they tried to understand what they had witnessed. John records it as though the scripture arrived in them like a recognition, the past reaching forward to name something happening in the present. The temple authorities came to him. Their question was precise and demanded an answer on their terms. "What sign do you show us," they said, "for doing these things?" They weren't asking whether he had the right to act. They were asking him to demonstrate the authority that would justify the action. Signs were the currency of prophetic validation in that world. A prophet who couldn't produce a sign was a prophet without standing. His answer didn't satisfy them. "Destroy this temple," he said, "and in 3 days I'll raise it up." They heard architecture. They had been watching Herod's project for 46 years, they said, and he proposed to rebuild it in 3 days. The response was so remote from anything they were prepared to consider that it registered only as a kind of absurdity. They walked away from it carrying that absurdity with them, not knowing what to do with it. John notes quietly that Jesus was speaking about the temple of his body, not the stones, not the courts, not the colonnades or the retaining walls or the 46 years of construction surrounding them on every side. His disciples remembered what he had said, though they wouldn't understand it for a long time. Not until after, when everything looked different in retrospect. One of the Pharisees, a man named Nicodemus who held a seat on the ruling council, came to him at night. This detail isn't incidental. John records it with a quiet precision that invites attention. Nicodemus was a man of standing, a man with reputation to protect, a man whose association with any controversial figure would be noticed and discussed by morning. The city after Passover was full of people, full of talk, full of those who had witnessed the overturned tables and the scattered coins and the strange answer about a temple raised in 3 days. Nicodemus had heard all of it. He had likely been present for some of it, and he came anyway. But he came in darkness, which tells us something about the distance between what a man believes and what a man is willing to be seen believing. He began with courtesy. "Rabbi," he said, "we know you're a teacher who has come from God, because no one could do the signs you do unless God were with him." It was a careful opening, respectful but protected. The kind of statement a cautious man makes when he wants to move closer without yet surrendering the distance behind him. Jesus didn't argue with the compliment. He simply stepped beyond it. Unless a person is born again, born from above, that person can't see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus heard the word born and understood it the only way a human mind naturally understands it. He pushed back. Not with hostility, but with genuine confusion. How can a man be born when he's old? He can't enter his mother's womb a second time and be born again. It's a reasonable objection. It's the objection of a man who has spent his life interpreting texts carefully, who has learned to take language seriously and follow it where it leads. The difficulty was that Jesus was speaking of something that had no category yet in Nicodemus's framework. There was no existing vocabulary adequate to what was being described. So Nicodemus reached for the vocabulary he had, and it didn't reach far enough. Jesus answered him with the same patience one might use with a student who's genuinely trying. Unless a man is born of water and spirit, he can't enter the kingdom of God. What's born of flesh is flesh. What's born of spirit is spirit. These aren't the same birth. They aren't the same process. They don't produce the same result. And then he offered something that any man living in that part of the world would have understood from daily experience. The wind, he said, blows where it wishes. You hear the sound of it. You can't tell where it comes from or where it's going. So it's with everyone who's born of the Spirit. The wind is real. You don't doubt the wind because you can't see it. You feel it. You hear it in the trees. You know it has passed through. This was an invitation to think differently about what constitutes evidence, about what qualifies as real. Nicodemus said the only thing left to say. How can these things be? It wasn't a refusal. It was an honest admission of the limits of what he understood, and Jesus received it without contempt, but not without some measure of gentle astonishment. "You're a teacher of Israel," he said, "and yet you don't understand these things. The emphasis belongs on the word teacher. This was a man whose entire identity was built on knowing, on interpreting, on instructing others in the things of God. And yet here he sat, in the dark, unable to grasp what was being offered to him. There's something instructive in this. The knowledge that qualifies a man in the world doesn't always prepare him for what God is doing. Sometimes it becomes the obstacle. Jesus reached back to another wilderness story Nicodemus knew well, when Moses lifted up the serpent so that those who looked toward it might live. In the same way, he said, the Son of Man would be lifted up, and whoever believed would have life. The language pointed towards something Nicodemus couldn't yet see, but the reason beneath it was clear. God loved the world, not a small protected corner of it, not only those who understood quickly or arrived in daylight, but the world. God gave his Son not to condemn it, but so that through him it might be saved. The lamp between them would have made its small circle against the room, leaving the walls beyond it in shadow. Jesus spoke about light entering the world and about people deciding whether to step toward it. Nicodemus had come under cover of darkness, but he had still come. He had carried his questions across the sleeping city and placed himself within hearing distance. The movement toward light had already begun, even if he didn't yet know where it would lead. The city was quiet around them by the time the conversation ended, and Nicodemus went back out into the dark with more to carry than he had arrived with. He had to pass through Samaria, the Gospel says, which is one of those statements that sounds like geography but carries more weight than geography usually does. Most Jews traveling between Judea and Galilee didn't go through Samaria if they could avoid it. The animosity between the two peoples was old and layered and not easily explained by any single cause. It had to do with history, with the Assyrian resettlement of the northern territory centuries before, with questions of blood and purity and the proper place to worship God. Samaritans held to the Torah. They worshipped the God of Abraham, but they worshipped him on Mount Gerizim, not in Jerusalem, and this difference had calcified over generations into something that felt, to both sides, like an unbridgeable distance. Jewish travelers who could arrange it would cross the Jordan, go north through the region east of the river, and cross back again rather than walk through Samaritan territory. It added time to the journey. They did it anyway. That Jesus had to pass through Samaria isn't a logistical note. It's a theological one. Something was drawing him through a land his companions would have preferred to skirt entirely. The road passed through the valley between Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim, and near the town of Sychar it came alongside a piece of ground that carried a long memory. Jacob had given this land to his son Joseph. The well there was old, deep. It went down through limestone to water that had collected over centuries, and people in the surrounding villages had drawn from it for as long as anyone could remember. Jacob's well was what they called it, and the name wasn't sentimental. It was accurate. The patriarchs had been here. The roots of the story went down as deep as the water did. Jesus sat down beside the well. His disciples had gone ahead into Sychar to find food, and he was alone in the midday heat. The 6th hour, John records. Noon by the Jewish reckoning. The sun would have been directly overhead, the shadows pulled in beneath everything. The air still and dry in the way that high summer air in that part of the world becomes still and dry. It wasn't the hour when people came to draw water. Water was drawn in the morning and in the evening, when the air was cooler and the walk was easier. A woman who came at noon came alone because she chose to, or because she had no other choice. She arrived with a water jar and found a man she didn't recognize sitting at the well. He asked her for a drink. This was itself a kind of small rupture in the order of things. Jewish men didn't speak to Samaritan women in public. The categories were clear. She said as much. How is it that you, a Jew, ask a drink of me, a woman of Samaria? It was a fair question. The answer he gave her wasn't the answer she was prepared for. If you knew who was asking you for water, he told her, you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water. She looked at the well, then at him. The well was deep. He had nothing to draw with. Where would he get this living water? Was he greater than Jacob, who had dug the well and drunk from it himself? It was a reasonable response. It engaged his claim on the only terms she had available. He kept speaking. Everyone who drinks from this well will be thirsty again. That was undeniably true. But the water he was talking about would become, in the person who drank it, a spring welling up to eternal life. Water that would satisfy in a way that no drawn water ever had. She said, give me this water, so that I won't be thirsty and won't have to come here to draw. She was still thinking in terms she understood. This isn't failure. This is how understanding arrives. First the literal, then the slow opening toward what the literal couldn't have contained. He told her to go call her husband. She said she had no husband. He said she was right. She had had 5 husbands, and the man she was with now wasn't her husband. What she had said was true. She stood at the well and looked at him. She hadn't told him any of this. She had offered no personal information, no history, no context. He had simply named what was there, and he had named it without accusation. He didn't pause on it. He didn't make it the center of what he had come to say. He simply acknowledged what was true and moved past it, the way a person moves past a door rather than standing in it. Sir, she said, I perceive that you're a prophet. It's significant that she moved immediately, from the recognition of what he knew about her, into a question about worship. Our ancestors worshipped on this mountain, she said, and you people say that Jerusalem is the place. The question of where was the question her people had been asking for centuries. It sat at the center of the divide between Samaritan and Jew, and she brought it to him without embarrassment. This too tells us something. She was a woman with a complicated personal life, yes. She was also a woman who had been thinking about God. The hour is coming, he told her, when you'll worship the Father neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem. It's coming. It's already here, when the true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth, not at a location, not at a particular elevation above sea level, not through the architecture of any particular temple, in spirit and in truth. The Father seeks such worshipers. God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship in spirit and in truth. This was a reorientation of everything the argument about mountains had been standing on. The question wasn't which hill. The question was the nature of the encounter itself. She said she knew the Messiah was coming, the one called Christ. When he comes, he will tell us all things. And Jesus said to her, I'm he, the one speaking to you. Plain and direct. He had said it to no one else in that way, not openly, not so simply. In Jerusalem he had spoken in riddles about the temple. In the dark with Nicodemus he had spoken of spirit and wind and the Son of Man being lifted up. Here at noon, beside a well in Samaria, to a woman whose name isn't recorded, he said it plainly. I'm he. His disciples came back from the village and found him talking with her. John records that they were surprised, though none of them asked what he wanted or why he was speaking with her. They had walked into something they couldn't fully read, and they held their questions. The woman left her water jar beside the well and went into the town. Come, she told the people there. Come and see a man who told me everything I ever did. Could this be the Christ? Her question was open, genuinely open, the kind of question that doesn't demand an answer immediately, but opens a door. The people of Sychar came out of the town and began making their way toward the well. She had arrived at noon, alone, deliberately outside the hours when others would be there. She left in the middle of the day, calling a whole village to follow her back to the place she had come from. The disciples offered Jesus food, and he told them he had food they didn't know about. His food was to do the will of the one who sent him. He looked out across the fields. "Lift your eyes," he told them. "Look at the fields. They're white for harvest." The Samaritans were coming toward him through the valley, and he watched them come. Many of them believed because of what she had said about him. "He told me everything I ever did." 2 days he stayed in Sychar, and many more believed because of his own words. They told the woman, "We no longer believe because of what you said. We've heard him ourselves. We know this man is the Savior of the world." She had left her water jar beside the well, and the disciples noticed it there when they looked, though no one said anything about it. News travels fast in a small region, and by the time Jesus returned to Galilee, people had already heard things, rumors from Jerusalem, word from the Jordan, the particular kind of talk that moves through villages before anyone can say where it started. The Passover crowds had carried stories back north with them. The woman from Sychar had gone into her village and told everyone she met. Word of a man at the Jordan who spoke differently than other teachers, who baptized and was baptized, who had come up out of the water, and something had happened above him that those standing nearby couldn't fully describe. These things move through a region the way water moves through limestone, quietly, persistently, finding every available passage. He returned to this, not to silence, to the hum of a territory already forming its questions. He came first to Nazareth, where he had been raised, where people knew the name of his mother and the trade of his hands. Nazareth was his home in the most ordinary sense of that word. The streets were familiar, the faces were familiar, the dimensions of the place were written into him from childhood, but he didn't stay. Luke records the visit and what happened there, and it wasn't the homecoming a village expects when one of its own has begun to draw attention elsewhere. There was something they couldn't accept about the familiarity. They knew him too specifically, and so he left Nazareth, which must have carried its own kind of weight, and he came down to Capernaum, a larger town on the northwestern shore of the Sea of Galilee, where the roads came together and the fishing boats moved in and out through the early hours, and the commerce of the lake shaped the rhythm of every day. Capernaum wasn't Nazareth. It was a working town, built around the water, populated by people whose hands knew nets and whose days were organized around weather and fish and the particular logic of the lake. The Sea of Galilee isn't large by any comparative measure, but it's fed by underground springs and subject to sudden storms. And the men who worked it understood it in the way that people only understand things they've staked their lives on repeatedly. Simon and his brother Andrew were among those men. They fished together. They knew the shallows and the depths and the hours when the fish ran near the surface. This was the world into which Jesus walked. The morning he called them, Simon and Andrew were working at the water's edge, casting their nets in the shallow water near the shore, the kind of work that requires a particular rhythm, the gathering and the throw and the waiting. It's also work that demands full attention. You can't cast a net carelessly. Jesus came along the shoreline and saw them and said what he said, which the gospel records with almost startling economy. "Follow me, and I'll make you fishers of men." That was the whole of it. No extended argument, no list of qualifications, no description of what would be required. A phrase that answered nothing and yet apparently answered something these two men hadn't known they were asking. They left their nets. The text says it directly, without elaboration. They left them and followed him. A little further along the shore, past the place where Simon and Andrew had been working, James and John were in a boat with their father Zebedee, mending nets. This is a different kind of work, the patient, seated work of repair, the work that happens between the fishing and the next fishing. Zebedee was there with them, which tells us something about the family operation, the way a fishing business in that world ran through generations and required everyone present. Jesus called James and John as well, and they left the boat. They left their father. They left the nets half mended. John records elsewhere the significance of having been called, the way the memory of it remained precise even decades later. But in the moment, what the text gives us is simply the action. They went. The lake in the morning has a particular quality that anyone who has stood near it early can recognize. The light coming across the water at an angle, the surface moving in small irregular ways, the smell of it, the sound of the water against the hull of a boat sitting still near the shore. It was into this ordinary morning that this departure happened. No crowd watching, no ceremony marking the moment. 4 men leaving what they knew and walking north along the shore beside a man who had told them almost nothing about where they were going or what it would cost them to get there. This is how it began. Not with announcement, not with the kind of scene that announces itself as significant. Just the shore and the water and the light, and 4 men walking away from what they had been towards something that had no name yet. Zebedee watched them go from the boat, his sons walking up the shore beside this man they had apparently just decided to follow, and the nets lay in the hull where they had left them. On the Sabbath he went into the synagogue at Capernaum and taught, and the people there were astonished at his teaching, not because the words were difficult, but because of the quality of authority behind them. Then the interruption came. There was a man in the synagogue with an unclean spirit, and the spirit cried out, loudly, in the middle of the teaching, "What do you have to do with us?" The voice used the plural, which is worth noticing. It wasn't simply a man disturbed. Whatever had taken residence in him spoke with a kind of collective dread, as if it recognized something the crowd had only begun to sense. "You're the Holy One of God," the voice said. It knew what it was addressing even as the people around it were still sorting through their astonishment. Jesus rebuked it. "Be silent," he said. "Come out of him." The man convulsed. He fell, and then he was still. The room went quiet in the way rooms do when something has happened that has no precedent in anyone's experience. People looked at one another. They looked at the man on the floor. They looked at Jesus. He hadn't performed a lengthy ritual. He hadn't invoked a name or called on a power outside himself. He had simply spoken, with the same quality of authority that had struck them in the teaching, and the thing had obeyed him. "What's this?" they said among themselves. "A new teaching with authority. He commands even unclean spirits, and they obey him." News doesn't stay contained in a town the size of Capernaum. By evening, it had spread through the surrounding region of Galilee. People were already talking in villages they hadn't yet reached. This is how it begins, not with proclamation, but with report, not with announcement, but with the kind of account that passes from one person to another, because the person telling it can't quite believe it themselves and needs to say it aloud to someone else to confirm that it happened. From the synagogue, they went to Simon's house. Simon's mother-in-law was there, and she was ill with a fever. The text is spare about this. She was sick. She was lying down. Someone told Jesus about her condition, whether out of concern or something else, out of hope perhaps, or simply because it seemed relevant given what they had just witnessed in the synagogue. He went to her. He took her hand and helped her up, and the fever left her. She got up and began to serve them. This detail isn't incidental. It's the response of someone restored, not merely recovered. She didn't need time to regain her strength. The restoration was complete, immediate, and the first thing she did with it was attend to the people in her house. There's something in this that the text records without commentary, but that carries its own quiet meaning. The Sabbath ended at sundown. This matters because it was only after the Sabbath that people would carry the sick, since such work wasn't permitted during the day of rest. But now the day had ended, and they came. They came carrying the sick and the demon-possessed, brought on pallets and in arms and by whatever means their families could manage. Mark says the whole city gathered at the door. This is the kind of statement that might read as exaggeration, but that reflects something real about the way news had moved through the town that afternoon. Word had gone out from the synagogue. It had reached the houses and the streets. And by the time the first stars appeared, there was a crowd at the door of Simon's house that had come because they had heard what the day had already produced. He healed many who were sick with various diseases. He cast out many demons. He wouldn't let the demons speak because they knew who he was, and the hour for that disclosure hadn't yet come. One after another they came forward, carried by the people who loved them, set down in front of him in the ordinary darkness of a Galilean evening. The stars overhead, the smell of the lake carried on whatever wind was moving through the town. One after another, the work continued for a long time. Before dawn he rose and went out. He found a solitary place, away from the house, away from the town, and he prayed. This too is worth sitting with. The day had been long. It had begun in the synagogue with teaching and had ended with the whole city at the door. He had given all of that. And before daylight he was alone in a quiet place, praying, not resting, praying. There's something in this about the nature of what sustained him that no amount of commentary can fully illuminate. It can only be noted. Simon and the others came after him. They searched for him, and when they found him, they said, "Everyone is looking for you." He said, "Let's go on to the other towns. That's why I came. Not to stay, not to settle into the reputation that had already formed overnight in Capernaum. To move, to carry the same teaching, the same authority into the next village and the one after that." They left. They went through all of Galilee, into the synagogues, continuing what had begun at the Jordan and in the wilderness, and in that synagogue on the Sabbath morning when the people first heard him speak and understood, without being able to say exactly why, that this wasn't like anything they had heard before. The lake was still there when evening came again. The Sea of Galilee, flat and gray and wide in the fading light, the hills rising on the far eastern shore. The boats pulled up along the water's edge where Andrew and Simon had been casting nets just days before. The town of Capernaum settling into the rhythms of evening, the smell of fish and cook fires and the cool air coming off the water. The lamps were beginning to glow along the shore as evening came on, and more people were making their way down through the town toward the water, drawn by something they would have had trouble explaining to anyone who asked. He stood at the water's edge, and the crowd pressed close enough that he asked Simon to push the boat out a little from the shore, just enough that he could sit and speak, and everyone on the bank could hear without anyone being crushed against anyone else. The evening was coming on slowly, the way evenings do along the lake, the light going soft and golden across the water. The hills on the far eastern shore fading from green to a deep, quiet gray. People had been making their way down to the waterfront for some time already, drawn by something they couldn't have fully explained to one another. They stood along the bank in the cooling air, close together, not pushing, only leaning in the way people lean towards something they don't want to miss. The boat sat perhaps 20 feet from the shore. Not far, far enough that he could be seen clearly, far enough that his voice could carry without effort to where the people stood. He sat down in the bow the way teachers sat, unhurried, as though there were no question of whether people would wait. The water was still beneath the hull. The last light of the day rested on the surface of the lake and on the faces of the people gathered there. For a moment before he began to speak, there was a particular quality to the silence. The kind of silence that settles over a place not because nothing is happening, but because something is about to. He began to speak. There was nothing unusual about the sound of his voice, nothing that would have stood apart in a crowd. What was unusual was something else, a quality that the people on the shore found difficult to name afterward. He didn't hurry. He didn't pitch his words for effect, or pause for the kind of pause that signals a speaker waiting for admiration. He spoke the way someone speaks when they aren't performing the truth but simply telling it, the way a person describes something they've seen with their own eyes. There was no distance in it, and yet there was a calm in him that the crowd could feel even from the shore. Something settled and untroubled that seemed to slow the evening itself. Some of the people who had gathered had heard teachers before. They knew the synagogue rhythms, the careful citation of one authority against another. This wasn't that. He simply spoke, and the words arrived without ornament, and each one landed with a kind of weight that didn't press down but somehow opened something up. The fishermen who had been with him watched from the water's edge. Andrew stood with his arms at his sides. The others had gathered close together in the way that people stand together when something is happening that they want to stay near. The cook fires were beginning to glow along the upper part of the town. The last birds were crossing the sky above the hills on the far shore, dark shapes against the fading light. The crowd didn't move. No one drifted away toward the fires or the evening meal. They stood and they listened, and the lake was very still, and the stars were beginning to show in the eastern sky above the hills, and the boat rocked gently on the water, almost imperceptibly. His voice continued, unhurried and clear, and Simon sat in the stern watching him, the oar resting across his knees, the dark water moving gently beneath the hull. He had no words yet for what he was feeling, only the sense that something had shifted and wouldn't shift back. The next morning he went up onto the hill that rose behind the town. Not the steep rocky kind that required real climbing, but the long, gentle slope of it that leveled off into a wide shelf of ground where the grass grew and you could look back down at the lake spreading out below in the morning light. The disciples followed first. They had slept nearby, some of them in Simon's house, some of them outside in the cool air. When they saw him moving away from the town in the early morning, they rose and went after him without needing to be told. The grass was still damp. The sun hadn't yet cleared the hills on the eastern shore. The lake below sat in a long band of silver shadow, the water catching the pale sky above it, perfectly still. Behind the disciples came others, people who had been there the evening before along the waterfront, people who had heard what happened in the synagogue and had spent the night nearby rather than make the long walk home to their own villages in the dark. They came up the slope quietly, in ones and twos and small groups. Some had brought children. The children moved the way children do on open hillsides, ranging ahead and then circling back. Older people came more slowly. A man helped an elderly woman find a place to sit where the ground leveled and the grass was thick enough to be comfortable. There were people who had come from some distance. You could tell them by their dusty sandals, by the small bundles they carried, by the way they looked out at the view of the lake, with the particular attention of people who didn't see it every day. Travelers from towns further along the shore, from villages back in the hills where the road wound between limestone outcroppings and fig trees. They had heard something was happening and had come to see for themselves. The hillside filled gradually, the way a room fills before a meal. People settling, finding their own spaces, sitting down in the grass and pulling their cloaks around them in the morning coolness. There was very little noise. A child's voice now and then, the sound of someone coughing, the wind moving through the brush below in a low, continuous murmur. The lake was perfectly clear from up here, spread wide beneath the open sky. The far shore a thin, dark line under the hills. The town of Capernaum visible below at the water's edge with its pale stone walls and the smoke beginning to rise from the first cook fires of the morning. He hadn't begun to speak yet. He was simply there among them. People had gathered around him the way they had been gathering since the Jordan, since the first reports had begun moving from town to town through Galilee. Something about his presence on that hillside made the air feel different, quieter, more settled. The people who had come from far away and the people who had only walked up from the shore sat side by side in the grass without any arrangement, without anyone directing them, as if they had always been meant to be there. He sat down, the way teachers sat. The people settled around him on the hillside. The air smelled of wild grass and the faint coolness that still held in the morning before the sun climbed higher. He began to speak. He said, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." The people who were sitting in the grass looked up, or looked at one another, or looked at nothing in particular, only inward, because the phrase had landed somewhere they hadn't expected. Poor in spirit. Not poor in wealth, not poor in learning, not poor in the ways that people usually meant when they spoke of poverty. Something else. The ones who know they're empty. And to them, he said, belongs the kingdom of heaven. Not someday, not after sufficient improvement. Theirs is it, present tense. He said, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." There were people on that hillside who were mourning. There always are, anywhere people gather. They had lost children, lost parents, lost marriages, lost the version of their life they had imagined before something went wrong. And every system of the world, then as now, had one basic message for them. Move past it, manage it, put it somewhere you don't have to look at it every morning. He said something different. He said the morning itself was where the blessing lived, not around it, not after it, but in it. The comfort he was promising wasn't the comfort of distraction. It was the comfort of being met, fully, in the grief. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. This one moved through the crowd like a quiet shock. The earth, in that time and that place, belonged to the powerful. Empires held it, armies took it, wealth purchased it, and law protected the purchase. Meekness was what the conquered looked like from the outside, what the powerful called the people they had beaten down. And here he was, saying that the earth itself, the whole of it, was somehow destined for them. Not the armies, not the empire, not the men who had taken Capernaum and taxed it and garrisoned it. The meek. It was the kind of statement that could only sound like foolishness, or like something so deeply true that all of human history had simply been reading things backwards. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. There were people in that crowd who were physically hungry, who knew what it meant to want something and not have enough of it. He was taking that sensation, that specific and undeniable ache, and using it to describe the condition of the soul that wants what's right, that longs for the world to be as it should be. And he was saying that longing would be filled, not frustrated, not merely endured, satisfied. The way a person is satisfied after a meal that was exactly what they needed. He continued, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall receive mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Each line built on the last and yet stood entirely on its own, and each one described the kind of person the world tended to overlook. The merciful who were often taken advantage of, the pure in heart who were often considered naive, the peacemakers who were often caught between sides and thanked by neither. He wasn't cataloging virtues for performance. He was describing a people who already existed, scattered and unrecognized, and telling them what they actually were. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And again at the end, the kingdom, the same word he had started with, as if the whole arc of the teaching curved back to the beginning, and the poor in spirit and the persecuted were standing in the same place, at the entrance to something vast and quiet that the world had never been able to see. The people on the hillside sat very still. No one rose. No one called out a question or disputed a point. The grass bent slightly in the moving air, and the lake below caught the morning light and sent it back up the slope in long shifting patterns. And somewhere in the brush below a bird went on with its ordinary business, and no one paid it any attention. The hillside was quiet in the way that a place goes quiet when the people in it are holding something carefully, the way you hold something you've just been given and aren't yet sure where to put it, only that you don't want to drop it. He told them they were like salt, and they were like light. Two simple things that most people in that crowd used every single day without thinking much about them. And yet now these ordinary things were being held up as images of what a life shaped by God might look like in the world. Salt wasn't a luxury. It was necessary. It preserved what would otherwise spoil. It brought out the flavor in things that were flat without it. A small amount of it could change everything it touched, not by drawing attention to itself, but simply by being present and doing what salt does. He said, "You're the salt of the earth." And then the question that came with it, quiet and searching, if salt loses its saltiness, what will you do to restore it? It's good for nothing but to be thrown out. The image wasn't harsh. It was simply true. A thing that has lost what makes it what it has lost its purpose. The crowd understood salt. They knew what it was to taste something that had gone flat and light. A lamp, he said, isn't lit and then placed under a bowl. That isn't why anyone lights a lamp. A lamp is placed on a stand, and it gives light to everyone in the house. The lamp doesn't choose to give light. It simply burns, and the light goes where it goes. He said, "Let your light shine before others, so that they may see your good works and give glory to your Father who's in heaven. Not so that they might praise you, not so that the light calls attention to its source, but so that what they see leads them somewhere beyond you, upward, towards something you yourself are only reflecting." He said he hadn't come to abolish the law or the prophets. He had come to fulfill them. Not one small stroke of a letter would fall away until everything had been accomplished. And then he began to go deeper, not past the law, but beneath it, into the ground the law had always been pointing toward. "You've heard it said," he would begin, and then, "But I say to you," not setting aside what had been given, completing it, following the thread all the way to where it had always been going. Anger. He said that murder was forbidden, yes, and everyone knew that. But the anger that leads there, the contempt, the words spoken to demean a brother, these too were a form of damage. These too required repair. Reconciliation mattered more than the offering. If you're bringing your gift to the altar and you remember that your brother has something against you, leave the gift. Go first and be reconciled. Go first. Don't finish the religious thing and then address the human thing. The human thing was already the religious thing, purity of heart, an eye that looks on another person as something to be taken rather than honored. He wasn't speaking only of outward behavior. He was describing where the harm begins, far back, in the interior, before anything visible has happened. A yes that means yes, a no that means no. Your word itself should be enough. Anything beyond that, he said, comes from the evil one. The crowd on the hillside was still. These weren't easier commands than what they had grown up with. He wasn't adding rules onto rules, but reaching beneath the rules entirely, pointing to something quieter and more demanding, and, in a strange way, more restful. A life lived from the inside rather than performed for the outside. When he spoke about prayer, he said not to use many words, not to pile up phrases as if God needed to be convinced or worn down by repetition, but to go into your room, close the door, and speak to your Father who sees in secret. There were people on that hillside who had heard prayers their entire lives, long formal prayers spoken in the synagogue, prayers that moved through elaborate structures of petition and praise, prayers designed in part to demonstrate to those listening that the one praying knew how to pray. He wasn't dismissing those prayers entirely. He was pointing to something beneath them, a room, a closed door, a conversation that didn't need an audience because the one it was addressed to was already present, already attentive, already closer than any audience could be. And then he gave them the prayer itself. He said, "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name." Those first words alone carried something that the people on the hillside would have felt before they fully understood it. Our Father. Not a distant authority to be approached with elaborate ceremony, but a Father, and not mine alone but ours shared. A relationship that bound the one praying to everyone else who prayed the same words. In heaven, which wasn't a location so much as a declaration, a way of saying that this Father wasn't limited by any of the things that limit fathers on earth. Hallowed be your name. Let your name be held as holy. Let it be recognized for what it's. The prayer began not with asking, but with reverence, with a kind of orientation, a turning of the whole self toward the one being addressed before anything else was said. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as it's in heaven. This wasn't passive. It was the most active possible surrender, an invitation for God's way of ordering things to become the way things are ordered here. In this valley, on this hillside, in the ordinary days of ordinary people who plant and harvest and raise their children and grow old. Give us this day our daily bread, not the bread of the next month or the next year, but today's bread, which was a way of living inside a single day rather than somewhere in an imagined future. And forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. That tied the asking for forgiveness to the giving of it, so that the two couldn't be separated. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. The prayer ended where it began, in the hands of the Father, in the kingdom and the power and the glory that belong to him, and not to any of the forces that make ordinary life feel dangerous and uncertain. He said these things quietly. There was no performance in it. The words settled over the hillside the way morning light settles, gradually, touching everything without effort. The people who heard them recognized that they had been given something they could carry. Not a ritual, or not only a ritual, a shape, a way of entering the presence of God that didn't require eloquence or length or any particular gift with language. Only the willingness to come close and speak honestly to someone who was already there. Then he turned to worry. He said, "Don't be anxious about your life, what you'll eat or drink, what you'll wear." And because they were sitting on a hillside with the birds moving in the sky above them and the wildflowers growing in the grass around their feet, he pointed to these things as though the evidence were already present and only needed to be noticed. "Look at the birds of the air," he said. "They don't sow or harvest or gather into barns, and yet your Father in heaven feeds them." The birds he was describing weren't exotic creatures. They were the ordinary birds of that region, the kind that everyone on that hillside had watched their entire lives without thinking much about them. Now here they were, being held up as a kind of teaching, a visible argument for something that most people found genuinely difficult to believe. He said, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They don't toil, they don't spin." Yet he said that even Solomon in all his glory wasn't clothed like one of these. Solomon, whose wealth and splendor had become a kind of standard in the memory of the people, whose temple had been the most magnificent thing their history recorded. And here were these small flowers on a hillside. The claim was that they exceeded him, not because of anything they had done, because of how they were made, because of what they were given without asking. If God clothes the grass of the field this way, he said, grass that's here today and tomorrow is thrown into the fire, will he not much more clothe you? He called them people of little faith, gently, without condemnation. The way you might say it to someone you love who keeps forgetting something that's nonetheless true. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, he said. All these things will be added to you as well. Don't be anxious about tomorrow. Tomorrow will have its own troubles. Today is enough to live in. The wild flowers on the slope around them swayed slightly in the morning breeze. The birds that had been calling in the brush below went on calling. Neither the flowers nor the birds seemed troubled by anything at all. He ended with a story about two men building houses, which was the kind of image everyone on that hillside understood immediately, because everyone in a village knew something about what it took to build something that would last. One man found rock. He dug down until he reached it, which was slow work, hard work, the kind that takes longer than you expect and shows nothing on the surface for a long while. He built his house on that foundation. The other man chose differently. The sand was easier. His house went up faster. Then the rain came. The floods rose. The wind pressed hard against both walls. And the house on the rock held, because the foundation held, because the thing beneath it had been chosen with care before a single wall was raised. The house on the sand collapsed. It fell completely. The word he used meant a great fall, not a settling or a leaning, but a sudden and total ruin. Before the two builders, he had spoken about the wide road and the narrow one. The wide road was easy to find, easy to walk, and many people were already on it. The narrow road was harder, less obvious, and fewer found it. He wasn't describing the difficulty as something to dread. He was simply telling them the truth about how things were, gently, the way someone tells you the truth about a road, because they've already walked it and want you to know what you're choosing. He had spoken about trees. A good tree bears good fruit. A diseased tree can't. You don't judge what's inside by anything other than what comes out of it over time. Not words, not appearances, not the right phrases spoken at the right moments, but the actual fruit that the tree produces when the season comes. This too wasn't a warning designed to frighten. It was an observation. It was the kind of thing a person says when they understand that what's real will always show itself eventually, and that this is, if anything, a mercy. And through all of it, from the builders to the trees to the roads, the people on the hillside had been listening in a way they couldn't entirely explain. There was no performance in what he said. The scribes who taught in the synagogues would cite other teachers, other authorities, would build their interpretations on layers of interpretation that went back through generations. He didn't do that. He simply spoke as if he knew, as if the things he was saying weren't opinions or readings of older texts, but things he understood from somewhere closer than that. The crowd felt it without having words for it. They recognized it as authority without being able to say where the authority came from or why it landed so differently than anything they had heard before. The hillside slowly began to stir. People rose from the grass. A child who had fallen asleep against her mother was lifted and carried. An old man was helped to his feet by someone younger. They gathered their things in the quiet way people gather after something that has asked something of them. They came down from the hill the way people come down after something that has changed them slightly, quietly, without fanfare, talking among themselves in low voices. And the lake was there below them, unchanged, wide and still and catching the mid-morning light. A centurion came to him, or rather sent word through friends, because he didn't consider himself the kind of man who should approach directly. And the message was simple. There's someone in my household who's suffering, and I've heard that you can help. This wasn't the kind of visitor Capernaum expected to produce. A Roman centurion was a man who commanded others, who gave orders and had them carried out without question, who represented the authority of an empire that had folded Galilee into itself the way a large thing absorbs a small one, without much ceremony or apology. Such a man had no obligation to ask anything of anyone in that town. He could simply require, he could demand, and yet this one didn't come that way. He sent word through friends. He chose the longer, quieter road, the one that said, I don't assume, I don't presume. There's something here that's greater than whatever rank I hold, and I know it. The message his friends carried was careful and considered. He had said, they explained, that he wasn't worthy to have Jesus come under his roof. Not the words of a man performing humility in front of an audience. Something else. The recognition that there are thresholds a person shouldn't cross without being invited. That some kinds of presence require a quality of readiness he didn't claim to have. He was a man accustomed to soldiers who snapped to attention at the sound of his voice, to doors that opened when he approached them. And he had arrived, somehow, at the understanding that none of that prepared him for this. But he had also thought it through, because he was a man who understood authority, who had lived inside its logic his entire adult life. I'm set under authority myself, he had told his friends to say, and I've soldiers under me. I say to one, go, and he goes. I say to another, come, and he comes. I say to my servant, do this, and he does it. The argument was quiet and precise. He wasn't asking for a miracle the way a man asks for something he can't understand. He was asking for a word, just a word, spoken from wherever Jesus was standing, directed toward a house on the far side of town, toward a servant lying in a bed in the dark. That was all, because he understood what a word of real authority could do. It didn't require proximity. It didn't require touch. It simply required the authority to back it. When the friends delivered this, Jesus stopped. The crowd around him was always pressing, always full of needs and voices and reaching hands. But he stopped, and those who were close enough said that something shifted in his face. He hadn't found this, he said, in all of Israel. Not this particular thing. Not this exact quality of faith, which wasn't desperate faith. Not faith born from having nowhere else to turn, but considered faith, structural faith, the faith of a man who had looked at what he knew about how authority worked in the world and followed the logic all the way to its conclusion. He said, go, it will be done just as you believed. That was the whole of it. No journey across town, no arrival at a doorway. No hand laid on a forehead in a dim room. Only that. Only the word. Sent out into the afternoon air of Capernaum, the way a signal travels from one point to another without needing to be carried. The centurion's friends returned to the house and found the servant well, resting quietly, the color come back to his face. And in the street outside, the centurion stood very still for a long moment before going back inside. There was a day when so many people had gathered inside and around a house where Jesus was teaching that there was simply no way through the door. The courtyard packed, people standing 3 and 4 deep against every wall. This was Capernaum, the same town, the same streets, the same low houses of pale stone that held the warmth of the afternoon long after the sun had moved past them. Word had continued to move through the town and the surrounding villages the way water moves through dry ground, quietly and completely. People had come until there was no more room anywhere near the door. Those who had arrived early were pressed against the interior walls. Those who had come later stood in the courtyard. Those who had come later still couldn't get in at all. They crowded the alleyways outside and leaned against the gate and listened for whatever sound they could catch from within. It was into this situation that 4 men arrived carrying a 5th. The man they carried was paralyzed, lying flat on a sleeping mat that the 4 of them held at its corners. They had come some distance, walking together in that slow, coordinated way of people bearing something heavy and precious. They had heard what was being said about Jesus. They had talked it over among themselves. They had decided together that they were going to bring their friend to him. So they had lifted him and carried him through the streets. Now they stood at the edge of the crowd and understood that there was no way through. Another kind of determination might have given up at that point. The door was blocked. The courtyard was packed. The polite thing would have been to wait. But these 4 men looked at each other and then looked at the roof. They made a decision that was neither polite nor patient, only faithful in the stubborn and practical way that love sometimes is. The roofs of houses in Capernaum were flat, accessible by an outside stair, made of timber beams laid close together and covered with packed earth and clay tiles. They climbed up. They set their friend down carefully on the roof and they began to pull tiles away, working through the surface of the ceiling directly above where Jesus was teaching below. The sound of it must have reached the room first, a scraping and a loosening, then the light coming through, fine dust drifting down in thin pale columns, settling on the shoulders of the people standing beneath it and causing them to look up. The opening grew wider. And then the mat appeared, being lowered on ropes or strips of cloth, the man on it descending slowly and carefully through the ceiling into the room below. The crowd shifted and parted around him until he came to rest on the floor in the space that had opened, lying there on his mat, looking up. Jesus looked up first at the men on the roof, who were leaning over the edge of the opening they had made, watching. Then he looked down at the man on the mat. What he saw, the text says, was their faith, not a statement of belief, not a profession of anything, but this: 4 men who had taken a roof apart to get their friend into the room. He said to the man, "Your sins are forgiven." There were teachers of the law sitting in the room. Something moved through them at those words, a silent objection. A question that didn't reach their lips. Who can forgive sins but God alone? Jesus knew what they were thinking. In the quiet way he so often knew what wasn't being said aloud. He turned it into a question of his own. Which is easier, he asked, to say to this man that his sins are forgiven, or to say rise and walk? He let the question rest in the air for a moment. Then he turned back to the man on the mat. "Get up," he said. "Take up your mat and go home." And the man got up. He rose from the mat he had been carried on, the mat that 4 friends had lifted and carried through the streets and lowered through a ceiling. He stood on his own feet in the middle of the room. The people around him pressed back to give him space. He bent and rolled the mat and stood holding it, and he walked to the door. He walked out through the crowd with his mat rolled under his arm. The people who pressed back to let him pass didn't speak for a moment, only watched him go. The afternoon light came down through the opening in the roof where the tiles had been pulled away. He was walking along, and he saw a man named Matthew sitting at a tax collector's booth. He said to him the same two words he had said to the fisherman, "Follow me." And Matthew got up and followed. There was no hesitation recorded in the telling of it, no negotiation, no questions about where they were going or what it would mean or what would be left behind. The booth was there, the coins and the ledgers and the ordinary machinery of the day's work. Then Matthew was no longer sitting behind it. He was walking. The simplicity of it's the thing that stays with you. 2 words, and a life changed direction entirely. Matthew was a tax collector, which in that world meant something specific. It meant he worked on behalf of Rome. It meant the money he collected from his own people flowed upward toward an occupying power. Whatever he kept for himself above the required amount was simply his to keep. The system made room for that, which is why tax collectors weren't regarded well by the people around them. They were considered collaborators. They were considered unclean by the religious standards of the day. This was because the company they kept and the work they did placed them outside the boundaries of respectable life. A teacher of any reputation wouldn't ordinarily have sought one out, wouldn't have looked twice at the booth. But Matthew followed, and that evening there was a dinner. The house was his own. He filled it with the people he knew. That were the people in his circle. That were the people the town would have described in the same breath. Tax collectors, sinners, people who didn't keep the proper observances, people who had made their peace with being on the outside of things. They reclined at the table in the way that people did at a proper meal. There was bread and there was wine, and there were lamps burning as the evening settled outside. Jesus was among them, unhurried, at ease, not performing anything, not enduring the company out of obligation, but simply present in the room the way a person is present when they've nowhere else they would rather be. The Pharisees saw this, or heard of it. They brought their question to the disciples. "Why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners?" It wasn't entirely a hostile question, or not only that, it was genuinely confusing to them. A teacher defined himself by his associations. The company you kept was a statement about what you valued, and these weren't the people a serious teacher kept company with. Jesus heard the question and he answered it plainly. "It isn't the healthy who need a doctor," he said, "but the sick." He hadn't come to call the righteous. He had come to call sinners. It wasn't an argument that could be answered easily. It shifted something in the room. This was because it meant the dinner itself wasn't a lapse in judgment, but a purpose. The people at that table, the ones who had assumed for so long that the world of God and the world of teachers and the world of synagogues and the world of being counted as someone who mattered, all of that world wasn't for them. They had made adjustments to that understanding. They had learned to hold it quietly. And now someone was sitting among them at their own table and making it plain that he had come specifically for this, for them, for the people the system had set aside. The lamplight made everything warm. The bread was passed, and the conversation moved the way conversations move when people are surprised to find themselves at ease. Loosening, beginning to speak about things they hadn't expected to say out loud. It was the kind of evening that people who had been there would remember for the rest of their lives without being entirely able to say why. There was an evening when Jesus accepted an invitation to eat at the home of a Pharisee. He went in and reclined at the table. While they were there, a woman came in from the street, a woman the town knew, a woman who had no ordinary reason to be there, and she stood behind him at his feet weeping. The Pharisee's name was Simon. His house was the kind of house where certain people were welcome and certain people weren't. Everyone in that town understood the distinction without needing it explained. The guests at such a table had standing, reputation, the kind of social weight that came from years of careful living. The woman had none of those things. What she had was an alabaster jar of perfume and something that had been building in her long enough that it could no longer be contained. So she had come in through the door and crossed the room and stood behind him without saying anything. The tears were already falling before she could have stopped them if she had wanted to. Her tears fell on his feet. She knelt and wiped them with her hair, and then she kissed his feet. She opened the jar and anointed them with the perfume. The scent of it moved through the room the way fragrance does in a closed space, quietly reaching every corner. The room had gone very still. Simon watched all of this and said nothing aloud, but what he thought was plain enough, the way a man's face carries what he won't say. He had invited a teacher. The thought forming in him now was that if this man were truly a prophet, he would know what kind of woman this was, and he wouldn't allow it. He would draw back. He would make the distinction the room expected him to make. Jesus said, "Simon, I've something to tell you." And Simon said, "Tell me, teacher." And Jesus told him a story about two men who each owed a debt to the same creditor. One owed 500 denarii and one owed 50, and neither of them had any way to pay. The creditor canceled both debts entirely. Which of them, Jesus asked, will love him more? Simon answered slowly, the way a man answers when he suspects the ground is shifting beneath him. "The one," he said, "for whom the larger debt was canceled." Jesus said, "You've judged rightly." Then he turned toward the woman, though he spoke to Simon. He said, "Do you see this woman?" And there was something in the question that opened the whole room differently. This was because Simon had been seeing her all along and had seen only what she was. Jesus was asking him to see something else entirely. He said, "I came into your house, and you gave me no water for my feet, but she has wet my feet with her tears and wiped them with her hair. You gave me no kiss, but from the moment she came in, she hasn't stopped kissing my feet. You didn't anoint my head with oil, but she has anointed my feet with perfume." What he was saying was quiet and precise. It landed gently, the way truth lands when it's spoken without anger. He said, "Her sins, which are many, are forgiven because she loved much. The one who's forgiven little loves little." The others at the table began murmuring among themselves then, asking the question that rooms like that always produced when he said something like this. The question about who had the authority to forgive. But he wasn't speaking to them anymore. He turned to the woman and he said, "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." The room was very quiet. The lamp on the table burned steadily. The perfume still moved through the air, warm and sweet. It would still be there long after everyone had gone home and the evening had ended, and the house had been shut up for the night. She left the way she had come in, through the door and back into the evening, but something about her was different now. Lighter, the alabaster jar empty in her hands, the words he had spoken going with her into the dark. He sat in the boat again. The crowd gathered on the shore. He told them a story about a farmer who went out to sow his seed. It was the kind of story everyone on that shore understood from the inside. They knew what sowing looked like. They knew the wide arc of the arm, the seed scattering out ahead of the farmer as he walked the field, some of it falling where he intended, and some of it not. This was because that's the nature of scattering. The seed doesn't ask where it lands, and the people listening would have known, without needing to be told, that not every patch of ground gives back what's put into it. Some seed, he said, fell along the path, the hard-packed ground where feet had worn the soil to something close to stone, and the birds came down and ate it before it had any chance at all. Some fell on rocky ground where there wasn't much soil. It came up quickly because the soil was shallow, but when the sun rose and the heat came on, The young plants withered because they had no root to hold on to. Some fell among thorns, and the thorns grew up around it and choked it, and it yielded nothing. And some fell on good soil and brought forth grain, growing up and increasing. It yielded 30-fold, and 60-fold, and 100-fold. He didn't explain it then. He let it rest there in the air over the water. What he said next was simply this: "He who has ears to hear, let him hear." The crowd sat with that. The lake was still. The hills across the water were the color of pale clay in the afternoon light. Somewhere along the bank, a bird moved through the reeds. The boat rocked very gently on the water. Later, when the crowd had thinned and he was apart from them with the 12 and a few others who had stayed close, they asked him about it. They wanted to know what the parable meant, and he told them, "The farmer sowing the seed is sowing the word. The path where the birds come is the heart that hears and has the word immediately taken away, before it can take hold. The rocky ground is the heart that receives the word with joy. But there's no depth to it, no rootedness, and when difficulty comes, it falls away quickly. The thorns are the cares of the world and the pull of other desires. Things that aren't wrong in themselves, but that crowd around the word and slowly press the life out of it until nothing remains. And the good soil is the heart that hears the word and holds it and lets it grow. What comes from that kind of receiving is beyond what anyone might reasonably expect. 30 times, 60 times, 100. It was a story about listening, but also about what happens after listening, about what kind of ground a person might be, not because the ground chooses its own nature, but because there's something in the hearing that prepares the ground, that loosens it, that clears it of stones. The farmers among the crowd would have known that good soil isn't simply found, it's worked. It's tended over seasons. The light on the water shifted as the afternoon moved. The crowd on the shore sat very still. The disciples in the water nearby sat still too, listening. He spoke several more parables before the day was done. Stories about seeds growing in secret, about a mustard seed becoming the largest of shrubs, about things hidden and things revealed. Each one landed quietly, the way he seemed to intend, not as argument, but as something to carry home and turn over slowly in the dark. "He who has ears to hear," he said, "let him hear." And the water lapped against the hull of the boat. The crowd on the shore sat with the story settling into them the way seed settles into ground. That evening he said to them, "Let's go across to the other side." And they left the crowd and took him with them in the boat, just as he was, and other boats were with them. And when they had pushed off from the shore, he went to the stern and lay down on the cushion that was kept there and fell asleep. The evening air still held the warmth of the day, and the shore behind them was receding slowly, the lamps of Capernaum growing small against the darkening hillside. The other boats kept near, their hulls dark shapes moving across water that had gone from gold to a deep and quiet gray. The disciples rowed or held the sail, and the sound of the water against the hull was steady and low, the kind of sound that belongs entirely to the night. He was asleep in the stern. They could see him there, his breathing unhurried, the cushion beneath his head, his body at rest in the way of someone who had given everything through the long hours of teaching and healing, and now simply surrendered to sleep with no reserve held back. The one who had spoken creation into being, resting on a borrowed cushion in a fishing boat, as fully asleep as any tired man who had spent the day in the sun. There's a tenderness in it. There's also something that would only become clear later, once the night had passed and the water had done what water does. The storm came quickly. The Sea of Galilee sits in a basin ringed by hills, and the wind can drop through the gorges from the east without much warning. turning the surface from still to violent in less time than it takes to speak of it. The disciples who were fishermen knew this lake. They had grown up on it. They had read its moods since boyhood and knew when to trust it and when not to. And yet this was different. The wind came hard and the waves began to break over the gunwale, the water coming in faster than it could be bailed, and the boat was already low and heavy, and the darkness made everything worse. He was still asleep. They woke him, shaking him, and the question they asked carried in it everything they were feeling, the fear, but also something else, something that sounds almost like hurt. "Teacher, don't you care that we're perishing?" It's the kind of thing you say when the person you trust most seems not to have noticed that everything is going wrong. It's a cry more than a question. He rose. He stood in the stern of the boat while the wind tore at everything around him, and the waves came in dark and heavy from either side. And he spoke to the wind, and he spoke to the sea. "Peace," he said, "be still." And the wind ceased. Not slowly, not gradually settling the way a storm will sometimes exhaust itself over an hour. It ceased. The surface of the lake, which had been broken and dangerous and alive with force just a moment before, went flat. Not ordinary flat, the kind of flat that follows a command, completely, immediately, without argument. A great calm, the text says. And that phrase holds something that ordinary words have trouble containing. It wasn't just that the storm had stopped. It was that the silence which followed was of a different quality than silence usually is. It pressed in around them. It lay on the water like something placed there deliberately. He looked at them. "Why are you so afraid?" he said. "Have you still no faith?" They didn't answer. What would they've said? They were still looking at the water, at the place where the waves had been, at the surface of the lake that now held the reflections of the stars as clearly as a mirror. And they said to one another, quietly, not quite to him, the question that the night had made unavoidable: "Who then is this, that even the wind and the sea obey him?" They crossed the rest of the way in silence, the lake completely still around them, the stars reflected in the dark water, and no one spoke about what had happened. Not yet, because there were no words that seemed equal to it. When Jesus had crossed back to the other shore, the crowd was already waiting for him, and a man named Jairus, who was a ruler of the synagogue, came and fell at his feet and begged him repeatedly to come to his house because his little daughter, his only daughter, 12 years old, was dying. There's something particular about seeing a man like Jairus on the ground. He was a ruler of the synagogue, which meant he was a man of standing, a man whose word in that community carried weight, a man accustomed to a certain kind of order and dignity. And here he was, in the dirt, at the feet of a traveling teacher, begging, not asking politely, begging, the way a father begs when there's nothing left but begging. The crowd watched. Jesus listened. Then he went with him. This is what the crowd didn't always see clearly, that he could be moved. That urgency reached him, that a father's grief wasn't something he stood back from and assessed from a careful distance, but something he turned toward and walked into. The crowd pressed around them both as they moved, people pushing close on every side, the way crowds do when something is happening and no one wants to miss it. And it was in that press of bodies, in that slow, difficult movement through too many people in too small a space, that something happened that had nothing to do with Jairus or his daughter. There was a woman in that crowd who had been ill for 12 years. 12 years is a long time to be unwell. She had gone to physicians, had spent everything she had trying to find someone who could help her, and had found instead that she was no better but in fact worse, the money gone and the condition unchanged. She had been living at the edges of ordinary life for all that time, the way illness keeps a person just slightly outside of things, just slightly removed from the full warmth of daily existence. She had heard about him. She had made her way into the crowd. She didn't call out to him or try to reach him directly. She simply thought, if she could only touch the fringe of his garment, the edge of it, the hem, nothing more, that would be enough. She pressed through the crowd toward him, and when she reached him, she reached out her hand and touched the border of his cloak, and immediately, in that same moment, she knew that something had changed. The bleeding stopped. She could feel it, the way you can feel the absence of a pain you had carried so long you'd stopped noticing it. She felt it gone. Jesus stopped walking. "Who touched me?" he said. The disciples were puzzled. "The crowd is pressing against you on every side," they said, "and you ask who touched you." The question seemed almost unreasonable given the circumstances. Dozens of people were pressing against him. But he looked around, slowly, not with impatience, not with irritation, but with the quiet attention of someone who had felt something specific and particular, not the jostling of a crowd, but the reaching of a single person, and the power that had gone out in response. The woman knew he was looking for her. She came forward trembling, and she knelt before him, and she told him everything, the 12 years, the physicians, the money, what she had thought and hoped when she pressed through the crowd toward him, and what had happened the moment she touched the hem of his garment. She told him all of it. He looked at her. "Daughter," he said. The word itself was a kind of gift. Not woman, not stranger, but daughter. The word a father uses, which is also the word that closes a distance. Your faith has made you well. Go in peace. She had come into that crowd carrying 12 years of suffering and isolation, and she walked back out of it healed, and with a word resting in her that she would carry for the rest of her life. Daughter, go in peace. But while he was still speaking, someone came from the house of Jairus. The message was quiet and final. Your daughter is dead, the man said. Don't trouble the teacher any further. Jairus heard it. Whatever that hearing felt like, the arrival of the word he had been dreading since the moment he left the house, the crowd heard it too, and a stillness moved through the people nearest to them. Jesus turned to Jairus before he could speak, before the grief had time to settle into certainty. Don't fear, Jesus said to him, only believe. And he kept walking through the crowd toward the house, and Jairus walked beside him, and the afternoon sun was warm on both their faces. When they came to the house of Jairus, there was already a great commotion. The mourners gathered and weeping loudly, and Jesus came to the door and asked why they were making such a noise, why they were weeping, for the child wasn't dead but sleeping. The people turned toward him when he said it. They had been weeping with the full weight of certainty, the way people weep when there's no longer any reason to hold anything back. And this quiet declaration stopped them. Not dead, but sleeping. They knew death. They had seen it before. They had seen it in that house, in that room, and they understood what it looked like, and so they laughed at him. It wasn't a cruel laughter exactly. Only the involuntary response of people who believed they understood something that he clearly didn't. They knew what had already passed in that house. Jesus didn't argue with them. He simply put them all outside. The mourners, the neighbors, the people who had gathered the way people gather when something final has occurred. All of them were led gently, but completely out of the courtyard, out through the gate, back into the street. The noise went with them, and what remained was quiet, the kind of quiet a house holds when the crowd has been cleared from it, and only a few people stand in the stillness together. He took only Peter and James and John, and the child's father and mother, and he went with them into the room where she lay. The room would have been small and dim, the way rooms in that part of the world tend to be. The light coming in low through a single opening, the mat on the floor, the child very still upon it. She was 12 years old. Her father had told him so. 12 years, which meant she had been born in the same year that the woman in the crowd had first begun her long illness, a detail the gospel carries quietly without making much of it. Jesus went to her and took her by the hand. The Aramaic words he spoke are the ones that were remembered and written down exactly as he said them, preserved in the language he used rather than translated away, because the people who witnessed it couldn't bring themselves to replace them with anything else. Talitha Kumi, little girl, I say to you, arise. She got up. She stood and began to walk. The text says she walked immediately, which is the detail that makes the moment feel utterly real. A child who stands and moves the way children move, without ceremony, without hesitation, simply present and alive in the room. Her parents were beside themselves with amazement. The word used suggests something close to ecstasy, the kind of astonishment that is nowhere to put itself, that spills past the edges of the body. They had come to the end of everything they had and found that it wasn't the end. He told them to tell no one what had happened. This instruction appears throughout his ministry, and there's something characteristic about it, the way he consistently moves away from the accumulation of spectacle, away from the gathering noise that follows remarkable things. What had happened in that room belonged, for now, to those 5 people, and to the child herself, and then the instruction that carries within it something almost unbearably tender, not a proclamation, not a charge about faith or witness, only the simplest recognition of what a living child needs after she has been asleep. Then he told them quietly to give her something to eat, and her mother went to find food. And the child sat up in the bed looking around at the room with the clear eyes of someone who has just woken from a deep and dreamless sleep. The crowds wouldn't leave him. So it was that when he and the disciples crossed to a quiet stretch of shoreline to rest, the people who had seen where the boat was heading had simply walked around the northern end of the lake and were already there waiting when the boat came in. There had been much in the preceding days. The house of Jairus, the girl rising from her bed, the woman who had reached through the crowd and been healed in a single moment of trembling faith. The disciples had seen all of it, had been inside those rooms, had watched from close enough to feel the weight of what was happening. What they needed now, what Jesus himself seemed to be leading them toward, was a quiet place, a stretch of open ground away from the press of the towns. Some hours without urgency, but urgency had followed them across the water. When he stepped off the boat and saw them, the great crowd already gathered on the shore, already waiting with their sick and their questions and their need, he didn't turn away from them. The Gospels say he had compassion on them, because they were like sheep without a shepherd. That phrase carries something true in it. The image of people who aren't lost exactly, but uncertain, directionless, needing something they can't name or find on their own. He saw that in them and it moved him. So instead of the rest they had come for, he began again. He welcomed them. He taught them. He healed the ones who were ill. The day moved on around them the way days do when no one is watching the time. The sun was getting lower when the disciples came to him. They had been watching the crowd and doing their own quiet calculation. What they had calculated was a problem. This was a remote place. The hour was late. These people had nothing with them, or nothing enough, and the nearest villages were some distance away. The practical thing, the reasonable thing, was to send them now while there was still enough light to travel. Send them to the surrounding farms and villages. Let them buy themselves something to eat. Let this long day finally end. He said, you give them something to eat. They heard that and looked at one another. 5 loaves of bread, 2 fish. That was what one of them had found. A boy in the crowd who had come with a small bundle of food. The kind of provisions a child carries on a day's journey without thinking much about it. Philip said that even if they had 200 denarii to spend on bread, it wouldn't be enough for each person to have even a little. The numbers were simply impossible. 5,000 men, and beyond them the women and children who hadn't been counted. All of them sitting in the grass on the hillside above the lake, and 5 small loaves and 2 fish between them. He told the disciples to have everyone sit down in groups on the green grass. So they went through the crowd and organized them, groups of hundreds and groups of 50s, settling them down across the hillside in the evening light. And when they were seated, he took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, and he looked up toward heaven, and he gave thanks over them and broke the bread. He kept giving the broken pieces to the disciples. The disciples kept distributing them to the people, and the distribution didn't run out. This is the part that resists explanation and was never meant not to. What happened on that hillside wasn't a story about logistics or natural causes or hidden baskets. It was simply this. He gave thanks for what was almost nothing. What was almost nothing became enough, then became more than enough by whatever measure you care to use. Everyone there ate, not a few bites, not a careful rationing. They all ate and were satisfied, which is a word that means full, content, finished, wanting nothing more. When it was over, the disciples moved through the grass collecting what remained. 12 baskets full of broken pieces from 5 loaves of bread, and still the fish as well. The arithmetic runs in a direction that numbers aren't meant to go, and that's precisely the point. The disciples gathered 12 baskets full of broken pieces left over. The hillside slowly emptied as the people made their way home in the last light of the evening. The sound of so many people faded. The hill was quiet, and the grass was bent where all those thousands had been sitting. He made the disciples get into the boat and go ahead of him to the other side while he dismissed the crowds, and when the last of them had gone, he went up onto the mountain by himself to pray. And when evening came, he was there alone. The hillside had been so full just hours before. Thousands of people sitting in the grass, passing bread and fish from hand to hand, the quiet astonishment of it still warm in the air. Now the grass was empty, and the lake below was going dark, and the last thin light of the day was fading from the western sky. He stayed. The disciples were already out on the water, pulling toward the far shore, their figures disappearing into the dusk. He stayed a little longer. The mountain above Capernaum was still, and the air had cooled, and there was nothing between him and the open sky, and he prayed. What a man prays for when he's alone on a hillside in the dark isn't something the Gospels record in full. That silence is itself a kind of tenderness. He was there, and the night deepened around him, and the lake far below reflected whatever light the stars gave off, a long faint gleaming in the darkness. The water was moving. From this height you could see that, the surface roughening, the white caps beginning to form where the wind was pushing down from the northeast. The boat was out there somewhere. He couldn't be seen from the boat, and the boat could barely be seen from the shore. The disciples had been rowing for hours. The wind had come up against them after dark, and it wasn't letting up. They were somewhere in the middle of the lake, which in daylight feels manageable, but in the deep of the night feels very wide and very dark and very far from any shore. They had been straining at the oars since the first watch, and now it was somewhere in the 4th watch, which is the watch that runs through the last and darkest hours before dawn. The time of night when the body is most exhausted, when the hands ache and the shoulders burn, and the shore you're trying to reach seems no closer than it was an hour ago. The waves were breaking against the hull. The wind was loud. It's the kind of night on the water that stays with a person. And then something was moving toward them on the water. They saw it from the boat, and there's no way to describe what they felt in that moment, except to say that it wasn't calm. It was moving across the surface of the lake in the darkness, and it was moving toward them, and the wind was still howling, and they cried out. The word the Gospels use for what they felt is the Greek word for terror, not surprise, not confusion, terror. They thought it was a ghost, a phantom, something that had no place being on the water in the dark, and they called out in fear, and their voices were swallowed by the wind. Take heart, it's I. Don't be afraid. 3 things spoken across the dark water. The voice was his. They knew the voice. It cut through the wind the way a voice cuts through when you recognize it, when it's the voice of someone who has never spoken to you carelessly, and something in them began to slow from terror towards something quieter. Peter said, "Lord, if it's you, command me to come to you on the water." "Come," he said, and Peter climbed over the side of the boat. That detail is worth sitting with for a moment. The lake was rough. It was the middle of the night. He had been rowing for hours, and his arms were tired, and the waves were real, and the dark was complete except for whatever faint light the stars gave off. And he climbed over the side. He walked on the water. The Gospels record this plainly, without elaboration, the way you record something that happened. He walked on the water toward the figure coming toward him. But the wind was still blowing. He felt it. He looked at the waves around him, and the fear came back into his chest, and he began to sink, and he cried out the shortest prayer recorded in any gospel, "Lord, save me." And immediately the hand reached down and caught him. "Why did you doubt?" he said. "You have little faith." It isn't a rebuke exactly. Or if it's the gentlest kind. The kind spoken by someone who caught you before you went under and is now pulling you back into the boat. They climbed in together. The wind ceased. It didn't slow gradually. It stopped. The lake, which had been tossing the boat for hours, went still, and the disciples in the boat went quiet, and then they worshipped him. The Gospels say simply that. They worshipped him and said, "Truly you're the Son of God." The rest of the crossing was different from the hours before. The oars still moved. The boat still needed to be guided to shore, but the water was calm and the sky was beginning to show the very first suggestion of gray in the east, that change in the darkness before any color comes, when the stars start to seem slightly further away than they did an hour ago. They came to shore as the first gray of morning was beginning to show in the east over the hills, and the water around the hull was completely still, and they pulled the boat up and stood for a moment on the wet sand, not speaking, the night's darkness lifting very slowly from the lake. When the crowd found him again on the other side of the lake, they wanted to know how he had gotten there, and he answered them, not by explaining the night crossing, but by pointing to what they were really hungry for, which wasn't bread. He told them plainly. He said they had come looking for him not because they had seen the deeper meaning in what happened on the hillside the evening before, but because they had eaten their fill and wanted more of the same. "Don't work," he said, "for food that perishes. Work instead for food that endures to eternal life, the kind that the Son of Man gives, the kind that God the Father has authorized him to give." The crowd asked what they needed to do. What work does God require? And he told them that the work of God was this, to believe in the one God had sent. This wasn't the kind of answer they were expecting. They had come with practical questions, and he kept returning them to something deeper, something that couldn't be measured or counted or stored against future hunger. They pressed him further. Moses had given their ancestors bread from heaven in the wilderness, manna for 40 years, bread that appeared on the ground each morning like dew. Was he willing to do something like that? Something that would prove, once and for all, who he was. And he corrected them gently but precisely. It wasn't Moses who gave that bread, he said. It was the Father. And the true bread from heaven is the one who comes down and gives life, not just to Israel, but to the whole world. They said, Lord, give us this bread always. Give us this bread and never let's be hungry again. They wanted the thing he was describing. He said, I'm the bread of life. He said that whoever came to him would never go hungry, and whoever believed in him would never be thirsty again. He said the Father who sent him would draw people to him, and everyone the Father gave him he would receive. He wouldn't turn any of them away. He hadn't come down from heaven to do his own will, but the will of the one who sent him. And the will of the one who sent him was that he should lose none of those given to him, but raise them up at the last day. Eternal life wasn't something that had to wait for another age to begin. It was available now, offered now, in him, to anyone who would receive it. The crowd had been listening carefully, but now there was a murmur moving through it. He was saying he had come down from heaven, but they knew him. They knew his family, or thought they did. They knew where he was from. How could he say such a thing? Jesus heard the murmuring and didn't soften what he had said. He told them not to murmur among themselves. He said that no one could come to him unless the Father who sent him drew that person, and he would raise them up on the last day. He quoted the prophets, "They'll all be taught by God. Everyone who has heard and learned from the Father comes to him. Not that anyone has seen the Father," he said, "except the one who's from God. He has seen the Father. Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes has eternal life. I'm the bread of life. The manna your ancestors ate in the wilderness. They ate it, and still they died. But the bread that comes down from heaven is such that whoever eats of it won't die." This was difficult. The crowd felt it. Something had shifted in the teaching, and not everyone could follow where it was going. Some who had been with him since the hillside meal began to step back. His words were hard. Who could listen to such things? And gradually, over the course of that afternoon, some of those who had been following him turned and walked away. They didn't return. Jesus didn't call after them. He looked at the 12 and asked them quietly whether they also wished to go. Simon Peter answered, "Lord," he said, "to whom would we go? You've the words of eternal life. We've believed, and we've come to know that you're the Holy One of God." But they had been with him long enough that going was simply not something they could do. The disciples sat with him near the water as the evening came on, the light going from the lake slowly, the hills on the far shore darkening first, and the water between going from silver to gray, and they were quiet, and the day was over, and they rested. That evening by the water settled into them slowly, the way rest does when a body has been carrying something heavy for a long time. And in the days that followed, Jesus took them north, away from the lake and the crowds that had gathered there, up toward the region of Caesarea Philippi, where the hills were older, and the air carried a different quality, quieter, more open. He asked it on the road, not in a synagogue, not at a formal gathering. On the road, walking, the way the most important questions often arrive. He asked who people said he was. What were they saying out in the villages, in the market squares, among the crowds who had seen the signs and heard the teaching? The disciples answered. Some said John the Baptist, some said Elijah, others said one of the prophets risen again. These weren't dismissive answers. They were high answers. To say a man was Elijah was to say something extraordinary about him. And yet, And yet these answers all had one thing in common. They placed him within a category they already understood. A prophet, a forerunner, a figure from the pattern of the past. The world had a way of taking what it couldn't yet comprehend and pressing it into shapes it already recognized. Then he turned the question. He didn't move on. He stopped. Who do you say that I'm? Not what do the crowds say, not what's the prevailing opinion. You, the ones who have been with me, the ones who were there on the hillside and at the water. Who do you say that I'm? There was a moment, the road, the hills around them. Peter spoke. You're the Christ, the Son of the living God. Something about this detail demands attention. Matthew records it this way specifically. The Son of the living God. Not simply a title, a declaration about nature, about origin, about something that the crowds who had been following him hadn't arrived at. And Jesus blessed him for it. He said this wasn't something flesh and blood had revealed to Peter. It had come from the Father. There's something profound here. Peter didn't reason his way to this. He received it. Jesus spoke about a rock, about building something that the gates of hell wouldn't overcome, about keys, about binding and loosing. These were weighty words. The disciples would spend years understanding what they contained. And then, immediately, something shifted. He began to tell them what must happen. The Son of Man must suffer many things. He would be rejected by the elders and the chief priests and the scribes. He would be killed, and on the third day he would rise. Peter, who had just declared him the Christ, who had just been blessed for the clarity of his confession, took him aside and rebuked him. This shall never happen to you. Lord, spare yourself. The Greek carries urgency. It carries the force of someone who has decided they won't allow a thing. Jesus turned. He looked at Peter and he said, "Get behind me, Satan." The hardest words Peter had ever heard from him. Not a gentle correction, not a patient explanation. The harshest rebuke in the record of their time together. You aren't setting your mind on the things of God, but on the things of man. Think about what that meant. Peter had just been told he was a rock, and within the space of minutes he was being told his instincts were aligned with the adversary. Not because he was wicked, because he was human, because the way of the cross looked, to human eyes, like defeat, and he couldn't yet see it any other way. 6 days passed, and then Jesus took only the 3 with him, Peter, James, and John, and led them up a high mountain, leaving the others in the valley below. 6 days. Think about what that interval means. Peter had just spoken the confession that changed everything. You're the Christ, the Son of the living God. And then, in almost the same breath, Jesus had told them what was coming: suffering, rejection, death. Peter had pushed back and been rebuked in terms that still must have been ringing in his ears. 6 days of walking with that. 6 days of carrying what he had heard and not yet understanding it. And then Jesus takes him up a mountain. The climb itself matters. Mountains in the ancient world weren't recreational. They were hard-going, steep terrain, loose stone, the kind of ascent that empties a man of everything except the effort of the next step. We don't know exactly which mountain this was. Tradition has suggested Tabor in Galilee, though some scholars point to Hermon, which stood closer to Caesarea Philippi where they had been. What we know is that it was high enough that the others were left behind, high enough that the 3 who went with him felt the separateness of the place, the way the world below becomes distant and small when you climb far enough above it. They were tired when they arrived. Luke records this directly. The disciples were heavy with sleep, not the sleep of the unconcerned, but the deep physical exhaustion that comes after a long climb with your body working past what it wants to do. They had gone up because he led them. They didn't know why. He hadn't explained. And so they climbed and arrived and were tired, and then something happened that no amount of preparation could have prepared them for. His appearance changed. The word the gospel writers reach for is transfigured, metamorphosed, altered at some level deeper than surface. His face shone like the sun. His garments became white, dazzling white, the kind of white that doesn't exist in the natural world. White beyond what any bleaching process could produce. Matthew says this. Mark says this. Luke says his face was altered and his clothing became blazing white. This wasn't a trick of light on the mountain. This was something coming through him, something he had been carrying beneath the ordinary appearance of a man from Galilee, something older than the roads they had walked together. The disciples were seeing what had always been there. And then two figures appeared with him, Moses and Elijah, the law and the prophets, standing in conversation with the one to whom both had always pointed. Peter knew who they were. How he knew, we aren't told, but he knew, and the knowing must have been its own kind of overwhelming. These weren't men who had recently died. Moses had been dead for more than 1,000 years. Elijah had been taken up in a chariot of fire long before either of them was born. And here they were, on this mountain, speaking with Jesus. Luke alone tells us what they were speaking about. They spoke of his departure. The Greek word is exodus. His exodus, which he was about to accomplish at Jerusalem. Exodus, the foundational event of everything Israel believed about itself. The liberation from bondage, the passage through the water, the journey toward the promised land. The word for that event was now being used to describe what was coming for him. They weren't speaking about a tragedy. They were speaking about an accomplishment, something he was about to fulfill. Peter, barely awake, spoke anyway. This is entirely Peter. He couldn't hold the moment in silence. "Lord," he said, "it's good for us to be here. Let's make 3 shelters. One for you, one for Moses, one for Elijah." He wanted to build something. He wanted to contain what he was seeing, to give it a structure, to make it stay. Luke adds a detail that's almost tender in its honesty. He didn't know what he was saying. While he was still speaking, the cloud came, a bright cloud, overshadowing them, and they entered it. And when they entered it, they were afraid. This is the same kind of cloud that had rested on the tabernacle, the same presence that had filled Solomon's temple until the priests couldn't stand to minister. And out of the cloud, a voice. "This is my son, my beloved, my chosen one. Listen to him." And then it was over, suddenly. Only Jesus, Moses and Elijah were gone. The cloud was gone. The light had receded back into the ordinary appearance of the man they knew. He was simply standing there with them on the mountain in the early dark. They came down from the mountain, and he instructed them to tell no one what they had seen, not until the Son of Man had risen from the dead, and they kept it to themselves, though they questioned among themselves what rising from the dead could mean. When they came back to Capernaum and were inside the house, he asked them what they had been arguing about on the road, and they said nothing, because on the road they had argued about who among them was the greatest. Think about what that silence means. These are men who had just come down from a mountain where they had seen Moses and Elijah standing with him in light that had no earthly source. They had heard a voice speak from a cloud. They had pressed their faces to the ground. And somewhere between that mountain and this house, the conversation had turned to rank. Who was first among them? Who mattered most? The silence in the room was the silence of men who knew, even as they refused to say it, that the question itself was wrong. He sat down. That detail is worth holding. He sat down, which in that world was the posture of a teacher preparing to say something that required attention. He called a child over and placed the child in the middle of them, in the center of that circle of grown men, in the exact space where the argument had been. "Whoever receives a child like this in my name," he said, "receives me, and whoever receives me receives not me, but the one who sent me." The child wasn't a symbol to be explained quickly and moved past. The child was standing there. The disciples were looking at the child. The child was looking back at them. There's something in this image that doesn't resolve cleanly into abstraction. A child has no rank to defend. A child doesn't calculate who in the room is most important before deciding whether to speak. A child receives and gives without the machinery of status running beneath every interaction. "Whoever becomes like this," he was saying, "is greatest in the kingdom." That's a difficult thing to hear when you've just been arguing about greatness. It doesn't merely correct the question. It dismantles the framework in which the question made sense. And then he said something harder. "Whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for that person to have a great millstone hung around their neck and to be cast into the sea." Mark records this language with a plainness that doesn't soften it. The word he used for stumble carries the weight of destruction, of a faith broken before it has had time to grow. He isn't speaking about inconvenience. He's speaking about the gravity of what it means to harm someone in the earliest, most unguarded stage of trust. The severity of the image is deliberate. A millstone wasn't a small object. It was the large upper stone of a grinding mill, the kind that required a donkey to turn it. To be thrown into the sea with something like that around your neck isn't a figure of speech about minor embarrassment. He was making clear that the damage done to a small one, a vulnerable one, a child in faith or in age, carries a weight of consequence that the disciples had perhaps not been treating seriously enough. They had been arguing about greatness. He had placed a child in the middle of them and told them that to receive this child was to receive God. And then he had told them what awaited anyone who harmed such a one instead of receiving them. The room was quiet. The house in Capernaum, which had been the site of other teachings, other moments of correction, held this one too. Outside, the lake would have been going about its ordinary business. Inside, these men were sitting with words that cut across the entire orientation of the argument they had been carrying since the road. The child stood in the middle of them for a moment longer, looking from face to face with the uncomplicated curiosity of someone who didn't understand what the argument had been about, and then slipped away, and the disciples were left with the words. A lawyer stood up to put him to the test and asked what he must do to inherit eternal life. And Jesus, as he often did with such questions, asked one back, "What's written in the law? How do you read it?" The lawyer knew the law. That wasn't the issue. He was trained in it, had spent years inside it, could recite it forward and backward, could argue its applications across every edge case and disputed boundary. And so he answered well. "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself." Jesus told him he had answered correctly. Do this and you'll live. The exchange could have ended there. A clean question, a clean answer. But the lawyer wasn't finished. Luke records something precise about what happened next. He wanted to justify himself. And so he pressed further. And who's my neighbor? Think about what's hidden in that question. It sounds like a request for clarification, a reasonable follow-up from a man who wants to be thorough. But there's something else underneath it, the desire to draw a boundary, to locate the edge of the obligation. If a neighbor can be defined, then the definition also produces its opposite, the one who falls outside it, the one toward whom no duty is owed. The lawyer wasn't asking out of confusion. He was asking because he wanted permission to stop somewhere. And Jesus answered him with a story. A man was going down from Jerusalem to Jericho. This was a real road. Everyone who heard the story would have known it. The descent from Jerusalem was steep, the terrain rocky and exposed, the route passing through isolated stretches where travelers had little protection. Robbers found it useful. The man in the story was set upon, stripped of everything he carried, beaten severely, and left on the road in a condition Luke describes with quiet force, half dead. He wasn't simply hurt. He was suspended between living and dying, unable to move, unable to call out with any real strength. He was entirely dependent on whoever happened to pass that way. And someone did. A priest came down the road. He saw the man, and he passed on the other side. No reason is given. None is needed. The image is enough. A man who had spent his life inside the structures of religious obligation, who knew better than most what the law required of a person, looked at a beaten and possibly dying stranger, and chose the other side of the road. Then a Levite, also a man of religious function, also someone operating within a system built around covenant faithfulness and communal care. He came to the place. He saw the man. He too passed on the other side. What both of them saw, we don't know with certainty. We only know what they did with what they saw. Then a Samaritan. And here Jesus makes a choice that the lawyer would have felt immediately. A Samaritan wasn't someone the lawyer would have cast as the hero of any story. The history between Jews and Samaritans was long and bitter, built from religious division, racial suspicion, and centuries of accumulated contempt that moved in both directions. A Samaritan in this story wasn't a neutral figure. He was a provocation. He came to where the man was. He saw him. And he had compassion. Something moved inside him at the sight. He didn't cross to the other side. He went to the man, bound his wounds, poured oil and wine over them, the remedies available to him, lifted him onto his own animal, and brought him to an inn. He stayed through the night and cared for him. In the morning he paid the innkeeper and left instructions. "Look after him," he said, "and whatever more you spend, I'll repay you when I come back." The Samaritan promised to return. He made a financial commitment to a stranger's recovery. He spent his own resources, his own time, his own animal, his own coins on a man who had no claim on him by any standard of obligation the lawyer would have recognized. Jesus turned to the lawyer. "Which of these three," he asked, "do you think was a neighbor to the man who fell among the robbers?" And the lawyer answered. He couldn't quite say the word Samaritan. "The one who showed him mercy," he said. "Yes," Jesus told him. "Go," Jesus told him, "and do likewise." And the simplicity of the instruction was such that there was nothing left to debate, which was perhaps exactly the point. As they went on their way, Jesus entered a village where a woman named Martha received him into her house. And she had a sister called Mary who sat at his feet and listened to his teaching. Luke doesn't name the village here. That detail comes from John, who places this family in Bethany, a small settlement on the eastern slope of the Mount of Olives, less than 2 miles from Jerusalem. But in this telling, the village is simply a village, and what matters is what happens inside the house. Martha receives him. That word, receives, carries weight. It's the language of hospitality, of opening a door, of making room. Martha was doing something significant. She wasn't passive. She wasn't indifferent. She opened her home to a teacher who was traveling with a company of disciples, and that meant food and space and oil for lamps and water for washing, and the 100 small preparations that made a house ready for guests. Think about what that kind of work required. There was no kitchen staff. There was no preparation done the evening before. The meal had to be assembled from whatever the house contained. Martha's work wasn't small. It wasn't something to be dismissed. It was the very thing that made the gathering possible. But Mary wasn't in the kitchen. Mary was sitting at his feet. This wasn't a trivial detail. In the ancient world, a woman sitting at the feet of a teacher was occupying the posture of a student, not a guest. Disciples sat at their rabbi's feet. It was a position of learning, of formal attention, of belonging to the circle of those who received instruction. And Mary had simply placed herself there, as though it were obvious, as though there were no question about whether this was appropriate for a woman in that time and that setting. Martha noticed. Of course she noticed. She was moving through the work that needed to be done, and every time she passed the doorway she could see her sister sitting still while the work accumulated. There's something deeply human in this. The resentment that builds not from a single moment but from the accumulation of moments, from passing that doorway again and again, and eventually the resentment found words. Lord, do you not care that my sister has left me to serve alone? Tell her to help me. There's boldness in this. Martha wasn't murmuring to herself in the kitchen. She walked into the room and said it aloud, directly, in front of everyone. She was asking Jesus to intervene. She was asking him to look at what was happening and agree that it wasn't right. His answer was gentle. It wasn't harsh with her, but it was clear. Martha, Martha, you're anxious and troubled about many things. One thing is necessary. Mary has chosen the good portion, and it won't be taken from her. He didn't say her work was worthless. He said she was anxious, troubled. He named what was happening beneath the labor, not dedication but distraction. Not service, but a kind of inner turbulence that had begun to pull her away from the very presence she had worked so hard to welcome into her home. She had brought him inside and then moved away from him. Mary had simply stayed. There's something profound in this scene being placed immediately after the parable of the Samaritan. The lawyer was told to go and do. Martha is told, in effect, to stop and receive. Both are necessary. Both are the answer to different questions. But in this house, in this moment, one thing was necessary, and it wasn't the bread. Martha stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the room where they sat, and for a moment she didn't move, and the house was very quiet. He was praying in a certain place, and when he finished, one of the disciples said to him, Lord, teach us to pray, as John taught his disciples. John had given his disciples a form, a rhythm for approaching God, and these men wanted the same thing from Jesus. They had watched him pray. They had seen him go off before dawn and return hours later, and whatever happened in those hours was visible in the way he came back. They wanted to know how to do what he did, and so he taught them. When you pray, say, Father, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come. Give us each day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we ourselves forgive everyone who's indebted to us. And lead us not into temptation. The words are spare. There's nothing ornate about them. No long approach, no elaborate preamble. Just address, request, acknowledgement of dependence. The man who had spoken and stilled a storm, who had fed thousands from almost nothing, gives his disciples a prayer that asks for daily bread, not abundance, not security stored up against the future, bread for today. And then he continued with a story. He told them about a man who had a friend, and at midnight that man went to his friend's house and knocked. Friend, he said, lend me 3 loaves. A traveler has come to me and I've nothing to set before him. The request is urgent. He needed bread now, in the dark, and there was only one place to get it. But the friend inside wouldn't come. The door is already shut, he says. My children are in bed with me. I can't get up. The household has settled. The night is quiet. Getting up means noise, means waking the children, means disrupting the rest the whole family has finally reached. It's genuinely inconvenient. The refusal is understandable. Come back in the morning. But the man outside doesn't come back in the morning. He stays. He keeps knocking. He won't be put off. And because of his persistence, his shamelessness, his refusal to simply accept the no and walk away, the friend inside gets up. He gives him what he needs, not because he wanted to, not because he was glad to be asked, but because the asking didn't stop. Ask, Jesus said. Seek. Knock. And he wasn't making a modest suggestion. He was describing a posture, a persistence that doesn't calculate whether the request is convenient, that doesn't decide in advance that the door is closed and turn away. The Father gives to those who ask, not reluctantly, not like a man roused from sleep by an inconvenient neighbor, but willingly. How much more will he give good things to those who ask him? The contrast is the point. If even an irritated, sleeping friend will eventually give what's needed, then the one who loves you and sees you and is never asleep won't turn away. There's something worth sitting with in this. The disciples had just been taught to pray for daily bread, and now they were being told that the asking itself matters. Not a single, polite request offered once and then abandoned, but a returning, a coming back, a staying at the door. Then later, further along the road, someone in the crowd called out, "Teacher, tell my brother to divide the inheritance with me." Jesus turned the question aside. He wasn't there to settle estates, but he used it. He spoke about a man whose fields had produced a harvest so large he had nowhere to put it. A good problem, most would say. The man sat with himself and reasoned it through. I'll tear down my barns. I'll build larger ones. I'll store everything there, all my grain, all my goods. And then I'll say to myself, you've enough stored for many years. Rest, eat, drink, be merry. The plan is sensible, careful. He has simply prepared for the future that seems to be coming. But God said to him that night, "Fool, tonight your soul is required of you, and the things you've prepared, whose will they be? So is the one," he said, "who lays up treasure for himself and isn't rich toward God." And he left the image there, the empty man, the full barns, the night that was already beginning. He said, "What's the kingdom of God like, and to what shall I compare it? It's like a grain of mustard seed that a man took and sowed in his garden, and it grew and became a tree, and the birds of the air made nests in its branches." Then he spoke of something lost. "Suppose one of you has 100 sheep," he said, "and one of them wanders away. The number matters. 100 is a whole flock, enough that a person counting in the evening might be tempted to call 99 close enough. But a shepherd doesn't count in percentages. A shepherd knows the flock as living creatures, one by one, with their different markings and habits. The one that always stays near the front, the one that startles at shadows, the one that drifts toward whatever patch of grass lies just beyond the others. When the count stops at 99, the absence has a shape. The missing one has a name. The shepherd leaves the 99 together in the open country and goes after the one that's lost. He walks back over the ground the flock crossed that day. He studies the pale dust for the small divided print of a hoof. He listens at the edges of gullies and behind the low stone folds where sound can disappear. Evening settles while he searches. The hills grow cool, and the long shadows meet one another across the path. And still he keeps going because the darkness doesn't make the missing sheep less his. At last he hears it, a small uncertain sound from a place below the path. He climbs down. He finds the sheep caught where it can't find its own way back, tired from struggling and quiet now. The shepherd doesn't drive it ahead of him or punish it for wandering. He lifts it. He settles its weight across his shoulders, gathers its legs in his hands, and begins the walk home carrying what couldn't return by itself. When he reaches the others, he calls his friends and neighbors. "Rejoice with me," he says. "I've found my sheep that was lost." The joy isn't restrained by the fact that 99 were never missing. The one has returned, and that's reason enough for the house to wake and the lamps to be lit. Then Jesus told them of a woman with 10 silver coins. 10 coins wasn't a fortune, but it could be the kind of small gathered treasure that represented years, family, memory, and security all at once. When she counted them and found only 9, she didn't shrug at the difference. She knew what belonged in her keeping, and she knew that one piece was gone. The houses in those villages were dim even in daylight, with small windows and floors of beaten earth where a coin could settle into dust and become nearly invisible. The woman lit a lamp. She moved it slowly along the floor, watching for the faintest answer of silver in the warm light. She swept the whole house, not only the open center where finding would be easy, but beneath the low furniture, along the walls, into every corner where something small might have rolled and waited. The broom moved through the dust. The lamp flame shifted as she bent near the ground, and then there it was, one brief glint where there had been only shadow. She picked it up and held it in her palm, and the house that had felt incomplete a moment before was whole again. She called her friends and neighbors just as the shepherd had called his. "Rejoice with me. I've found the coin I lost." "Just so," he said. "There's joy before the angels of God over one sinner who repents." And the sound of the celebrating, in the story at least, was quite loud. There was a man, he said, who had 2 sons, and the younger of them said to his father, "Father, give me the share of the property that's coming to me." In the ancient world, you didn't ask for your inheritance while your father was still living. To ask for it now was to say, in effect, "I wish you were already gone." The father in the story doesn't argue. He divides his property between them and gives the younger son what he asked for. He opens his hand. The younger son gathers everything and leaves. He goes to a far country, far enough that no one there knows his name or his father's name or what kind of man he was when he lived at home. He spends. He wastes. Not careful spending, not foolish investment, but reckless living. And then a severe famine hits that country. He lacked. He was without. He attaches himself to a citizen of that far country who sends him into the fields to feed pigs, and he would have been glad to fill his stomach with the pods the pigs were eating. No one gave him anything. A Jewish young man, in a far country, among the pigs, hungry enough to want what the pigs have. And it's exactly here, at the bottom of everything, that the text says something remarkable. It says he came to himself. He came to himself, as if hunger and humiliation had finally opened a door back to him. He remembered, "How many of my father's hired servants have bread enough to spare, and I'm perishing here with hunger?" He remembered the house. He remembered what ordinary life looked like in a place where even the servants were fed. He rehearses what he will say. He sits in the field with the pigs and says the words out loud, or at least says them to himself. "I'll arise and go to my father. I'll say to him, 'Father, I've sinned against heaven and before you. I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. Treat me as one of your hired servants.'" He knows he has forfeited the right to be a son. He's hoping to trade sonship for servanthood because servanthood, in his father's house, is better than where he's now. And he arose and came to his father. That sentence contains an entire journey. The road from that far country wasn't short. He walked it with the speech still in his head, probably going over it again and again, probably wondering if his father would even let him finish it, probably expecting the door to be closed. But while he was still a great way off, his father saw him. Consider this detail carefully. The Father saw him while he was still a great way off. The Father was looking. The Father was waiting. He runs. A man of that age and standing in the ancient world didn't run. He ran anyway. He fell on his neck and kissed him. The Father is already calling to the servants, "Bring the best robe, put a ring on his hand, sandals on his feet, kill the fattened calf. Let's eat and celebrate. For this my son was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found." The feast begins. The older son is still in the field when it starts. He comes in from the work and hears the music and the dancing, and he doesn't know yet what it means. He calls one of the servants over and asks, "Your brother has come, and your father has killed the fattened calf because he has received him back safe and sound." And the older son is angry. He refuses to go in. His father comes out to him. The father goes out to this son too. He doesn't wait inside with the guests. He leaves the celebration and goes out to where the older son is standing in the dark, and he entreats him. The older son speaks. All these years I've served you. I never disobeyed a single command, and you never gave me even a young goat so that I could celebrate with my friends. But when this son of yours, not my brother, but this son of yours, comes back after devouring your property with prostitutes, you kill the fattened calf for him." There's real grief in that speech, real weariness. The older son has been faithful and present and obedient, and faithfulness is its own kind of invisible weight when it goes unacknowledged. He isn't wrong that he has served. He isn't wrong that he has been steady. He's wrong about one thing, and his father tells him gently, "Son, you're always with me, and all that I've is yours. Everything. Not some of it. All of it." He hadn't been cut out or overlooked or forgotten. He had simply not seen what he already had, because he had been watching his brother's absence instead of his own inheritance. And your brother, the father says, your brother, not this son of mine, your brother. He was dead and is alive. He was lost and is found. The father had gone out to the older son and was still standing with him in the field. And the lights from the house were warm against the evening, and the music inside hadn't stopped. He also told this parable to some who trusted in themselves that they were righteous and looked down on everyone else. 2 men went up to the temple to pray, one a Pharisee and one a tax collector. Think about who's listening. These are people who have heard the story of the prodigal son, who have just sat with the image of a father running toward a child who wasted everything. And now he turns and looks at the ones in the crowd who weren't moved by that image, the ones who would have stood in the field with the older brother, the ones who kept careful accounts of their own righteousness and felt, privately, that the accounting was favorable. He told this parable to them specifically. Luke records it that way, not to the tax collectors, not to the sinners, to the ones who were certain they had already gotten it right. The Pharisee stands. His posture says everything. He's composed, unhurried, at ease in the temple. This is his territory. He has been here many times. He knows how to pray, and his prayer begins with gratitude, which sounds correct, which sounds even admirable, until you hear what he's grateful for. God, I thank you that I'm not like other men, extortioners, the unjust, adulterers. He names the categories carefully. He's building a case, and then he adds, as if the observation is simply factual, or even like this tax collector, the man standing 50 feet away, not looking up. The Pharisee has located him and included him in the inventory of what he isn't. He fasts twice a week. He tithes everything he receives. He has done the work. He has kept the discipline. There's something almost sad in how complete the list is. The tax collector stands far off. That detail matters. Far off. He has made a judgment about his own distance from where God is, and he has positioned himself accordingly. He won't lift his eyes. The gesture alone contains more theology than the Pharisee's entire prayer. He beats his breast, which was a gesture of grief, of real interior distress, not performed for anyone watching. And what he says has no accounting in it at all, no inventory, no comparison. God, be merciful to me, a sinner. That's everything. That's the whole prayer. The entire weight of it rests on the word merciful, because mercy is what you ask for when you've nothing to offer in return. This is the contrast, not between a bad man and a good man. Both of them went to the temple. Both of them prayed. One of them went home justified. It wasn't the one with the longer list. The one who went home justified was the one who stood at a distance and knew exactly what he was without flinching from it, and brought that knowledge before God without dressing it up. There's something profound in the precision of this. The Pharisee's prayer contained the word I 5 times. The tax collector never used it once. He didn't say, I'm a sinner and I'm sorry and I've tried to do better. He said, be merciful to me, a sinner. The subject of the prayer was God's mercy, not his own condition. That's the difference. That's the whole thing. Everyone who exalts himself will be humbled, he said, and everyone who humbles himself will be exalted. And the simplicity of it was the kind that stays with a person long after they've stopped trying to argue with it. And he stopped them. Let the children come to me, he said. Don't stop them. And then the sentence that should have landed harder than it did on men who had just been arguing about greatness on the road from Caesarea Philippi. For to such belongs the kingdom of God. Whoever doesn't receive the kingdom of God like a child, he said, shall not enter it. The disciples had been managing proximity to him. Who got close, who waited, who mattered enough to occupy his time. And the answer he kept giving them, in parable, in gesture, in the child standing in the middle of their circle, was the same each time. They hadn't heard it yet, not fully. So here it was again, mothers holding infants out toward him, small children pressing forward, and his hands coming down to receive them, not reluctantly, not as a concession to the crowd, but as something that mattered entirely, as something that was, in fact, the point. He took them in his arms one by one and blessed them. And the people who had carried their children to him that day wouldn't forget the way he held them. The Jewish Feast of Tabernacles was near, and his brothers came to him and said, leave here and go to Judea, so that your disciples can see the works you're doing. He doesn't argue with them. He simply tells them that his time hasn't yet come, that their time is always ready, that the world doesn't hate them the way it hates him. He tells them to go up to the feast. He won't be going, not openly. And then, after they've gone, he goes. Not in a procession, not with announcement. He goes up quietly, in private, without the kind of entrance his brothers were suggesting. There's something significant in this detail. He isn't hiding. He won't be hidden for long, but he moves according to a timing that belongs to him alone, not to public pressure, not to his brother's skepticism, not to the crowd's expectation. The hand that guides his steps isn't moved by festivals or urgency or the logic of visibility. The Feast of Tabernacles was one of the great pilgrim festivals, when Jews from across the known world came to Jerusalem to remember the wilderness years, to dwell in temporary shelters, to give thanks for the harvest. The city would have been dense with people, tens of thousands pressing through the narrow streets, the sound of singing and prayer and commerce layered over each other, torches lit at night, the temple gleaming, the whole city alive with memory and worship and noise. The murmuring was everywhere, but it was quiet. He's a good man, some said. No, others said. He's leading the people astray. Was it a spontaneous tension that moved through the crowds, or something older, something that had been accumulating since Galilee? We don't know precisely, but we know no one was speaking openly because fear had settled over the conversations. The authorities were watching, and no one wanted to be on the wrong side of whatever was coming. Then he appears in the temple, in the middle of the feast, teaching. The astonishment is recorded simply, without embellishment, which is its own kind of weight. How has this man learned? They asked, having never studied. He hadn't trained under the recognized teachers. He had no institutional credential, and yet what came from him wasn't the fumbling of an untrained mind. It was authoritative. It was precise. His teaching, he told them, wasn't his own. It came from the one who sent him. And on the last day, the great day, the day that crowned the entire feast, when the priests would pour water from the pool of Siloam over the altar, and the people would fill the courts with the sound of praise, on that day he stood and he cried out, "If anyone thirsts, let him come to me and drink." The voice cutting through the noise of 10,000 people and a city in full celebration. "Whoever believes in me, as the scripture said, out of his heart will flow rivers of living water." Division, immediately, irresistibly. Some heard the prophet spoken of in Deuteronomy. Others said plainly, "This is the Christ." Others pushed back. "The Christ doesn't come from Galilee. Does the scripture not say he comes from Bethlehem?" They were splitting along every possible line the question could create. So there was a division among the people over him, some wanting to seize him, others who wouldn't. And the officers who had been sent to arrest him came back to the chief priests and Pharisees empty-handed and said simply, "No one ever spoke like this man." Early in the morning he came again to the temple, and all the people came to him, and he sat down and taught them. And the scribes and the Pharisees brought a woman who had been caught in adultery, and placing her in the midst, said to him, "Teacher, this woman has been caught in the act of adultery." He didn't answer. He bent down and wrote with his finger in the dust of the temple floor. We don't know what he wrote. The text doesn't tell us. Scholars have offered interpretations across centuries. The sins of the accusers, the words of the law itself, names, nothing at all. The silence of the record may be intentional. What matters is the gesture. Here were men pressing him for a verdict, demanding that he resolve a public question immediately in front of witnesses, with a woman's life in the balance. And he wrote in the dirt. He took himself out of their rhythm. He didn't accept the urgency they were imposing on the moment. They kept asking. They pressed him, insisted, because silence wasn't the answer they had come for, and it wasn't a silence they could use. So he straightened. He looked at them, and he said one sentence. "Let him who's without sin among you be the first to throw a stone at her." Then he bent down and wrote again. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was filled with the sound of their own thoughts, the weight of their own histories. Men who had come prepared for confrontation found themselves instead in a mirror of their own condition. The writing continued, deliberate and unhurried, a refusal to be hurried by their urgency. Each man standing there would have understood, in that moment, that his own secrets weren't unknown. The dust of the temple floor absorbed his finger as though the earth itself was recording something they hadn't anticipated. This wasn't a legal proceeding anymore, if it had ever been one. It had become something far more personal, far more inward. The question they had asked was no longer about the woman. It had become, without warning, about themselves. He looked up. "Where are your accusers?" he asked her. "Has no one condemned you?" She lifted her eyes to him and said, "No one, Lord." And he said, "Neither do I condemn you. Go, and from now on sin no more." And she went, and the courtyard was quiet again. And he sat down and continued teaching. As he passed by, he saw a man blind from birth, and his disciples asked him, "Rabbi, who sinned, this man or his parents, that he was born blind?" "Neither," he said. "This man wasn't born blind because of his sin or his parents' sin. He was born blind so that the works of God might be displayed in him. We must work the works of the one who sent me while it's day. Night is coming, when no one can work. While I'm in the world, I'm the light of the world." He spat on the ground. He made mud with the saliva and the dust of the road. He put the mud on the man's eyes. "Go," he told him. "Wash in the pool of Siloam." That detail, the name Siloam, which means sent, is recorded by John with the precision of someone who was there and understood that the names mattered. The man went. He washed. He came back seeing. His neighbors didn't know what to do with him. Some said this was the same man who used to sit and beg. Others said no, he only looks like him. And the man himself kept saying the same thing, over and over, with the plainness of someone who has no reason to complicate the truth. "I'm the man. I'm the man." They brought him to the Pharisees. This was the natural next step in the logic of their world. Something remarkable had happened, something that needed to be assessed and categorized. Jesus had made mud and healed on the Sabbath. This was work. Work on the Sabbath was forbidden. Some of the Pharisees declared that this man couldn't be from God because he didn't keep the Sabbath. Others asked how a sinner could do such signs. The division between them was real and it was unresolved. "How did he open your eyes?" He told me. "He made mud. He put it on my eyes and told me to wash, and I washed, and I see. What do you say about him?" The man considered. "He's a prophet," he said. They weren't satisfied. They sent for his parents. "Your son, you say he was born blind. How does he see now?" His parents confirmed what they could confirm. Yes, this was their son. Yes, he was born blind. Beyond that, they said nothing. "Ask him," they said. "He's of age. He can speak for himself." John records with quiet observation that they said this because they feared the authorities, because it had already been decided that anyone who confessed Jesus to be the Christ would be expelled from the synagogue. The parents stood at the edge of something they weren't prepared to step into. So the Pharisees called the man again. "Give glory to God. We know that this man is a sinner." The man looked at them and said something that has echoed across 20 centuries with the simple force of direct testimony. "Whether he's a sinner, I don't know. One thing I know, I was blind. Now I see." They pressed him again. "What did he do? How did he open your eyes?" And at this point something shifted in the man. He had been questioned and re-questioned, challenged and doubted, and his patience for the performance had apparently reached its limit. "I told you already. Did you not hear? Why do you want to hear it again? Do you also want to become his disciples?" They reviled him. They reminded him that they were disciples of Moses, that God had spoken to Moses, that they didn't know where this man came from. The man's answer was remarkable for someone who had spent his life begging at the side of a road. "This is an astonishing thing. You don't know where he comes from, and yet he opened my eyes. If this man weren't from God, he could do nothing." They cast him out. Jesus heard that they had thrown him out, and he found him. "Do you believe in the Son of Man?" "Who's he, Lord, that I may believe in him?" "You've seen him," Jesus said. "He's the one speaking to you now." The man who had been born blind and had washed in the pool of Siloam and had come back seeing looked at him and said, "Lord, I believe," and he worshipped him. "Truly, truly, I say to you," he told them, "whoever doesn't enter the sheepfold by the gate but climbs in by another way is a thief and a robber." He was still in Jerusalem. The exchange with the man born blind had just concluded. The Pharisees still present, still watching him, and he turned and began to speak in images they knew from the ground up. Sheep, a fold, a gate, a shepherd. These weren't abstract concepts to people who had grown up hearing the Psalms read aloud in the synagogue, who had listened to Ezekiel's indictment of the shepherds of Israel who fed themselves while the flock scattered. The imagery carried weight before he said a single word of interpretation. The Pharisees didn't understand what he was saying to them. So he continued, "I'm the gate. Whoever enters through me will be saved. They'll come in and go out and find pasture. The thief comes only to steal and to kill and to destroy. He came, he told them, so that they might have life, and more than life, life in abundance." Consider what he was saying here. Not survival, not mere subsistence inside the walls of the fold, abundance. The image was of sheep that went out, moved freely, found pasture, returned. Movement and safety held together in the same picture. Then he said something else. "I'm the good shepherd. The good shepherd lays down his life for the sheep. The hired hand is different. The hired hand has no claim on them. When the wolf comes, he sees it from a distance and he leaves. The sheep scatter. The hired hand runs because he's a hired hand and the sheep aren't his own. But the good shepherd doesn't run, he stands. And more than stands, he lays his life down." This wasn't a statement about future events dressed in pastoral language. Or not only that, it was a statement about what kind of shepherd he was, what kind of presence, what it cost him to be what he was to them. "I know my own," he said, "and my own know me, just as the Father knows me and I know the Father. And I've other sheep, not of this fold. Those too he must bring. They'll hear his voice, and there will be one flock, one shepherd." That line would have landed strangely on the ears of the people standing in the temple courts in Jerusalem. Other sheep, a fold that was larger than anyone in that courtyard was yet able to imagine. And then this, "No one takes my life from me. I lay it down of my own accord. I've authority to lay it down, and I've authority to take it up again. This charge I've received from my Father." He wasn't describing what would happen to him as something that happened to him. He was describing it as something he would choose. The initiative was his. The authority was his. What looked, from the outside, like loss and defeat and the end of everything, wasn't. It wasn't the thief's taking. It was the shepherd's giving. "He calls his own sheep by name," he said, "and leads them out." And the night was settling over the road and over the hills beyond the city. And somewhere out there in the dark, the sheep knew the sound of his voice, and they followed. Word came to him from Bethany, carried across the dusty roads by a messenger who had run most of the way, that Lazarus, the one he loved, was sick. He didn't go immediately. The man he loved was sick, and he stayed where he was for 2 more days. No explanation was given to the disciples, no reassurance offered to the messenger. He simply remained, and the hours passed, and somewhere in Bethany a man grew worse, and then worse still, and then the worst thing happened. When he finally spoke to his disciples, he told them they were going back to Judea. The response was immediate. "Rabbi," they said, "the Jews there were just trying to stone you, and you want to go back?" The danger was real. Judea wasn't safe ground for him, and his disciples knew it. They had watched the tension build in Jerusalem, had seen the hostility in the faces of those who questioned him, had understood that the atmosphere had shifted in ways that made travel toward the city feel less like a journey and more like a descent into something they couldn't fully see. Their fear wasn't cowardice. It was the reasonable fear of people who loved someone and could see what was gathering on the horizon. He told them that Lazarus had fallen asleep and that he was going to wake him. They misunderstood. "If he has fallen asleep," they said, "he will get better." He told them plainly then, "Lazarus is dead, and for your sake," he said, "I'm glad I wasn't there, so that you may believe." He wasn't glad that Lazarus had died. He was glad that what was about to happen would happen in the full sight of those who needed to see it. Grief and purpose weren't in contradiction. They were, in his hands, held together. It was Thomas who spoke last. "Let's also go," he said, "that we may die with him." There's a kind of bleak courage in those words, the courage of a man who doesn't expect things to go well and chooses to go anyway. Thomas wouldn't be the last person in this story to speak from the place where love and fear press against each other and produce something that looks almost like recklessness. By the time Jesus arrived near Bethany, Lazarus had been in the tomb for 4 days. 4 days isn't incidental. In the tradition of that time and place, it was understood to mark a threshold, the point past which there was no return, past which even the most stubborn hope would have let go. 4 days meant that no one gathered at that house was waiting for a reversal. They had arrived to mourn, not to watch. The mourning was genuine and deep. The house of Mary and Martha was full of people who had come from Jerusalem, which wasn't far away, to be present with 2 women who had lost their brother. Martha heard that he was coming and went out to meet him on the road. Mary stayed in the house. This difference between them isn't explained, and it doesn't need to be. Martha was the one who moved toward things. She was the one who acted. She went out, and she found him on the road, and she said the thing that was true in every direction she could hold at once. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother wouldn't have died. And yet even now I know that whatever you ask of God, God will give you." There's no clean separation between those 2 sentences. The grief is real. The faith is real. They don't cancel each other. They exist together, pressed against each other like stones in a wall, each one held in place by the weight of the other. He told her that her brother would rise. She said she knew he would rise in the resurrection at the last day. He said to her, "I'm the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live." He asked her whether she believed this. She said she did, and then she went and called her sister. When Mary reached him, she fell at his feet. She said the same thing Martha had said. "Lord, if you had been here." The words were identical. The grief behind them was the same grief. And when he saw her weeping, and saw the people who had come with her also weeping, something moved in him that the text describes with a Greek word that means more than sadness. It means disturbance. It means a deep interior upheaval. He was troubled in spirit, and then, simply, he wept. The crowd noticed. Some of them said, "See how he loved him." Others said, "Couldn't this man, who opened the eyes of the blind man, have kept this man from dying?" It wasn't an unfair question. It was the question that grief always asks when it encounters someone who has the power to prevent suffering and doesn't prevent it in the way that was hoped for. He asked where they had laid him. They said, "Come and see." The tomb was a cave, and a stone lay against it. He told them to take away the stone. Martha said that by now there would be an odor, that it had been 4 days. He reminded her of what he had said. They took away the stone. He lifted his eyes and spoke, and then he called out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out!" And the man who had been dead came out, his hands and feet bound in strips of linen, his face wrapped in a cloth. "Unbind him," Jesus said, "and let him go." And those who had come to mourn left that village having seen something they couldn't name and couldn't forget. On the road between Samaria and Galilee, where the boundary between peoples ran like an old scar through the land, 10 men stood at the edge of what was allowed to them. He didn't cross to them. He didn't touch them, as he had touched the leper earlier in his ministry, placing his hand on the man who hadn't been touched in years. This time he simply spoke across the distance between them. "Go, he said. "Show yourselves to the priests." This was the prescribed procedure for a leper who had been healed. The priests were the ones with authority to examine, to declare, to restore. But they hadn't been healed yet. He sent them toward a certification of something that hadn't yet happened, and they went. 9 of them continued. This isn't recorded as a condemnation. It's simply what happened. They had been told to go to the priests, and they went to the priests. There was a logic to it. There was obedience to it, in its way. But one of them stopped. Jesus looked at him for a moment. "Weren't 10 cleansed?" he asked. "Where are the 9? There's no bitterness in the question as the gospel records it. There's something closer to a kind of wondering observation, the noting of a pattern that surprised even him. "Was there no one found to return and give praise to God," he asked, "except this foreigner?" "Rise and go," Jesus told him. "Your faith has made you well." Jesus watched him go, and the road continued south, and the 9 were already out of sight. He told them a parable about what it means to pray and not give up, and the story he chose wasn't about a hero, but about a woman and a judge who wanted nothing to do with her. In a certain city, he said, there was a judge who neither feared God nor respected people. He wasn't secretly tender. He didn't possess a hidden sense of justice waiting for the right argument to awaken it. He held authority, and he used that authority according to his own convenience. People came before him because they had nowhere else to go, and whether he listened depended largely on whether listening served him. In that same city lived a widow. The story gives her no name and mentions no family standing beside her. In that world, this meant she came to the court without the ordinary forms of leverage. No husband spoke for her. No wealthy relative opened a door. She carried only the truth of her case and the willingness to return with it. "Give me justice against my adversary," she said. The judge refused. The refusal might have been a word, a gesture, or simply the absence of any response at all. The widow left. Then she came back. She stood again where petitions were heard and said the same thing. "Give me justice." Another day passed, and she returned again. The city woke and closed. Merchants raised and lowered their awnings. Shadows crossed the same stones, and still she came. She didn't become louder. She didn't invent a new argument. She simply wouldn't disappear. For a while, the judge continued to refuse her. Then, alone with his own thoughts, he admitted what had changed. He still didn't fear God. He still didn't respect anyone. But this widow kept coming, and because she kept coming, he would give her justice. Not because his character had improved, but because her persistence had made dismissal more burdensome than doing what was right. "Listen to what the unjust judge says," Jesus told them. The point wasn't that God resembles such a judge and must be worn down by enough asking. The point was the contrast. If even a man with no love of justice finally answered, how much more would God hear those who called to him day and night? Prayer wasn't a performance designed to make a reluctant God kinder. It was the steady act of returning to the one whose character was already mercy, trusting that silence wasn't abandonment, and waiting wasn't the same as being forgotten. "When the Son of Man comes," he asked, "will he find faith on the earth?" And no one answered him, and he didn't seem to expect an answer. He came running, which was unusual for a man of his standing, and he knelt in the road with the urgency of someone who had been carrying a question for a long time. There was wealth in the way he was dressed. There was youth in his face, and there was something else, a sincerity that the disciples would have noticed, the kind that doesn't perform itself but simply exists, unguarded, spilling out in the gesture of kneeling in the dust before a traveling teacher. "Good teacher," he said, "what must I do to inherit eternal life?" The question itself reveals something. He didn't ask whether eternal life was possible. He didn't ask what it was. He asked what he must do to inherit it. He was a man who believed that the right action, properly performed, would close the distance between himself and the thing he wanted most. Jesus didn't accept the flattery embedded in the greeting. "Why do you call me good?" he asked. "No one is good except God alone." This wasn't evasion. It was an invitation to look more carefully at what he was saying and to whom he was saying it. Then the commandments were listed. Don't murder. Don't commit adultery. Don't steal. Don't bear false witness. Don't defraud. Honor your father and your mother. The young man's answer came quickly. "All these I've kept since my youth." There was no arrogance in it. He meant it. And the text doesn't suggest he was lying. Then the instruction came. "One thing you lack. Go, sell everything you've, give it to the poor, and you'll have treasure in heaven. Then come, follow me." The young man's face changed. The text says his countenance fell. He went away grieving because he had great possessions. He didn't argue. He didn't protest or negotiate. He simply left, carrying both the instruction and his inability to follow it. And those two things together were the weight that bent him as he walked away. Jesus watched him go. There's no record of what he said in that moment of watching, if he said anything at all. Then he turned to his disciples and spoke about how difficult it's for those who have wealth to enter the kingdom of God. The disciples were stunned. In the world they had grown up in, wealth was a sign of divine favor. If the prosperous couldn't enter, then who could? The question surfaced plainly among them. Then who can be saved? Jesus named it directly. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. This wasn't a soft teaching. It wasn't hedged or softened for the sake of comfort. The image isn't ambiguous. The disciples were astonished and asked one another what it could mean. With man, Jesus said, "This is impossible," but not with God. With God, all things are possible. The impossibility wasn't denied. It was relocated. The door that was closed to human effort wasn't sealed. It simply opened from the other side. Peter spoke then, quietly and with something close to vulnerability. "We've left everything," he said, "and followed you." It wasn't a boast. It was closer to a question. Had they done enough? Had the exchange been worth it? Jesus answered him with a generosity that must have been unexpected in its scale. No one who has left home or family or fields for the sake of the gospel will fail to receive 100-fold in this age, along with persecutions, and in the age to come, eternal life. The word persecutions wasn't softened. It was placed inside the promise, not hidden from it. The return would be vast, but the road wouldn't be easy. That was the shape of what was being offered. "But many who are first will be last," Jesus said, "and the last first." And they walked on in silence for a while after that. He told another story set in a vineyard at harvest time, the kind of day when the grapes hang heavy and the landowner can't afford to let the hours pass unused. The harvest doesn't wait. That's the first thing to understand about this parable. There's a window, and inside that window the work must be done. And so the landowner goes out at dawn when the marketplace is already filling with men who have come to sell the one thing which is the labor of their hands. He finds workers there. He agrees with them on the wage, a denarius for the day, and sends them into the vineyard as the light is still low and the air still cool. A fair arrangement, a known quantity. They would work, they would be paid. The terms were settled before the first row was walked. But the vineyard is large. By the third hour, the sun is climbing and more hands are needed, and so he goes out again. He finds others standing idle in the marketplace and sends them in too. Not with a fixed wage, only with the promise that whatever is right, he will give them. The 6th hour, the 9th hour. Each time, more workers enter the rows. Each time the sun is higher, the heat more particular, the hours already spent in the shade of the marketplace already gone. And then, at the 11th hour, with perhaps 1 hour of working light remaining, he goes out again, and there are still men standing there. "Why have you been standing here idle all day?" he asks. "Because no one has hired us," they say. And he sends them in. 1 hour before the wages are settled, 1 hour before the day ends. Into the vineyard they go, perhaps self-conscious, perhaps grateful, perhaps unsure what to make of it. When evening comes, the landowner tells his foreman to call the workers in and pay them, beginning with the last. The men who had come at the 11th hour receive a full denarius, a whole day's wage, and those who had been watching this transaction now begin to calculate. They had worked from dawn, through the heat of midday, when the sun pressed down on the rows and the dust rose from the dry ground and the hours moved slowly. They had borne the full weight of the day, and they had. Surely they would receive more. Surely the arithmetic made that plain. They receive a denarius, each of them, the same coin that had just been placed in the hands of the man who had stood in the shade until the final hour. The complaint comes immediately, and it isn't an unreasonable complaint, not by ordinary measure. These last men worked 1 hour, and you've made them equal to us, who have borne the burden of the day and the scorching heat. There's a logic to this grievance. There's an entire economy built on this logic. The hours you give should correspond to what you receive. The landowner's answer is patient, and it's final. He doesn't deny what they've said. "Friend," he says, and that word, friend, carries no coldness in it. "I'm doing you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for a denarius? Take what belongs to you and go. I choose to give to this last worker as I give to you. Am I not allowed to do what I choose with what's mine? Or is your eye unhealthy because I'm generous? This is how the kingdom of heaven works," Jesus had said before the parable began. The grace at the end of the day isn't distributed by the hour. It doesn't arrive in proportion to what was bargained for. It arrives from the will of the one who owns the vineyard, and that will isn't bound by the agreements of the marketplace. The workers who came at dawn had received justice. The workers who came at the 11th hour had received something else entirely. And perhaps that's the thing the parable asks us to sit with. Which would we prefer to live in? A world that gives us what we've earned, or a world governed by the choice of a landowner who's, without apology, generous? So the last will be first, and the first last, and the workers filed out of the vineyard into the cooling evening, and the parable ended there. Jericho was a city of palms and commerce, and Zacchaeus had done well in it, which is another way of saying that a great many people in that city had reason to resent him. He was the chief tax collector, which meant he sat at the top of a system designed for extraction. It wasn't simply that he collected taxes, it was that he collected more than was required, and the surplus became his wealth, and everyone in Jericho understood how the arrangement worked. His name was known, his house was known, his prosperity was visible in the way that prosperity becomes visible in a small city, unmistakable and quietly insulting to those who had less because of him. He wasn't a man people embraced in the marketplace. He was a man people stepped around, and he had grown accustomed to that. There's something in the way the text describes him that suggests he had long since made peace with being disliked. He had chosen his position, and his position had chosen him, and the wealth remained whatever the neighbors thought of it. But when word came that Jesus of Nazareth was passing through Jericho, something shifted in Zacchaeus. The text doesn't explain it. It simply shows us a man who wanted to see. That verb is worth holding, not to speak with him, not to make a petition, simply to see who this man was. There's a hunger in that small detail, the kind of hunger that a person carries quietly for a long time before they realize how deep it runs. The crowd was the problem. Jericho had turned out in numbers, pressing in along the road, and Zacchaeus was a short man. He couldn't see past the bodies in front of him. He could hear the crowd but not find a line of sight through it. It didn't. Either way, he was invisible at ground level, which was a particular kind of irony for a man who had spent his career making himself very difficult to ignore. So he ran. A grown man, wealthy, dressed as the chief tax collector of a prosperous city, running ahead through the streets of Jericho to get in front of the crowd. And then he climbed a sycamore tree and waited in its branches. There's no way to make this dignified. The text doesn't try. He was up in a tree like a child who had lost a ball in the upper branches, except that he was a man of property and power, and he was perched there above a crowd that would have found this, at minimum, noteworthy. The absurdity of it's part of the story. It can't be separated from the story. Jesus stopped beneath the tree. He looked up. What he saw was a tax collector in the branches, peering down through the leaves, and he called him by name. "Zacchaeus, come down. I must stay at your house today." Not "I would like to." Not "I'm willing to." I must. There's something absolute in that word. Something that speaks of purpose already determined before the tree was climbed or the crowd had gathered. The crowd heard it. The crowd understood what it meant. He is gone to be the guest of a sinner. This wasn't simply disapproval. It was a category judgment, a declaration that the wrong household had been chosen. Jericho had people worth visiting. Zacchaeus wasn't among them, and yet here was Jesus walking toward the man's door, and Zacchaeus was coming down from the tree with the kind of speed that suggests he wasn't going to give anyone time to change this. What happened next didn't require prompting. Zacchaeus stood before Jesus and made an announcement. Half of everything he owned he would give to the poor, and anyone he had defrauded, and he knew there were many, would receive fourfold back. He didn't negotiate. He simply said what he would do, and the saying of it was itself a kind of transformation already underway. This is a man describing what has already happened inside him at the moment the invitation came down from the branches of a sycamore tree. Jesus said that salvation had come to this house today. He said that Zacchaeus, too, was a son of Abraham, that inclusion matters, not simply forgiveness but belonging, restoration to the community that had written him off. Today salvation has come to this house, Jesus said, and the Son of Man came to seek and to save what was lost. And Zacchaeus stood in his own doorway looking like a man who hadn't expected this day to go the way it had. Just outside Jericho, on the road that ran toward the hills and ultimately toward Jerusalem, a blind man named Bartimaeus was sitting in his usual place at the side of the road when the sound of the crowd reached him. He couldn't see the crowd. He could only hear it, the particular swell of voices and footsteps that meant something unusual was passing through. He asked what was happening. Someone told him Jesus of Nazareth was on this road. That name had traveled far. It had come into the dark places where people like Bartimaeus lived, and it hadn't left. He didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and cried out, and the words he chose weren't accidental. "Son of David, have mercy on me." That title, Son of David, wasn't a casual one. It was weighted with everything Israel had been promised and hadn't yet received. It was the language of hope that had waited a long time to be used. The crowd heard him. The crowd wasn't pleased. They told him to be quiet. This wasn't the moment for a blind beggar at the roadside. There were important things happening. There was a procession. There was a destination. His voice was an interruption. He cried out all the more, "Son of David, have mercy on me." Jesus stopped. The crowd stopped with him, and then something happened in the crowd that's worth watching carefully. The same voices that had told Bartimaeus to be quiet now turned toward him with entirely different words. "Take heart," they said. "Get up. He's calling you." The shift is immediate. The obstruction becomes the announcement. The ones who had silenced him now brought him forward. This isn't the only time this pattern appears in the record. It appears again and again. The same people, the same crowd, moved from one posture to another by a single word from Jesus. "He's calling you." That was sufficient. Bartimaeus threw off his cloak. He jumped to his feet. He came to Jesus, not carefully, not tentatively, but with the particular urgency of a man who has been waiting at the roadside for a very long time. "What do you want me to do for you?" "Rabbi, let me recover my sight." There's no elaborate instruction here, no ritual, no crowd management, just a sentence from Jesus, clean and direct, and the reason given wasn't ceremony but faith. "Go, your faith has made you well." And immediately he could see, and he followed him on the road, and the cloak he had thrown off lay forgotten in the dust behind him. They came to Bethany 6 days before the Passover, and the village received them with the particular warmth that a place reserves for someone it has reason to love. This wasn't a neutral village. Bethany was the place where something had happened that none of its residents could fully account for. A man had died, had been buried, had been called out of the tomb 4 days later, still wrapped in his burial cloth, blinking in the afternoon light. That man, Lazarus, was alive now, and he would be at the table tonight. The crowd that pressed at the edges of the village wasn't there, only to see Jesus. They had come to see Lazarus too, to look at him, to confirm with their own eyes that what they had heard was true. There's something both tender and strange about this, that a man who had passed through death now drew curious onlookers the way a fire draws people from the cold. They simply wanted to stand near him and look. A dinner was prepared. The house was Simon's, though Martha moved through it with the authority of a woman who knows where everything is. She served. This was her way of loving, practical, tireless, hands always finding the next necessary thing. The lamps were lit. The table held bread and wine, and the particular abundance of a household that had gone to some effort. Lazarus reclined at the table with Jesus, and if there was strangeness in that, the teacher and the man he had raised from the dead sitting together over an evening meal, no one seems to have remarked on it. They simply ate. The road to Jerusalem was only 2 miles away, but for this hour, Bethany held them. It was Mary who moved differently. She had come into the room carrying something, a flask of pure nard, a pound of it, sealed against the air. The cost of such an ointment wasn't insignificant. 300 denarii was nearly a year's wages. This wasn't a small gesture. This was everything she had decided to spend in a single evening, on a single act, for a single person. She knelt at his feet. She broke the seal. She poured the ointment over his feet and then did something that no one in that room would have anticipated. She let down her hair and used it to wipe his feet. In a culture where a woman's unbound hair was itself an intimate and public act, this detail isn't incidental. It's the whole weight of the scene in one gesture. What she was doing couldn't be measured in denarii. It couldn't be calculated. It simply was. The fragrance was immediate. Pure nard doesn't linger quietly in the background. It moves through a room the way grief moves through a room, or joy, pervasive, unmistakable, claiming every breath. The whole house filled with it. Everyone there would have been aware of it within moments. This wasn't a private act, however intimate it was. Everyone saw, everyone smelled, everyone understood that something had just been spent that couldn't be recovered. Judas was the one who spoke. Why was this ointment not sold for 300 denarii and given to the poor? The question has the shape of virtue. It sounds at first hearing like the kind of thing a responsible person would say. The poor were real. 300 denarii was real. The arithmetic wasn't wrong. But there's something in the framing that reveals the limitation of the person framing it. He had looked at Mary and seen waste. He had looked at the ointment and calculated a number. He had looked at Jesus and seen an occasion for a transaction that hadn't been made. The world has always had people like this, not cruel, not without principle, but unable to see past the ledger, unable to recognize the moments when love refuses to be measured. "Leave her alone," Jesus said. "She has done what she could." There's tenderness in that phrase, what she could, as though he was acknowledging the fullness of the gift, not just in its monetary value, but in the willingness behind it. And then the word that would have silenced the room. Wherever this gospel is proclaimed in the whole world, what she has done will be told in memory of her. He was speaking about his own death, though perhaps not everyone sitting at that table understood it yet. He was saying that Mary had anointed him for burial, that this extravagance wasn't waste but preparation, that she had perceived something that the others hadn't yet grasped. She had given what she had before the time for giving passed. The meal went on. Lazarus sat at the table. Martha carried bread from the kitchen. Outside, in the dark, people were still gathering, drawn by rumor and wonder, pressing quietly against the edges of the house where the lamplight spilled out into the road. They had come to see the man who had been dead. What they couldn't have known is that the man who had called him back was himself, quietly, already moving toward his own death. The road to Jerusalem was 2 miles away. The Passover was 6 days away. But tonight there was bread and oil lamps and the sound of a village at rest, and Lazarus was alive, and the ointment had already done its work. And the fragrance of the ointment moved through the rooms of that house and out into the night air. And it was there when they fell asleep, and it was still there in the morning. In the morning they set out from Bethany toward Jerusalem, and the road climbed through the olive groves on the slope of the Mount of Olives before it began its descent toward the city. The air was still cool. The night's quiet hadn't yet fully lifted from the hills, and the fragrance of the ointment from the evening before perhaps still clung to the clothes of those walking close to him. Bethany lay behind them. Jerusalem lay ahead, and there's something in that geography worth pausing on. The village where he was known and loved, where Lazarus had walked out of the tomb still wrapped in linen, where Martha had served and Mary had wept, and the whole house had filled with the smell of nard. That village now behind him, receding with every step up the slope. He sent 2 of the disciples ahead. "Go into the village opposite you," he told them, "and as you enter it you'll find a colt tied there, one on which no one has ever sat. Untie it and bring it, and if anyone asks you why, you're to say, 'The Lord has need of it.'" There's a quiet authority in that phrase, not a negotiation, not an explanation. Simply the Lord has need of it, and that will be enough. And it was. The disciples went and found everything exactly as he had said, and when they told the owners what they had been instructed to say, the colt was released to them without resistance. He knew the colt would be there. He knew what would be said. He had arranged nothing in advance that we're told of. He simply knew. They brought the colt back down the road to where he waited, and they threw their cloaks over it, and he sat on it. That's all the text gives us in the way of ceremony. No fanfare, no announcement, a borrowed colt, a few cloaks for a saddle, and the road stretching down through the olive trees toward the Kidron Valley and the eastern gate of the city. And yet what began quietly didn't stay quiet. Word moved through the crowd the way it always moved in those days, faster than feet, faster than any one person could carry it. He's coming. He's coming down the road. And the people came out. They came from the city, and they came from the road behind him. And they spread their cloaks on the ground before the colt. And others cut branches from the fields and laid them down. And the road that had been ordinary dust and stone became something else. It became a kind of proclamation. Every cloak laid down was a person saying, "I acknowledge something here. I'm offering what I've." Every branch cut from a tree and spread in the path was a gesture borrowed from the memory of kings, the memory of the Psalms, the memory of a people who knew that there was a way of welcoming the one who comes in the name of the Lord. And they began to shout, "Hosanna! Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed is the coming kingdom of our father David. Hosanna in the highest." The sound of it moved up the hillside and down toward the valley. The colt walked on through it, and he rode it with the particular stillness of a man who had always known this moment was coming, and who wasn't surprised by it and wasn't hurrying it. Some of the Pharisees who stood among the crowd came to him on the road. "Teacher," they said, "rebuke your disciples. Silence them." And he answered without heat. He simply said, "If these were silent, the very stones would cry out." There's something profound in that reply. He was pointing at something that had no room for silence in it, not because the crowd was loud, but because the occasion itself demanded to be heard. What was moving down that road couldn't be quietly contained. The stones beneath the cloaks would have taken up the cry. The road continued its descent. The city grew larger below them, the temple visible now, its pale stones catching the morning light above the valley. The descent from the Mount of Olives into the city isn't a gentle slope. It's steep enough that a man walking it feels the weight of the hill pushing him forward, feels the city rising to meet him faster than he might wish. And the crowd moved with him down the hill, and the city rose before them, pale and gleaming in the light, and the shouting filled the valley between. And as he came near and saw the city, he wept over it. Not quietly, not in the manner of a man who turns his face away so that his grief remains his own. The weeping was visible and unhidden, and the crowd that had been shouting around him would have seen it, would have gone uncertain and still in patches, the way a fire dims when something is placed against it. The hosannas didn't stop entirely. They continued ahead of him and behind him, carried forward by people who hadn't yet seen what those nearest to him were seeing. And so for a moment both sounds existed together on that hillside, the joy and the grief, the branches waving in the morning light, and the tears on the face of the one they were celebrating. There's no easy way to hold those two things at once. The disciples who were close enough to see him would have found no category for it. He spoke into the city as he wept. If you had known, even you, on this day, the things that make for peace, but now they're hidden from your eyes. The words weren't addressed to the crowd around him. They were addressed to Jerusalem itself, to the stones and the courts and the walls that had stood there across centuries of covenant and disobedience. The city as a whole was being spoken to, the way a parent speaks to a child who has chosen something ruinous. There's a tenderness in that kind of address that doesn't diminish its grief. It deepens it. He wasn't pronouncing judgment from a distance. He was weeping as he pronounced it. "The days will come," he said, "when your enemies will build an embankment against you. They'll surround you and hem you in on every side. They'll dash you to the ground, you and your children within your walls. They won't leave one stone upon another within you." And the reason he gave wasn't military failure or political miscalculation. The reason was this: because you didn't know the time of your visitation. The crowd continued moving around him. Some of them were close enough to hear. Some were far enough ahead that the hosannas were still the only sound they knew. The city lay below in the full light of morning. the temple courts gleaming, the limestone walls pale and bright, the whole visible structure of everything Israel had built in the name of its God spread across that hillside as though permanence were simply a given. He saw all of it. He wept over all of it. The Son of Man, riding in on a borrowed colt with cloaks spread before him and the crowd calling out the name of the coming kingdom, weeping openly over the city that didn't yet know what was standing at its gates. The celebration wasn't wrong. The grief wasn't wrong. They were both entirely true at the same moment, and the road held both of them. The crowd moved on around him, still singing, and the city lay below in the sunlight, and he had said what he had said. He entered the temple courts and found what he had known he would find: the tables, the birds in their cages, the sound of currency exchanged in what was meant to be a house of prayer. The money changers were there because Roman currency bore the image of Caesar, and the temple tax required a different coin entirely. The exchange was practical. The doves were there because the poor were permitted to offer birds rather than larger animals, and buying them inside the court saved the journey. There was a logic to all of it. There usually is, when sacred things are slowly replaced by practical ones. The accommodation makes sense at each step, and then one day you look up and find that the house of prayer has become something else entirely. He overturned the tables. He drove out those who were selling. The accounts don't linger on the spectacle. What's recorded isn't the chaos, but the word. "My house shall be a house of prayer for all nations," he said, "but you've made it a den of robbers." The quotation was from Isaiah, and the people standing there would have known it. They would have known the passage that preceded it, about the foreigner who joins himself to the Lord and comes to the holy mountain. The court he was clearing was the very court where that welcome was meant to happen. What had been taken from the nations hadn't been taken by violence. It had been taken by small decisions made over many years, each one reasonable, none of them innocent. And then, into the space that had been cleared, they came, the blind and the lame, moving through the open courts toward him. The accounts note this simply, without ceremony. They came to him in the temple, and he healed them. There's a fittingness here that's difficult to name. The space that had been closed by commerce was opened by mercy. What the court had been designed for, the gathering of those who stood outside, who had been kept at the margins, was now briefly happening. The children were there too. They were crying out in the temple courts, the same words that had echoed down the hillside that morning. "Hosanna to the Son of David." The chief priests and the scribes heard it, and they were indignant. "Do you hear what these children are saying?" they asked him. He didn't quiet the children. He looked at the men who wanted them silenced and answered with a psalm. "Have you never read," he said, "that from the mouths of children and infants you've prepared praise?" The question wasn't rhetorical in the ordinary sense. It was a way of saying, "You've read this, and you didn't understand what you were reading." He looked around at everything. That detail is in the account, and it repays attention. Not a glance, not a survey. He looked around at everything, which is the kind of looking a person does when they're seeing something for the last time, or when they're making certain they've forgotten nothing. And when evening came, he left the city and went back to Bethany, which by now felt like the one place in that whole week that was simply quiet. He sat down across from the treasury in the temple and watched the people bringing their offerings, the kind of watching that most people in that courtyard wouldn't have noticed was happening. There was no ceremony to his observation. He didn't point. He didn't speak. He simply sat and watched, the way a person watches when they're reading something written in a language most others in the room can't see. The treasury was busy. It was always busy at this hour, in this season. with the city swelled by pilgrims and the air carrying the low hum of a people going about their obligations to God. The offering boxes were shaped like trumpets, wide at the base and narrow at the mouth, and the coins made a sound when they fell. The larger the offering, the longer the sound carried. The wealthy came with what wealth carries. There's no malice in that description. They gave what was expected of them, perhaps more. The coins rang against the bronze in that particular way that signals abundance, and the people around them would have heard it, and some would have glanced over. And this too was part of the custom. Giving wasn't done in secret here. It was a public act in a public space. Then she came. She wasn't young. Her clothing said what her life had been. Not poverty displayed for sympathy, simply the ordinary worn look of someone who had been managing for a long time on very little. She moved without hesitation. That's the detail worth holding. She didn't linger at the edges of the courtyard or wait for a quieter moment. She walked to the box and placed 2 lepta into it, 2 small copper coins, the smallest denomination in circulation. Together they were worth a fraction of a denarius. Together they were what she had. The sound they made was barely a sound at all. She didn't wait to be acknowledged. She didn't look around. She turned and walked back the way she had come, through the crowd, and was gone before most of the people near her had registered that she had been there. There's something in that gesture, the summoning, the deliberate act of making them pay attention to what they might otherwise have catalogued as unimportant. They came to him and he told them what he had seen. That widow, he said, has put in more than all of them. All of them. The men who had stood at that box and fed it handfuls of silver. All of them together. They gave from what they had left over. She gave from what she needed to survive. She gave everything she had to live on. The disciples were quiet. There's no record of what they said, and perhaps they said nothing, because the arithmetic required a different kind of counting than they were accustomed to. Something else. Something closer to the way he had been watching all afternoon from that seat across the court, reading what was written in a language they were only beginning to learn. The disciples stood beside him and looked at the offering box and then back at him, and began to understand that he saw the temple very differently than they did. Each day that week he was in the temple courts teaching, and each day the people came early to hear him, and the chief priests and elders came too, though for different reasons. The question of authority had been asked and hadn't gone the way they intended, so they came at him again, and this time the Pharisees sent a delegation alongside the Herodians, which was itself unusual. These were groups that held each other in contempt under ordinary circumstances. What united them now was a common problem. They approached him with their question arranged carefully, dressed in the language of flattery. "Teacher, we know you're true, and teach the way of God faithfully, and care nothing for anyone's opinion. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not?" There's something almost elegant about the trap. If he says yes, he loses the crowd, the ordinary people who bore the weight of Roman taxation in their bodies and their livelihoods. If he says no, he gives the Herodians exactly what they need to bring a charge against him before the Roman authorities. They had constructed it to have no exit. He asked them to show him the coin used for the tax. Someone produced one. He held it and asked whose likeness was on it, whose inscription. "Caesar's," they said. "Then render to Caesar what belongs to Caesar," he told them, "and to God what belongs to God." They stood there for a moment. Then they went away. There was no interval before the next group arrived. The Sadducees came with a question about resurrection, which they didn't believe in, and the question was designed to make resurrection seem absurd. They described a woman who had married 7 brothers, each in succession after the one before him died, each without leaving a child. In the resurrection, they asked, whose wife will she be? The question assumes the world to come is simply this world extended indefinitely, that resurrection means resuming all previous arrangements. He told them they were wrong on 2 counts, wrong about Scripture and wrong about the power of God. In the resurrection, he said, people neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. And as for the resurrection itself, he asked whether they hadn't read what God said to Moses at the burning bush. I'm the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Not I was, I'm. God isn't the God of the dead, but of the living. The crowds heard this and were astonished. One of the scribes who had been listening came forward then, and his question was different in character. Not a trap, a genuine inquiry. Of all the commandments, he asked, which is the most important? He wasn't the first person to ask this question, and wouldn't be the last. Jesus answered without hesitation, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and with all your mind and with all your strength. This is the first and greatest. The second is like it. Love your neighbor as yourself. On these 2, he said, hang all the law and the prophets. The scribe received this answer and repeated it back thoughtfully, adding that this is worth more than all burnt offerings and sacrifices. Jesus looked at him and said he wasn't far from the kingdom of God. There's something generous in that response. Not far, a recognition, an encouragement, an open door. Then he turned the questioning back on them. He asked whose son the Messiah was. David's son, they said. He asked how it was then that David himself, speaking in the Psalms, calls him Lord. If David calls him Lord, how is he his son? No one answered. The question sat in the courtyard air and no one moved to take it up. Between these confrontations, he continued teaching the crowd. He told them a parable about 2 sons sent to work in a vineyard, one who refused and later went, one who agreed and didn't. He told the parable of the tenants who beat the servants and killed the heir, and what the owner of the vineyard would do when he came. The religious leaders recognized themselves in that story. They wanted to arrest him, but the crowd was there, and they were afraid. He taught them about the teachers of the law who walk around in long robes and want greetings in the marketplaces, and the best seats in the synagogues and the places of honor at feasts, who devour widows' houses and for a show make long prayers. He said very plainly that they would receive the greater condemnation. These words were spoken in the temple itself, in the courts where those very men conducted their business. He didn't lower his voice. He didn't soften the sentence. He spoke from a place of such settled authority that no one interrupted him, and no one rose to argue. There was in those days a quality to the air in the temple courts that the people who were present could feel, but perhaps couldn't have described. Something was being completed. Every parable, every answer, every question he posed to them, it carried the weight of a man who understood precisely how much time remained and was using all of it. The vine, the light, the bread, the shepherd and the gate. The words had been spoken over weeks and months across many roads and villages, but here in these final days they gathered around him like returning travelers, each one finding its place. And from that day on, no one dared ask him any more questions, and the crowd listened to him gladly, and the days in the temple courts continued with the particular weight of a time that knows it's drawing toward an end. As Jesus was leaving the temple, one of his disciples said to him, "Teacher, look at what magnificent stones, what magnificent buildings." And Jesus looked at them, and his answer wasn't what any of them expected. "Not one stone will be left on another," he said. "Every one of them will be thrown down." The disciples didn't respond immediately. They had grown up knowing this temple, Herod had spent decades expanding and beautifying it, and the result was something that seemed to defy the ordinary categories of what human hands could build. And now he was telling them that it wouldn't stand. They walked out through the courts and down through the gate and across the Kidron Valley as the light was beginning to shift in the sky. The road up the Mount of Olives climbed through the olive groves, through the same trees they had passed on the morning of the entry into the city. This was quieter. The day was ending. At the top or near it, Jesus sat. The disciples gathered close. Peter and James and John and Andrew. The text is specific about this. They came to him privately, the way people come to someone when they've been carrying a question and have finally found a moment to ask it. When will these things happen? What will be the sign that they're about to take place? There's something significant in the fact that they asked in private. During the days in the temple courts, questions had been weapons. The Pharisees, the Herodians, the Sadducees, they had brought their questions like men bringing stones, testing him, hoping to find the crack in the foundation. But these weren't that kind of question. These were the questions of people who were genuinely afraid, who had heard something they couldn't absorb and needed to understand what it meant for them. The disciples weren't philosophers. They weren't scribes trained in the art of disputation. They were men who had left their ordinary lives to follow someone they believed, and now that someone had just told them that the most permanent-seeming thing in their world would be destroyed. He answered them, but not in the way they might have hoped. He didn't give them a timetable. He didn't draw for them a map of events with clear markers and predictable sequences. He told them to be watchful. He told them not to be alarmed. Wars and rumors of wars, nation rising against nation. These things must happen, but they aren't yet the end. There will be earthquakes. There will be famines. But don't be troubled. These are the beginning of birth pains, and the labor isn't yet over. And then this. No one knows the day or the hour, not the angels of heaven, not even the Son, but only the Father. This is a line that doesn't simplify easily. It demands a kind of sitting with it rather than an immediate resolution. It wasn't given as a riddle. It was given as a reason for watchfulness. Because if the day and the hour are unknown, then every day carries within it the weight of readiness. Every hour is one in which the servant should be found doing what the master left him to do. He spoke of a fig tree. When its branch becomes tender and puts out leaves, you know that summer is near. So too, when you see these things happening, know that it's near. The generation listening to him wouldn't pass away before all of it had begun. But the evening was continuing to move. The air had cooled in the way that Jerusalem evenings cool, quickly, the warmth of the day releasing itself back into the sky. The city below was visible from this hillside in its full extent. The Temple Mount, the walls, the streets, the houses pressed against each other in the pale stone that absorbed the last light and held it. There's something about seeing a city from above at evening. The human scale of it becomes apparent. The fires and lamps beginning to appear are small, individual, particular. Each one means someone is home. Each one means the day is ending for an ordinary life. The disciples sat. He sat among them. Tomorrow hadn't yet arrived with whatever it would bring. The week had been full. The temple courts, the questions, the teachings, the long days in the city that was watching him and weighing him and deciding what it thought. The air on the hillside smelled of dust and olive leaves and the faint smoke of cook fires rising from the valley. Across the valley, the city was beginning to light its lamps, one by one, until Jerusalem glowed in the dark below them, and the disciples sat with him on the hillside in the cooling air and looked at it. The lamps were coming on across the valley one at a time, each one a small insistence that the day was ending and that someone somewhere had decided to push back the dark. They watched this from the hillside without speaking. The disciples had learned, across these days, when speech added something and when it didn't. This was a moment that didn't need their words. The city below was doing what it had always done at the end of a day, pulling inward, lighting its fires, closing its gates. And yet something about watching it from this hillside, on this particular evening, made it feel different. Not ominous, not yet, but weighted in the way that familiar things become weighted when you sense, without being able to say why, that you're seeing them in a way you may not see them again. The air smelled of cooling stone and olive leaves, and somewhere down the slope a fire was burning, and the faint thread of its smoke rose and disappeared. These were ordinary things, the smell of olive wood, the particular way Jerusalem stone holds the warmth of the afternoon and releases it slowly into the evening air, the sound of the city finding its rhythm, a dog, a voice calling across a courtyard, the distant movement of animals being settled for the night. None of it was unusual, all of it felt, in that hour, uncommon. The week had carried a particular kind of weight. The temple courts had been full. Questions had come at him from every direction, from the priests, from the teachers of the law, from men who had been sent specifically to find something they could use against him. He had answered all of them, not with evasion but with a clarity that seemed to unsettle the questioners more than any refusal would have. The crowds had pressed in. The city had watched. And through all of it, through the long days of teaching and the long evenings of returning to this hillside, something had been accumulating beneath the surface of events, the way pressure accumulates beneath stone before the stone gives way. He wasn't looking at them now. He was looking at the city. There's something in the way a person looks at something they love deeply and understand fully. It carries a stillness that isn't the same as distance. It's, in fact, a form of nearness. He looked at Jerusalem the way a father looks at a child who's walking toward something difficult, with knowledge and with grief, and with a love that doesn't reduce to either of those things. He spoke, and what he said wasn't about what was coming in the way they might have feared. He spoke instead about preparation, about a place being made ready, about not letting the heart be troubled by the things that trouble it. He said there was room, that he was going ahead, that this going ahead was, in its own way, a form of being present to them. Thomas wanted to ask a question and held it. Philip looked at the city and then back at him. What they understood in that moment was partial, the way most understanding is partial when it's first received, but it settled into them nonetheless, the way spoken words sometimes settle deeper than the mind can immediately account for. The last of the evening light had left the hills by the time he finished. The city below was fully lit now, a field of small fires held in the bowl of the valley, beautiful in the way that human habitation is beautiful when seen from far enough away that the difficulty of it isn't visible. They gathered themselves from the ground and began the walk back down toward the city, the stone cooling under their feet and the lights of Jerusalem rising up to meet them. He had told Peter and John to go ahead into the city, that they would find a man carrying a water jar, an unusual sight, since that was a task left to women, and that they were to follow him. This wasn't the kind of instruction that came with explanation. It was precise in a way that left no room for improvisation. Both of them understood, even without being told, that the precision itself was the point. The man would be there. The room would be available. These details hadn't been arranged the night before in any conversation they had overheard, and yet they were certain, in the way that certainty had been arriving more frequently in recent days, that what he had described would be exactly what they found. Jerusalem during the days of Passover wasn't the city they had walked through in quieter seasons. The streets were thick with pilgrims who had come from every direction, from the Galilee, from the regions beyond the Jordan, from places further still. They spoke with accents that marked them as outsiders, yet they moved through the city with the familiarity of people who had made this journey every year of their lives, as their fathers had, their fathers' fathers before them. Passover wasn't merely a festival. It was a covenant renewed in the body, in the act of eating, in the specific foods prepared in the specific order that had been handed down since Egypt. Every household understood what was required. Every family knew the ritual. The entire city was organized around it. The smell of the place was particular to this season. Roasting meat was everywhere, rising from courtyards and from ovens built along the outer walls of houses, the smoke of it carrying through the narrow streets and mingling with the smell of baking bread, of fresh herbs, of the particular sharp bite of bitter herbs that Passover demanded. From somewhere to their left as they moved through the lower city, the sound of psalms came through a window, a household already gathered, already singing the songs of ascent that belonged to this night. This was what the covenant looked like when it was alive in a people, not a doctrine, a meal, a table, a family together in lamplight asking the questions that had been asked for generations. They found the man with the water jar exactly where he had been said to be. He didn't stop for them to explain themselves. He simply moved and they followed. There's something worth pausing on in this. They had been told to follow a stranger through a crowded city based on nothing more than the word of their teacher. Neither of them hesitated. This wasn't recklessness. It was a kind of faithfulness that had been trained in them slowly, over meals and roads and long days of watching how he moved through the world. They had learned that his instructions arrived shaped for the moment, fitted to what was needed, never approximate. The upper room was already prepared in its bones. The low tables, the cushions arranged around them, the clean linen. What was needed was the work of the afternoon, the lamb brought and prepared according to the law, the unleavened bread assembled, the bitter herbs laid out in their proper order, the 4 cups of wine accounted for. This wasn't ceremonial decoration. Each element carried its meaning from the original night in Egypt. To prepare it carelessly would have been to miss the point of it entirely. So they worked with the kind of care that the occasion demanded, moving through the room with reverence and efficiency in equal measure. The city's noise rising up through the open window, the psalms and the smoke, and the sound of 1,000 families doing what they were doing. The lamps were lit as the sun declined. The room held its warmth. Everything that was supposed to be present was present. By the time the others arrived and climbed the outside stair and came through the door, the table was set, the lamps were burning, the room was ready. He rose from the table while they were still settling into their places, and they watched him take off his outer robe and fold it, and take up a towel and tie it around his waist, and carry a basin of water to the first of them. No one spoke at first. There's something about a gesture so unexpected that language can't catch up to it in time. They had reclined at this table in the way that men recline at a Passover table, in the posture of the free, in the posture of those who have been delivered. And now the one they called Teacher and Lord was kneeling on the stone floor with a basin and a towel. The confusion wasn't a small thing. This wasn't a minor social awkwardness. In that world, in that culture, the washing of feet belonged to the lowest of servants. It was the task given to those at the bottom of every hierarchy anyone could name. And here was the one who had stilled water and opened eyes and called the dead back from their tombs, and he was kneeling. The sound of it was gentle. Water poured into the basin has a particular sound, the kind that belongs to kitchens and evening routines. It was a domestic sound, an ordinary sound, and it was completely out of place, and somehow exactly right. He moved from one to the next. The lamplight held steady. The room was warm with the warmth of many bodies and a shared meal, and a space closed against the night outside. Most of them let him. They watched with the wide-eyed stillness of people witnessing something they can't categorize. Jesus answered him quietly. "If I don't wash you," he said, "you've no part with me." There was no sharpness in it. There was simply the same patience that had characterized everything from the beginning of the evening. He wasn't arguing. He was explaining, the way you explain something to someone you love who hasn't yet understood the shape of what's happening. Peter, being Peter, immediately went to the other extreme. "Then wash not just my feet," he said, "but my hands and my head as well." And Jesus answered that the one who's already clean needs only his feet washed. There's theology in that exchange, deep theology. But what matters in this room on this night is the tenderness of it, the tenderness of continuing to kneel in front of a man who has just refused you, the tenderness of answering a protest with patience rather than with correction. This is how God works, not by withdrawing when the gesture is rejected, but by waiting for the resistance to soften. When he had finished and put his robe back on and returned to his place at the table, he looked at them and asked whether they understood what he had done. "Do you know what I've done to you?" he said. They didn't answer. He told them plainly. "You call me teacher and Lord," he said, "and you're right to do so. That's what I'm. If I then, your teacher and your Lord, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. I've given you an example," he said, "that you should do as I've done to you." Then he took the bread, and while they watched, he gave thanks over it and broke it. And the breaking was quiet, just the sound of bread separating in his hands. They had eaten this meal before. Every one of them had sat at a Passover table as children, had heard the questions asked and answered, had tasted the bitter herbs and the unleavened bread and understood what it meant to remember a deliverance. The ritual was ancient, the words were familiar, and yet something in the room had shifted in the way that rooms shift when an ordinary thing is done with an extraordinary weight behind it, and they watched his hands with a stillness that was different from ordinary attention. He said that this was his body, given for them. He said it plainly. He didn't elaborate or explain. He simply named what the bread was, in his hands and now in theirs, and passed it around the table. There's something in the act of passing that the text preserves without comment. Each pair of hands received it from the hands beside them and gave it to the hands beyond. The bread moved through the lamplight from person to person, and each one who received it held for a moment what he had held, and then ate. This is how a covenant passes, not through declaration alone, but through participation, through the body's own act of receiving. The cup came after. He took it and gave thanks in the same manner, and said that this was his blood of the new covenant, poured out for many. The language was the language of sacrifice, of something given completely, held back in nothing. They drank from it in turn, the wine dark in the cup and the lamplight catching the rim as it moved around the table, and no one spoke while it was moving. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was the silence of people who sense they're inside a moment that's larger than their understanding of it, and who have the wisdom, at least in this moment, to receive rather than interpret. The meal continued around them. The unleavened bread was on the table, the herbs, the other elements of the Passover that memory required. But something had been added to all of it, or perhaps something had been revealed within it, something that had always been there in the shape of the feast but not yet spoken aloud. They ate and the lamps burned and the room was warm and full of the smell of the meal and the particular closeness of people gathered around a low table in a small room. Then he said that one of them would betray him. He said it without accusation in his voice. in the way that a person states a grief rather than a charge. He said that the hand of the one who would hand him over was on the table with him even now. The disciples looked at one another and at him, and the grief in the room was immediate. They began to ask, one after another, whether it was them, not defensively, but with the anxiety of people who know something about the distance between intention and action, who know how many times they've failed to be who they meant to be. "Is it I?" they asked. "Is it I?" He answered as he answered, and the sorrow in it wasn't anger and not condemnation. It was the sorrow of someone who sees clearly and loves clearly and holds both of those things at the same time, without letting either one diminish the other. There's something profound in that the knowledge of betrayal didn't cause him to withdraw from the table, didn't cause the bread or the cup to be withheld. He had already given both before he named what he knew. Judas asked, as the others had asked, whether it was him. And Jesus answered him, and Judas rose and went out. The text records this without dramatic emphasis. He went out. It was night. The night is mentioned once, simply, and it carries everything the text doesn't say. The hour, the dark outside the door, the particular kind of darkness that's both the hour of the clock and something else, the darkness of a choice made and a direction taken that can't be undone. The door closed behind Judas, and it was night outside and inside the room. The 11 sat closer together without quite meaning to, and the lamps gave their steady light. He said it simply, the way the truest things are said, without build-up or ceremony. "Love one another as I've loved you." The 11 sat in the particular quiet of people who have heard something they know matters and aren't yet certain they've grasped all of it. This is what a new commandment looks like when it arrives. Not carved in stone, not delivered from above with thunder, spoken across a low table in a borrowed room, to men who were still thinking about the bread and the cup and the one who had gone out into the night. Peter, being Peter, couldn't let the larger moment go without pressing it. He asked where Jesus was going. The question wasn't theological. It was the question of a man who doesn't want to be left behind, who has organized his life around following and can't imagine what following might mean if there's nowhere to go. "Where I'm going," Jesus said, "you can't follow now, but you'll follow afterward." This wasn't refusal. There's a difference between can't yet and never. The afterward carried something in it, a door left open, a future that would become possible through what was coming. But Peter heard only the now. He heard the word can't, and it landed badly. He said he would lay down his life. He said it with the full conviction of a man who meant every word and had no reason in that moment to doubt himself. He had been with this teacher for 3 years. He had walked on water and then sunk, and still he had been there. He had confessed at Caesarea Philippi what none of the others had said aloud. He was the kind of man who believed in his own intentions absolutely, and in that room, with the lamps burning and his teacher beside him, the intention felt as solid as stone. Jesus received it without dismissing it. There's something worth noticing here. He didn't say Peter was wrong to want to lay down his life. He simply saw past the intention into the night ahead, into the cold courtyard and the fire, and the questions that would come when fear had replaced warmth, and he spoke what he saw. "Before the rooster crows," he said, "you'll deny me 3 times. He said it with the tone of someone carrying a sorrow they've made their peace with, not to wound, but because the truth, even the hard truth, is part of how love works. This wasn't condemnation. Condemnation would have looked different. This was the voice of someone who already knew the end of the story and loved Peter through it without reservation. The denial wasn't the final word in Jesus' understanding of Peter, even now before it had happened. The others heard it, and the room absorbed it uncomfortably. They heard Peter's name and a number and a bird, and it had the shape of something specific and verifiable, and none of them wanted to believe it. The meal was mostly finished. The cups had been passed. The bread had been broken and eaten. The table held only what remained of the evening, and the evening wasn't yet finished. Something longer was beginning now, a conversation that would carry them through the hours until the garden, unhurried and full, the way a teacher speaks when he knows the time left is short and everything that matters still needs to be said. Peter heard it and didn't believe it about himself, and Jesus didn't argue with him, only looked at him in the way that meant he already knew. "Don't let your hearts be troubled," he said. And he said it as though he meant it to last beyond the room, beyond the night, beyond whatever was coming. There's something in the way a person speaks when they know they're leaving. The words come more carefully. Each one is chosen not just for tonight, but for all the nights that will follow without the speaker present. This is how he spoke now, with that particular care, with the attention of someone placing things gently into the hands of people he loves and watching to make sure the grip is secure before he lets go. "You believe in God," he said. "Believe also in me. In my Father's house there are many rooms." He said it plainly, without elaboration at first, letting the image rest in the air of the room. Many rooms. Not a narrow place, not a conditional place, not a place that would run out of space before everyone arrived. A house with room enough. He was going to prepare a place for them. This wasn't metaphor offered as comfort. This was something being described from the inside, something known. And the word prepare carried weight. It suggested intention. It suggested that their arrival was expected, that arrangements were already being made, that they weren't going somewhere they weren't wanted. "If I go and prepare a place for you," he said, "I'll come back and take you to be with me, so that where I'm, you may also be." And here the answer came, the one that would outlast the room and the night and every century that followed. "I'm the way," he said, "and the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." The disciples were tired. The meal had settled into them and the hour was late, and they were trying to hold all of this, trying to find the edges of what was being said. "Don't let your hearts be troubled." The phrase came again, not in words, but in the way he was speaking, in the quality of his voice, steady and unhurried, the voice of someone who isn't afraid of what he's saying. Philip asked his question quietly. "Lord, show us the Father." That would be enough. There's something almost tender in the response. "Have I been with you so long," he said, "and you don't know me? Philip, whoever has seen me has seen the Father." This wasn't a rebuke in the way a teacher rebukes. It was closer to the way someone says the obvious thing with sadness and with love. The way you might say it to someone you've been walking beside for years, who still doesn't quite see what's right beside them. "Believe me when I say I'm in the Father and the Father is in me." The disciples sat with this. The lamp on the table had burned lower. Outside, Jerusalem was quiet. The city that had been watching him all week was asleep, or nearly so. And in this room, the 11 were held by a voice that was speaking about things too large for the room to contain, and too close to need distance to be understood. He told them they would do greater things than he had done. This is one of those statements that sounds impossible until you sit with it long enough to understand what it rests on. He was going to the Father. Because he was going, they would ask in his name, and the Father would answer. Whatever they asked in his name, he said, he would do, so that the Father would be glorified in the Son. "Ask anything in my name," he said, "and I'll do it. Don't let your hearts be troubled." It came back again, gently, the way a familiar melody returns in a piece of music, changed slightly by what has come between, but recognizable, still carrying the same assurance it carried the first time. You believe in God. Believe also in me. The room, the road, the destination, all of this held in the space between those two sentences. What's remarkable about this passage, heard here in this lamplight room by these tired and uncertain men, is how little it demands of them in this moment. It doesn't ask them to understand everything. It doesn't require them to be ready. It asks them to believe. It asks them to let their hearts remain untroubled. This isn't a small thing. The heart that has known fear knows how much effort it takes to release it. But it's a different kind of effort than the effort of understanding. It's the effort of trust, of opening the hand rather than closing it. They didn't fully grasp the rooms, or the way, or the greater works, or what it meant that he was in the Father, and the Father was in him. These were things that would take years, and grief, and the particular education of loss before they settled into clarity. But they heard the voice. The voice was steady. The voice said, "Don't be troubled." The voice said he would come back. And the room held the words, the way a room holds warmth after the fire has settled. And the disciples leaned into them without fully understanding them, and found that this was enough. He told them he wouldn't leave them as orphans, that after he had gone there would come another, a comforter, who would be with them in the way he had been with them, but also differently, more inward, more permanent. The disciples heard this. Several of them had stopped asking questions by now. The room had grown quieter over the course of the evening, not in the way that rooms grow quiet when conversation runs dry, but in the way they grow quiet when something is being received that requires all of a person's attention. The lamps hadn't changed. The warmth of the upper room hadn't changed, but the quality of the listening had shifted into something deeper, something that no longer required words to sustain it. He called this other one the Spirit of Truth. This is a significant designation. The world, he said, couldn't receive this Spirit because the world didn't see him and didn't know him. But the disciples knew him because he had been dwelling with them and would dwell in them. There's a movement in this promise worth noticing. From beside them to within them, from a presence they could turn toward, to a presence that would require no turning at all. The geography of this gift is different from anything the ancient world had imagined about the divine. Not a distant power to be petitioned, not a presence confined to a temple or a holy mountain, something that would take up residence inside ordinary human beings and remain there. Why was it better that he go? This is the question the disciples would have asked if they had been able to find the words for it. He answered it before they could ask. If he didn't go, the Comforter wouldn't come. The gift was contingent on the departure. There's something in this that challenges every instinct toward preservation. The disciples wanted to keep what they had, the presence they knew, the teacher they could reach out and touch, the voice they recognized from across a crowded hillside. And he was telling them that what was coming was actually greater, actually more suited to what they would need than what was standing before them now. He described what this Spirit would do. He would teach them all things. He would remind them of everything that had been said in these months and years of following. He would be a kind of living memory, not merely storing what had happened, but making it present and useful and alive in the moment it was needed. This isn't a small promise. These were men who had misunderstood him repeatedly, who had argued about the wrong things, who had fallen asleep at the wrong moments. The promise wasn't that they would be left to rely on their own comprehension. Something would come alongside their understanding and illuminate it from within. The night outside the windows was fully dark now. Whatever remained of the city's evening activity had quieted. The Passover fires had burned lower. The pilgrims in the streets had returned to their lodgings. Jerusalem in the middle of the night has a particular kind of silence, dense, ancient, accumulated through centuries of prayers and grief and ordinary sleeping. The upper room sat inside that silence, and the voice continued. Then he said it, and the simplicity of the phrasing is itself part of what it means. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you, not as the world gives. What does the world give? The world gives peace as an absence, the removal of conflict, a temporary stillness between hostilities, a treaty that holds until it doesn't. The world's peace is conditional, circumstantial, dependent on external arrangements that can always be undone. What he was describing was something else entirely, not a condition of the surrounding circumstances, but a condition underneath them, a kind of deep settledness that doesn't require the external situation to cooperate. It's peace that can exist inside uncertainty. It's peace that doesn't vanish when the night turns difficult. Don't let your hearts be troubled, he had said at the beginning of this. He was saying it again now, or something continuous with it. Neither let them be afraid. The repetition isn't redundancy. It's the way truth is offered to people who are going to need to hear it more than once, who are going to forget it in the difficulty of what's coming, and will need to find their way back to it. He was giving them something to return to, a phrase that would still be true when everything else felt uncertain. My peace I give to you. Several of the disciples were leaning now, their posture having softened over the course of the long evening, their bodies acknowledging what their minds were still trying to resist. The room held them. The warmth held them. The voice continued with a steadiness that asked nothing of them in this moment except that they remain present, that they let the words settle in the way that words settle when a person stops trying to immediately understand them and simply allows them in. Peace I leave with you, he said. My peace I give to you, not as the world gives. And the room was quiet, and outside the city was dark, and the word peace lay over everything like a hand. I'm the vine, he said, and you're the branches. And the way he said it made it feel like something you could almost reach out and touch. There's something about the hour that made the words land differently than they might have at midday. The meal was finished. The cups had been passed. The room had held so much already. The basin and the water, the bread broken and distributed, the cup and what it meant, the commandment to love, the promise of a comforter who would come after. The disciples were tired in the way that the body becomes tired when it has been asked to hold too much too quickly, when the heart has been full for hours and the night is late and the lamps have burned low, and the warmth of the room has become something like a weight pressing gently from all sides. And into that tiredness he spoke about a vine. This wasn't an abstraction. The disciples knew what a vine looked like. They had grown up around them. They knew the way a vineyard worked, the way a good vine sent its strength out through its branches, the way the branch didn't generate its own life but received it, drew it upward from the root, from the stalk, from whatever it was connected to at the base. A branch cut off from the vine doesn't slowly weaken, it simply ceases. Whatever it was before, green, reaching, capable of fruit, it's no longer. It becomes something to be gathered and burned. The life was never its own to begin with. It was always received. This is what he was describing, and describing it this way, in the late hour of this night, had the quality of something being made plain that had always been true, but had never quite been said directly. My Father is the gardener, he said. Every branch in me that doesn't bear fruit he takes away, and every branch that does bear fruit he prunes, so that it may bear more. There's something worth sitting with in that word pruning. The branch that's bearing fruit isn't left alone, it's cut back. This isn't punishment. This is the care of someone who understands growth, who knows that the branch not pruned will expand outward in directions that take energy without producing anything, that the discipline of cutting shapes the branch toward greater fruitfulness rather than away from it. God's involvement in a life isn't always comfortable, but it's always purposeful. The gardener prunes because the gardener knows what the branch is capable of and won't settle for less. "Remain in me," he said, "and I'll remain in you." The word remain, in the language he spoke, in the language in which John later wrote it down, carries a quality of settled presence, of ongoing habitation, of choosing not to leave. It isn't a visit, it isn't a passing through, it's dwelling. He was asking them to dwell in him the way a branch dwells in the vine, not occasionally connecting, not reaching back toward the source when fruit is needed, and then going its own way otherwise, but continuously, persistently, without interruption, remaining. And he was promising the same in return. If they remained in him, he would remain in them. This wasn't a conditional relationship built on performance. It was a description of how the life flows. Stay connected, and the life continues. That's what remaining means. "Apart from me," he said, "you can do nothing, not little, not less, nothing." This is the kind of statement that the waking mind wants to qualify, wants to soften, wants to surround with footnotes about human capability and reasonable effort. But the hour was late and the mind was soft, and the words settled into the room without much resistance. A branch doesn't negotiate with its own limitations. It simply grows or it doesn't, and whether it grows depends entirely on whether it's still attached to the thing that feeds it. There's something here that isn't discouraging if you hear it correctly. It isn't a diminishment of who they were. It's a description of where the source of everything they were actually resided, and the source wasn't going anywhere. "As the Father has loved me," he said, "so I've loved you. Stay in my love, keep my commandments, as I've kept my Father's commandments, and stay in his love." And then, with the directness that marked every true thing he had said this night, "These things I've spoken to you so that my joy may be in you, and that your joy may be full." Joy wasn't incidental to this teaching. It was the destination of it. The branch connected to the vine doesn't merely function. It bears fruit, and the fruit of remaining, of loving, of keeping the commandment to love one another. The fruit of all of it was fullness, not the fragile satisfaction of a good day, not the temporary relief of difficulty removed, but joy of a different order entirely, the kind that isn't manufactured by circumstances but received from a source that circumstances can't reach. The room was quiet. Several of the disciples hadn't spoken in a long time. The words had been coming for what felt like a long time now, one truth following another, the way water finds its level through whatever vessel holds it, filling the available space without effort. He was simply present with them, speaking to them about love and connection and fruit and remaining, and the room held it, and they held it, and the night outside was very dark and very still. "Remain in me and I in you," he said, and the words had the quality of something that doesn't end when the speaking of it ends. Then he lifted his eyes and began to pray, not quietly to himself but aloud, so that they could hear every word, so that they would know what he was saying to his Father about them. He began with himself. "Father, the hour has come." There's something profound in those words. Not a petition, not a request for the hour to be delayed or redirected, simply a recognition that it had arrived, that what had been moving toward them through all the days and weeks and years had now reached its moment. He spoke of glorifying and being glorified, of the work that had been given to him and the work that had been completed, of a glory that had belonged to him before the world existed. This isn't the language of a man in crisis. This is the language of someone who knows exactly where he stands in the order of things and is at peace with it. The disciples listened, and the room was very still. Then the prayer turned, and when it turned toward them. He spoke their names into the air of that room, not as a list, but as a reality, as people known and cherished, people given to him and held by him and now being held before the Father. He said that he had kept them, that not one had been lost. He asked that they be protected, not from difficulty, not from the world's resistance, but from the evil within it, from the force that fractures and divides and tears apart. He asked this specifically, with the particularity of someone who knows exactly what they're asking and why. Why does this matter? Because protection here isn't insulation. He had already told them the world would hate them. He wasn't praying for their comfort. He was praying for their integrity, for the thing in them that the world couldn't manufacture and couldn't replace. This is the nature of the intercession. It doesn't aim at an easy life. It aims at a preserved one. He prayed that they would be sanctified in truth, that the word they had received would do its full work in them, the way soil does its full work on a seed when the conditions are right. There's something in this that deserves to be felt rather than merely noted. He was praying that what he had said to them in all those weeks wouldn't be lost, that it would continue its work after he was no longer there to explain it, that the teaching would go on teaching even in silence. The disciples heard all of this and didn't speak. Several of them had stopped moving. The room held them the way a room holds people when something larger than ordinary conversation is happening. Then the prayer widened again. He said he wasn't praying for them alone. He was praying for those who would come after, for all who would believe through their word. This is the moment in the prayer when time itself seems to flex slightly. He's praying for people who don't yet exist, for communities not yet gathered, for faith not yet kindled, for generations not yet born. The circle of the intercession moves outward from the room, outward from the city, outward across time in both directions, and the 11 men sitting in the lamplight are somehow the hinge of it, the point through which that long continuity would pass, that they may be one, as we're one. He said this and then returned to it and said it again in different words, because some things need to be said more than once to be fully received. Unity here isn't uniformity. It isn't the absence of difference. It's something more like the unity of a vine and its branches, which we've already heard described, or the unity of an architect and a building, each distinct but neither complete without the other. He prayed for this oneness the way you pray for something that matters more than you can easily explain, returning to it, circling it, wanting the Father to hear how much it mattered. The hour was late. The lamps had been burning a long time. The bread and the wine were behind them. The vine and the branches were behind them. Everything that had been said in that room was settling now, the way dust settles after a long journey, slowly finding its resting place. And over all of it, this prayer continued. He spoke of love. Specifically, he prayed that the love with which the Father had loved him would be in them, not a love they would have to manufacture or maintain by effort, a love that would be placed in them, inhabiting them the way warmth inhabits a stone that has been in the sun. This is the deepest petition of the prayer. It's the prayer beneath all the other prayers. It asks not for protection alone, or unity alone, or truth alone, but for the source of all of these, for the love that makes the other things possible, for the root from which everything else grows. The disciples sat. The room was warm. The night outside was dark, and the city was quiet, and the prayer continued its slow movement through all the things that needed to be said before morning came. They heard their teacher speaking to his Father about them, about their protection and their joy and their ownness and their love, and the effect of it was of being seen, not observed, not evaluated, seen in the deeper sense, the sense that carries no judgment, only recognition. To be prayed for in this way, by someone who loves you fully and knows you fully and speaks about you with this kind of care, is to feel something shift inside the chest. The disciples may not have had words for what they were feeling. They may not have tried to name it. The room held them and the voice continued, and the night was deep around them, and that was enough. The prayer ended without ceremony, the last words settling into the room, and for a moment after, no one moved, because the silence that followed felt as full as everything that had come before it. They rose and went out. The city was dark and quiet, the streets empty in the way that streets are empty late at night when only the watchmen are moving. The stairs from the upper room met the street, and the cold came quickly. The way Jerusalem cold comes after a warm room, immediate and clarifying. Their sandals found the cobblestones, and the sound of them was the only sound for a long while. 11 men walking, no torches. The city gave enough light from its dying fires, and the stars overhead were clear, and very close in the way that desert stars are clear on a cold night, present in a way they rarely seem by day. There's something about moving through a sleeping city. The daytime version of the place, all noise and transaction and crowd, becomes something else entirely. The same stones, the same walls, but the scale of it shifts, becomes more intimate. The men moved through it quietly, their breath visible in the cold air. He was speaking as they walked, not in the way a man speaks to fill silence, but in the way someone speaks when they're giving what they've left to give, and the time for giving, it's almost finished. The world would hate them. He said this plainly, not as threat but as preparation. What had rejected him would reject them also. They shouldn't be surprised by it, shouldn't take it as evidence that something had gone wrong. He had overcome the world. He said that too, and the way he said it. Walking through the dark streets of Jerusalem past the shuttered doors and the sleeping houses wasn't triumphant. It was something quieter than triumph, something more like a fact being recorded, a thing that had already occurred in some dimension they couldn't yet see. They passed through a gate in the lower part of the city, and the ground changed under their feet. The streets gave way to a path. The path descended, and they went down into the Kidron Valley, where the air was heavier and the dark was deeper, and the night smelled of earth and the cold water of the valley floor. Then the path rose again, climbing the slope on the other side. The olive trees began to appear around them, their old trunks pale in the starlight, their branches moving slightly in a wind that barely existed. This wasn't an unfamiliar place. They had come here before, many evenings, crossing out of the city when the day's teaching was finished and the gates were still open. The garden knew them in the way that places know the people who return to them. There's something in this worth attending to. He didn't choose an unknown location. He chose the place they had always gone. He wasn't hiding. He was simply going to the place where, when evening came, he went. They entered the garden, and he stopped and turned. He looked at them the way he had looked at them all evening, with a fullness that the hour hadn't diminished. He asked most of them to wait there, at the edge of things. Then he looked at Peter and James and John and asked them to come further. The 8 who remained settled where they stood, some against the thick trunks of the older trees, some on the ground, the stones and roots making shapes beneath them that they were too tired to care about. The meal was still with them, the warmth of bread and wine and hours of firelight. The body in the late night has its own gravity, its own heaviness that isn't quite sleep, but is the country immediately adjacent to it. Peter and James and John followed him further into the garden, further from the city lights, further into the dark and the smell of the olive leaves and the cold soil. He told them to stay. He told them to watch. Then he moved ahead, past where they stood, and the darkness between the trees received him. The three of them found places among the roots and stones, and the night settled around them, cool and dark. From somewhere ahead in the deeper part of the garden, they could hear him praying. He came back to where they were sleeping the third time, and he didn't wake them again, only stood looking at them for a moment before the torches appeared through the trees at the far edge of the garden. There's something worth sitting with in those three returns. Each time he had gone further into the garden to pray, and each time he had come back and found them the same way. Heads dropped, breathing slow, the meal and the hour having done what meals and late hours do. He hadn't rebuked them harshly. The words he spoke were gentle, even the first time, even the second. The spirit is willing, he said, but the flesh is weak. This isn't a condemnation. It's a statement of fact, offered with the kind of understanding that comes from someone who knows what it means to carry a human body through a long night. He wasn't angry at them for being what they were. He was simply noting it, the way you might note the weather. What had he been praying in the deeper part of the garden, beyond where they could hear? The weight of it had been visible when he came back the first time. His face carried something that the lamplight of the upper room hadn't been there before. A settled earnestness, the look of someone who has placed something enormous before God and received an answer and accepted it. Not easily, not without asking again, but accepted. "Let your will be done," he had said, and those words, spoken into the dark among the olive trees, may be the most significant words of the entire night. The cup he was asking about wasn't taken from him, and yet something about his bearing when he rose from his knees suggested that the asking itself had accomplished something necessary. The torches weren't subtle. They came through the lower edge of the garden in a line, their light moving through the branches in a way that made the shadows shift and swing. There were many of them, temple guards and officials, and somewhere among them a familiar face leading the way. Judas had known this place. They had come here before, many evenings, and that familiarity was now being used for this. He walked ahead of the group through the dark and came to where Jesus was standing. What's arresting about the moment is the stillness at its center. He didn't run. He didn't step back into the trees. He walked toward those who had come with their torches and their weapons, and he asked them, simply and directly, who they were looking for. "Jesus of Nazareth," they said, and he answered, "I'm he." The directness of it seemed to do something to the crowd. The text records that they drew back and fell. There's theology in that detail that could fill another evening entirely. But for now, what matters is the shape of the encounter. Not a man being overtaken, but a man presenting himself, on his own terms, to what was waiting for him. There was one moment of confusion. Peter had a sword and used it, and in an instant what had been a solemn surrender threatened to become something else. Jesus moved immediately. He healed what had been injured. He spoke to Peter. "Put the sword away. This isn't the path. Do you think I couldn't call for help if that were what was needed?" The question carries the whole weight of what had been decided in the deeper garden. He wasn't here by accident or by force. He was here because this was the hour, and the hour had come, and he had made his peace with it. Then he turned to those who had come for him, and he asked one thing: "Let these men go." This wasn't a negotiation. It was a request that contained within it a kind of authority that requests don't usually carry. And it was honored. The disciples scattered into the dark of the garden, and the trees received them, and they were gone. And he went with those who had come for him, not dragged, not bound at that first moment, walking, moving toward the gate and down the slope toward the valley and the city beyond it, surrounded by torches and soldiers and the quiet that follows the end of a thing. The garden was empty then. the olive trees standing as they always had, the ground still holding the shape of where they had knelt, and down the slope the torches moved toward Jerusalem, and the night was very quiet. The rooms they brought him to through the rest of that night were official rooms, rooms of process and procedure, and in each of them the same question was asked in different forms, and he answered, or didn't answer, with the same quiet that he had carried out of the garden. The first room belonged to the high priest. There were lamps, and there were scribes, and there were men whose entire purpose in that hour was to find in his words something that could be used against him. This is how these proceedings work. The machinery of official judgment requires a charge, and a charge requires a statement, and so the questions kept coming, each one angled differently, each one probing for the place where he might say too much or too little. He stood in the center of it. He didn't pace. He didn't appeal to the room or manage the impression he was making. There's something in this stillness that the text records almost in spite of itself, because stillness in a room full of urgency becomes its own kind of statement. The men conducting the inquiry would have been accustomed to fear. Fear was the normal response of someone brought before authority in the middle of the night. He didn't appear to be afraid. This unsettled things. Peter had followed at a distance. He had run from the garden with the others, but the running hadn't carried him all the way away. Love and fear were pulling in opposite directions, and so he came back through the sleeping streets until he reached the courtyard of the high priest. Another disciple helped him enter. Inside, servants and guards had made a charcoal fire against the cold, and Peter stood among them warming his hands, close enough to know where Jesus had been taken, but far enough to hope no one would connect him with the prisoner. The fire gave a low red light. Faces appeared and disappeared as the flame shifted. A servant girl looked at Peter for longer than strangers look at one another. Then recognition settled over her expression. "You also were with Jesus of Galilee," she said. Peter answered too quickly. He said he didn't know what she meant. The words were out before he had time to examine them. Conversation around the fire paused, then resumed, and Peter moved toward the gateway, as though a different place in the courtyard might make him less visible. Another woman saw him there. She spoke to those standing nearby, not only to Peter. This man was with Jesus of Nazareth. The circle of attention tightened. Peter denied it again, this time with more force, saying he didn't know the man. He heard his own voice make the distance larger. The phrase was colder than anything he had intended to say when he followed through the gate. But fear had begun speaking for him now, and fear rarely chooses its words with care. Nearly an hour passed. The questioning inside continued. The fire burned lower. Peter remained because leaving felt like its own kind of denial, though staying had already become one. Then another man looked closely at him, someone connected to the servant who had been injured in the garden. "Surely you were there," he said. "Your speech gives you away." The Galilean sound of Peter's voice, ordinary everywhere he had lived, now became evidence against him. For the third time, Peter denied it. He insisted he didn't know what they were talking about. And while the last words were still leaving his mouth, a rooster crowed somewhere beyond the courtyard wall. The sound was small. It was only the sound of morning approaching, a sound heard in every quarter of the city. But it reached Peter as though the whole night had been waiting to deliver it. Across the courtyard, through an opening between the rooms, Jesus turned and looked at him. There was no surprise in the look, no anger. Jesus had already seen this moment from the upper room and had loved Peter through it before it arrived. What passed between them was sorrow held inside compassion, the knowledge of failure without the withdrawal of love. Peter remembered the words spoken beside the lamps. "Before the rooster crows, you'll deny me 3 times." He left the fire. He passed through the gate into the cold street, and once the courtyard was behind him, he wept. Not neatly, and not quietly at first. The tears came with the force of everything he had believed about himself giving way at once. Yet even there, on the far side of his own certainty, the look followed him. It hadn't condemned him. It had known him completely. Another fire and another morning still waited beside a distant sea, though Peter couldn't know that yet. Then Pilate. The second room, and a different kind of official authority. Roman, pragmatic, accustomed to the particular texture of occupied territories and their local disputes. Pilate wasn't a man of great conviction. He was a man of management. He understood power as a practical matter, as a question of maintaining order and satisfying the right people, and avoiding situations that would require uncomfortable reports to Rome. What he hadn't prepared for, what the machinery of his experience had given him no framework to process, was this prisoner, who didn't behave like a prisoner. He tried several times to release him. He found no basis for a charge. He said so plainly more than once. He offered the crowd a choice, a custom, a release at the festival, one prisoner or another. The crowd chose otherwise. There's a grinding quality to this part of the account, the way a process continues to turn even when the person running it clearly wishes it would stop. Pilate kept finding exits, and the exits kept closing, and each time he emerged back into the same situation, the same crowd, the same inexorable pressure, and the man standing in the center of it all unchanged. Peter stood in the street and didn't move for a long time. Around him, Jerusalem was doing what cities do at the boundary between night and morning, finding its way back into sound and motion one small thing at a time. A dog somewhere in the lower quarter, the sound of it brief and then gone. Then silence again, but not the same silence as before, thinner somehow, as though the night had already begun releasing its grip on things without anyone noticing the moment it happened. The stones under his feet were cold. He could feel that, the cold of them rising through the soles of his sandals with the particular insistence of early morning cold, the kind that has been accumulating through the long hours and now simply is what the ground is. He didn't think about where to go. He didn't think about much at all. There's a stillness that comes after weeping that isn't peace and isn't despair, but is something between them, a kind of emptiness that has been scraped clean. Peter was standing in that stillness. The sky to the east wasn't yet light, but it was less dark. This is the distinction that matters at this hour, not the arrival of brightness, but the departure of absolute darkness. The sky beginning to separate from the earth at the far edge of things, a faint differentiation between what's stone and what's air and what's the horizon. Jerusalem doesn't announce its mornings. It receives them gradually, the way all ancient cities receive them. The darkness thinning rather than lifting, the shapes of buildings returning from nothing into outline. Someone moved in a courtyard nearby. He heard it, a small sound, the sound of ordinary morning life beginning. A jar set down, or a latch lifted, or simply a person rising and moving through a space they knew by feel. There's something about that sound when you're standing alone in a street in the dark. It reminds you that the world continues, that other lives are proceeding, that the ordinary mechanisms of a day are beginning to engage around you, whether or not you're ready for them. The Temple Mount was still, but the city carried a faint sound that wasn't quite sound, more the suggestion of it, the accumulated nearness of many thousands of people beginning to stir within their walls. Passover was still in the city. The pilgrims were still here. Somewhere a fire was being lit. the first thread of smoke rising into air that was just now cold enough to hold its shape for a moment before dissolving. He had told him. That was the thing that wouldn't leave, not as an accusation. He was past the sharpness of that now. Standing in the emptied-out quiet on the other side of it, he had told him. Peter hadn't believed it about himself. Now he knew something about himself that he hadn't known before. What a man does with that kind of knowledge is a question for another morning. Not this one. This one asks nothing. This one only arrives, as mornings do, without ceremony, without requiring anything from the people it finds in the streets. A second dog answered the first from somewhere across the valley. Then quiet again. The sky above the rooftops was no longer entirely dark. A door opened somewhere nearby. A voice called something ordinary across a courtyard, and the day was beginning. The soldiers who let him out didn't think about what they were doing, not in the way that would be remembered. They were carrying out an order. That's what soldiers do. The order had come from Pilate, who had washed his hands of it, and from the crowd, who had called for it, and from the religious leaders who had arranged for it, and from a chain of human decisions that stretched back through the night and through the years and through the whole long story of what it means for human beings to encounter something they can't contain. The city was already stirring. Passover was still in the streets. Pilgrims who had come from distant places were beginning their morning fires, their voices carrying through the narrow alleys, their children not yet awake. None of them knew what was moving through the city in those early hours. None of them knew what the morning was carrying. The trial had reached its conclusion before most of the city had opened its eyes. Pilate had questioned him. He had found no fault. He had said so more than once, which is one of the more remarkable details the accounts preserve, that the man responsible for the execution said repeatedly that no crime could be named. He offered a release. The crowd refused it. They asked for someone else, and Pilate, who was a practical man in an occupied province with a volatile population during the most charged week of the religious calendar, made a calculation. The calculation ended one way. It always ends one way when political safety is weighed against justice. He handed him over to be crucified. That's the phrase the records use, flat and plain. Handed over, as if it were a simple transaction, as if everything that followed were merely administrative. He carried the cross through the city toward the place called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull. This is where the road leads. Not every road, but this one, the one that began in Bethlehem and passed through Nazareth and ran along the Jordan and turned toward Jerusalem. This one leads here. A man named Simon from Cyrene was compelled to carry the cross for part of the way, which tells us something about the condition of the one walking ahead of him. The night had been long. The suffering had already begun before the soldiers let him out. Simon of Cyrene carried the wood, and his name was remembered, and his sons' names were remembered, which means somewhere in the early communities of faith, people knew who he was and what he had done, and it mattered to them. There were women weeping along the road. He spoke to them. Even then, even in that condition, walking toward his own execution through a city crowded with festival pilgrims, he turned and spoke to them. This is one of those details that doesn't fit any of the categories the world uses to understand suffering. Most people in that circumstance would have nothing left for anyone else. He had something. He always had something. The women wept, and he told them not to weep for him. Think about what that means. Not to weep for him, to weep instead for what was coming, for the city, for what human choices accumulate toward over time. His concern, even here, was outward. This is how he moved through the world from the beginning. It didn't stop at the edge of Golgotha. When they reached the place, they crucified him. The Gospels don't dwell on the physical detail. They simply record it. He was crucified. 2 others were crucified with him, 1 on each side, and he was in the middle. The soldiers divided his garments, which was their custom, and they sat down and kept watch. A charge was placed above his head. "This is the King of the Jews." Pilate had written it, and when the religious leaders asked him to change the wording, he refused. "What I've written, I've written." Even in that small resistance, something true was being declared, though Pilate didn't mean it that way. He spoke from the cross, not many words. Each one was given at cost. The first thing recorded is a prayer. "Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing." This is the sentence that contains everything. Before a word of his own suffering, before anything else, forgiveness, not earned, not requested by the people receiving it, not conditional on their understanding, given freely, given first, given to people in the act of doing the thing being forgiven. This is what he had taught. Love your enemies. Pray for those who persecute you. He didn't teach it from a place of safety. He taught it from the place where the teaching would cost the most. One of the men crucified beside him turned toward him in the final hours and asked to be remembered. He had no credential. He had no claim. He had nothing left to offer and nothing left to lose, which perhaps made the asking possible. He said, "Remember me when you come into your kingdom." The answer came immediately. "Today you'll be with me in paradise." No conditions, no examination of his record, no delay. That's the promise given to a man who had nothing but the asking in him. This is how God works. His mother was there. She had been there from the beginning, in a stable in Bethlehem when the world wasn't yet ready for him. And she was there now. She stood near the cross. "A sword shall pierce your own soul also," the old man Simeon had told her when he was 8 days old. She had carried those words for more than 30 years. She was standing in the fulfillment of them now, and she didn't leave. He saw her. He saw the disciple he loved standing near her. He gave her into the care of the one he loved, and the one he loved took her into his own home from that hour. And that was the last human arrangement he made before the end. At the 6th hour, the light failed. Not gradually, the way light fails at the end of an ordinary day, pulling back slowly from the edges of the sky while the world makes its adjustments. This was something else. The darkness came at midday, when the sun should have been at its full height, when the city should have been loud with the business of the Passover week, when pilgrims should have been moving through the streets with their offerings and their conversations and the ordinary sounds of people alive in a holy city during a holy season. Instead, the light simply failed, and the darkness that replaced it wasn't the darkness of clouds or weather. It was the darkness of something that had no natural name. 3 hours. That's how long it lasted. Think about what 3 hours of midday darkness means to people who have no explanation for it. No eclipse accounts for it. No storm produces it. The witnesses standing at a distance from the cross didn't know what they were witnessing in the large sense. They knew what was in front of them. They could see the cross and the figure on it, and the others crucified on either side. But the darkness wrapped around all of it and changed the quality of the watching. It pressed down on the crowd. It pressed down on the soldiers who hadn't expected this. It pressed down on the women who had followed from Galilee and who stood together now, unable to leave, unable to do anything except remain. This is how the weight of a moment announces itself. Not through explanation, but through atmosphere. The darkness didn't explain what was happening. It simply insisted that what was happening wasn't ordinary, that this death wasn't like other deaths, that the one dying wasn't like other men. Those who had mocked didn't stop immediately, but something in the quality of that darkness changed the sound of the crowd. Voices grew uncertain. The mockery thinned. Even contempt has difficulty sustaining itself when the sky itself goes wrong at noon. And then, from within the darkness, a voice. It was a cry, not a statement. The Aramaic words came from the cross with the full force of a man who had very little breath left and was spending what remained of it on something that had to be spoken. Eli, Eli lema sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? Some who heard it misunderstood. Some thought he was calling for Elijah. Someone ran for vinegar. But the words weren't a confusion, and they weren't a despair that had overtaken faith. They were the opening of a psalm that begins in abandonment and ends in vindication, a psalm that the one who first composed it had written out of his own suffering, never knowing completely what suffering it would one day name. The cry was real. The desolation in it was real. This isn't to be explained away or softened into something more comfortable. He felt what he said he felt, and he said it anyway, said it to God, said it as a question addressed to the one he called Father, which means the relationship wasn't severed even in the moment when it felt most severed. That's the mystery of it. The abandonment cried out to the very one who seemed absent. The witnesses couldn't have understood this. They stood in the darkness and heard a dying man cry out to God and watched the sky remain dark, and had nothing in their previous experience to tell them what any of it meant. Then something shifted. The Gospels record his awareness that the end had come, not as a failure arriving from outside, but as a completion reached from within. He said he was thirsty, and the vinegar-soaked sponge was lifted to him, and he received it, and then he spoke a final word that wasn't a cry, and not a question. It's finished. 3 words in the Greek, 1 word in the Aramaic, a declaration made by a man who had the authority to make it, who knew precisely what had been required, who could assess with certainty that the requirement had been met. The word used means completed, accomplished, brought to its full end. This wasn't resignation. It was the announcement of a craftsman setting down his tools after the final stroke, not because he has given up, but because the work is done. He bowed his head and gave up his spirit. The curtain in the temple, the great woven barrier that separated the outer courts from the Holy of Holies, the place where only the high priest entered and only once a year, tore from top to bottom. The direction matters. Top to bottom means the tearing didn't begin with human hands. The earth shook, tombs opened. Things that had been sealed were unsealed. The darkness had lasted 3 hours. Now whatever followed the darkness had begun, though no one standing there would have been able to say what it was. A Roman soldier who had watched many men die said what he said, and no one recorded whether he understood what he meant. There was a man named Joseph from the town of Arimathea who had been waiting for something he couldn't quite name, and when the moment came, he went to Pilate and asked for the body. This wasn't a small thing to do. Joseph was a member of the council, a man of position, a man with something to lose. The text tells us he was a good man, a righteous man, one who hadn't consented to what the council had done, one who had himself been waiting for the kingdom of God. He had been a disciple in secret, because fear is what secrecy usually is. But something about the way the day had gone made secrecy impossible to hold on to any longer. The one he had followed quietly, the one he had believed in the shadows, was dead, and Joseph went to Pilate. Pilate was surprised that death had come so quickly. He summoned the centurion and confirmed it before he released the body. This is how the Gospels record it, carefully, with the kind of detail that speaks to verification, to the plain factual weight of what had occurred. The centurion confirmed it. Pilate released the body into Joseph's care. He bought linen. The text is precise about this. Clean linen, prepared for burial. Nicodemus came too, the same man who had once come to Jesus by night with his careful questions, his measured curiosity, his unwillingness to be seen. He brought spices, a mixture of myrrh and aloes, a weight of them so large it has astonished readers ever since. 100 pounds, a burial fit for a king. These two men, who had kept their belief private for so long, were now the ones who stayed when most had gone. They took the body down from the cross. They wrapped it in the linen with the spices, according to the burial custom of their people. This is the kind of act that requires steadiness. It requires attention to the body, to the weight of it, to the particular care that the living give to those they love, when loving them has become the only thing left to do. There's no recorded word spoken between them. There's only the work. Near the place of the crucifixion there was a garden, and in the garden a tomb that had never been used. It was cut from rock. It was Joseph's own tomb, one he had prepared for himself. He gave it without hesitation. They laid him there. The women were watching. Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joseph. They had followed from Galilee. They had stood at a distance when the crowd was loudest, and they were still there now, watching where the body was laid, watching how it was laid, noting the place with the particular precision of people who intend to return. They saw the tomb. They saw where he was placed. They wouldn't forget it. The stone was rolled across the entrance, and then the day ended. But the religious leaders didn't consider the matter closed. They went to Pilate the next day, the day after the preparation, and they made their request with the kind of urgency that reveals what a person actually believes. They remembered what had been said, the prediction, the 3 days. They wanted the tomb sealed and guarded. They didn't want the story complicated. Pilate gave them what they asked. Go, he told them. Make it as secure as you can. And so they went, and they sealed the stone, and they posted the guard. What they were securing against they couldn't have said precisely. They only knew that the man had disturbed the order of things while he lived, and they didn't want his death to become another disturbance. So they set a watch over a sealed tomb on the day of rest, and called it finished. The city was quiet. The Sabbath had come. The pilgrims were still in Jerusalem. The streets held the particular stillness of a day when the law requires stopping, and stopping had come whether anyone was ready for it or not. The stone was there, the guard was there, and the Sabbath settled over the city like a hand pressed gently over a wound. The Sabbath asked nothing of them except that they stop, and stopping was the hardest thing. The law was clear. There was no ambiguity in it. No room for interpretation, no exception carved out for grief. When the sun descended on that Friday evening and the Sabbath began, everything stopped. The city stopped. The markets closed. The fires weren't lit. The roads emptied. And the disciples, who had followed him through Galilee and Judea and into the very heart of Jerusalem, found themselves behind locked doors with nothing to do but sit inside what had happened to them. There was no mission now, no teaching to attend, no crowd pressing close, no question to answer, no next thing to move toward. There was only the room and the silence and one another and the fact that he was gone. Mary Magdalene and the other women had thought ahead, the way practical grief sometimes does. Before the Sabbath sealed the day, they had gone and prepared spices and ointments, the burial kind, the kind meant for a body that had been laid too quickly, in borrowed time, before the law required everything to stop. The preparation gave their hands something to do. It gave the grief a shape it could hold for a few hours, and then they rested, as the commandment required, and the spices sat waiting with them. What filled those hours isn't recorded. The text moves past the Sabbath almost without stopping, as if even the narrative understood that nothing happened here in the ordinary sense of happening. No angel appeared, no voice came down, no sign was given. The day held its silence and gave nothing back. This is what grief actually is before it becomes anything else. Not dramatic, not loud, just this, a room, a locked door, a group of people who had believed something and now didn't know what to believe, sitting together inside the wreckage of a hope they hadn't known could be wrecked. The Sabbath light moved across the floor the way light does, slowly, without interest in the people it crossed. Evening would come, and with it the end of the day, and then morning, and the women had already determined what they would do when morning came. But that was hours away, and in the hours between there was only this stillness, which wasn't peace, because peace requires a certain settling. And nothing had settled. It was simply the absence of motion, grief that hadn't yet learned whether it was allowed to move. Outside, the city carried on its Passover quiet. The pilgrims were still present. Somewhere, prayers were being said. Sabbath candles had been lit in other rooms by other hands. The world continued to be the world, indifferent to the specific weight that pressed down in that particular locked room on that particular street. They waited without knowing they were waiting, because waiting requires some thread of hope to pull against, and hope was the one thing that felt furthest away. They rose before the sun did, which is what grief sometimes makes people do, filling the hours before dawn with motion because stillness is harder to bear. They had rested through the Sabbath because the law required it, and they had obeyed, but the rest hadn't been rest. It had been suspension, hours in which the hands had nothing permitted to do, and the mind had nowhere to go except back to what it had seen. The body on the cross, the body taken down, the stone rolled across the entrance with that final heavy sound. They had watched all of it. And now they rose in the dark and gathered the things they had prepared, the spices, the ointments, the linens, the small, careful tools of burial, and they moved toward the door. This wasn't courage in the way the word is usually meant. It was something quieter, the need to finish what had been left unfinished. Joseph and Nicodemus had done what they could in the narrow window before the Sabbath began, wrapping the body, laying it in the tomb, but there hadn't been time to do everything properly, and these women knew it, and that knowledge had been with them through the long Sabbath hours like a weight they couldn't set down. To go now wasn't defiance, it was devotion, the only form of it still available to them. Mary Magdalene was among them, Mary the mother of James, Salome. The accounts name them with small variations, the way memory does, each witness holding a slightly different piece of what happened. But the shape of the morning is consistent across all of them. Dark, early, the city not yet awake, the road from the city toward the garden moving through a silence that felt different from ordinary silence, heavier, as if the air itself hadn't recovered from what the week had held. They carried the spices. This is the detail that stops you, if you let it. They carried the spices, not weapons, not arguments, not a plan for what came next. They were going to anoint a body. That was the entire scope of what they intended. The work they were preparing for was the work of ending, of making right a burial that had been hurried, of giving the one they had followed the care that love requires even when love has nowhere left to go. And as they walked, one question moved between them. Who would roll away the stone for them? The stone was very large. This is what the text records, simply and without drama, because the concern itself was simply and without drama. It was a practical problem, a real obstacle. They were women going to a guarded tomb before sunrise with burial spices and no means of moving the entrance that had been sealed. They knew this. They walked anyway. The question didn't stop them. It moved alongside them on the road the way unanswerable questions do, present and unresolved, and they kept their feet moving forward. This is the thing worth holding. They weren't walking toward what they were about to find. They had no category for it. The resurrection wasn't a possibility they were quietly hoping for. The hope they had carried through the years of following him had been broken on Friday, and they hadn't yet been given reason to rebuild it. They were walking toward a tomb. They were walking toward the last act of love available to them. They were walking toward goodbye. The sky above the hills hadn't changed yet. The darkness held, but it was the particular darkness of a night that has already begun to lose its argument with morning. The darkness that knows its ending, even if the eye can't yet see the proof. Somewhere behind the horizon, something was preparing. The women didn't know this. They walked the road with spices in their hands and grief in their chests, and a question they couldn't answer about a stone they couldn't move. The air was cool. The city was silent. The road stretched ahead of them through the last of the dark. The sky wasn't yet light, but it was no longer entirely dark, and they kept walking. The stone had already been moved when they arrived, rolled to the side as if someone had simply set it there, as if it hadn't taken the combined effort of several men to put it in place. They stopped. This wasn't what they had come expecting. The stone was the one practical obstacle they had been turning over in their minds the whole walk down. The one solvable problem standing between them and the task they had come to finish, and it was already gone. Not broken, not shattered by some visible force, simply moved, set aside, the way you set aside something you no longer need. The opening of the tomb stood before them in the early light, and no one moved toward it immediately. Fear isn't always loud. Sometimes it arrives as a stillness, a held breath, the body refusing to do what the mind hasn't yet caught up to. They had come to complete a burial. The category they were living inside didn't have room for a moved stone. It had no framework for what they were looking at. Some of them went in. The grave wrappings were there, lying in the place where the body had been. This is the detail the accounts return to with a kind of quiet insistence. Not that the tomb was empty, though it was. Not that the stone was moved, though that was the first shock. But that the linens were there, undisturbed, as if the one who had been wrapped inside them had simply passed through without unmaking them. There's something in this detail that resists easy explanation. Grave robbers don't leave the linens. Thieves don't fold what they've no use for. The burial cloths were there, and the body wasn't, and those two facts together constituted something that none of them had a language for yet. The word traveled quickly. 2 of the disciples heard it from the women and ran, which is itself a kind of involuntary response. The body moving before belief has formed. John outran Peter and arrived first. He stood at the entrance and bent down and looked in and saw the linens lying there, and he didn't go in. There's something honest in that detail, too. Arriving first and then stopping at the threshold, seeing without yet being able to enter what you're seeing. The distance between witnessing and understanding can be very small physically and very large in every other sense. Peter arrived and went straight in, which is consistent with everything the accounts record about how Peter moved through the world. He saw the linens. He saw the cloth that had been around the head rolled up separately, set in its own place, apart from the rest. He saw all of this, and the text doesn't tell us what he concluded. It leaves him inside that silence, inside the weight of what his eyes were taking in without yet having the framework to hold it. Then John went in, and the text offers one of its quietly extraordinary moments. It says simply that he saw and believed. Not that he understood, not that he had worked out the theology of what had happened, or traced it back through the scriptures to find the shape it fit. He saw and believed. What he believed in that moment is left somewhat open, but something shifted. Something moved inside a person standing in an empty tomb on a morning when the world was still dark at the edges, and the text records it without ceremony. He saw, and he believed. They didn't yet fully understand that the scripture required this, that what had been written pointed here. The understanding would come, but not yet, not in this first moment. This moment was only seeing. Only the stone moved and the linens folded and the absence of the one who had been laid there. The angels came to the women, 2 figures in white, the accounts say, one seated at the head and one at the feet of where the body had lain, the way attendants sit on either side of something precious. Why do you look for the living among the dead? This question isn't rhetorical in the way a challenge is rhetorical. It's rhetorical in the way that gently redirects, that asks you to notice the category error in what you're doing. You're looking for the living. You're looking in a tomb. These two things don't belong together, and the question is simply pointing out the gap between them. He isn't here. He has risen. The women left. They carried what they had heard and what they had seen, and they went back to the 11 and to the others and told them everything. The stone moved, the linens, the 2 figures, the words spoken to them. The women had been told something that their minds were still turning over, something that hadn't yet opened into full understanding, but that had been placed inside them like a seed pressed into ground. The disciples heard what the women told them, and it seemed to them like an idle tale, and they didn't believe it. Mary stayed. The others had gone. Peter had gone, and the one Jesus loved had gone, and the women who had come with spices had gone back to tell what they had seen. And now there was no one left at the tomb except Mary. She had no more information than anyone else. She had seen the stone moved. She had seen the grave clothes lying where a body should have been. She didn't know what this meant. What she knew was that she couldn't leave. This isn't something that requires explanation. There are moments when the body simply refuses to move away from the place where the thing that mattered most was last seen, even when that place offers nothing, even when staying accomplishes nothing visible. Mary stayed because leaving wasn't something she could yet do. She stood outside the tomb and wept. The text records this without commentary. It doesn't explain the weeping or qualify it. It doesn't suggest that she should have known better, that faith should have prevented it, that the events of the past 3 days had been pointing somewhere other than this. The weeping was real. The loss was real. Whatever she had believed, whatever she had hoped, the tomb was empty in the wrong direction. Not emptied by what she longed for, but emptied as far as she understood by theft. Someone had taken him. That was the thought she kept returning to. Someone had taken him, and she didn't know where, and she couldn't go to him, and she couldn't even finish the burial properly, and this was the shape of grief at its most particular and helpless. Not the grief of abstraction, the grief of not knowing where the body of someone you loved has been laid. She bent down and looked into the tomb. She had looked before. Now she looked again, and saw something that hadn't been there before, or something she hadn't registered. 2 figures, white, seated where the body of Jesus had been, one at the head and one at the feet. They asked her why she was weeping. Why are you weeping? The question that would be asked again in a moment, by a different voice. She answered them the way a person answers when they're too deep in grief to be startled. They've taken away my Lord, she said, and I don't know where they've laid him. This is her whole world in that sentence. Not theology, not accusation, just the irreducible fact of absence and not knowing. She called him my Lord. Even in the present tense of loss, the possessive held. She turned. The text doesn't explain why she turned. Perhaps she sensed a presence behind her. Perhaps the angel's gaze shifted. Perhaps it was simply the randomness of movement in a moment without direction. She turned, and there was a figure standing there, and she didn't know it was Jesus. This is one of the details the gospel carries without explaining. The same person who had known her, who had called her by name before, who had changed the course of her life. She looked at him and saw a stranger. Grief can do this. Expectation can do this. The mind that has accepted a death doesn't look for the living face. She assumed it was the gardener. This is the kind of detail that matters, the almost unbearable ordinariness of the assumption. Not a divine messenger, not a recognizable figure from some other tradition, a gardener, someone who would have reason to be here in the early morning, tending to whatever grew near the rock-cut tomb. She had a practical request for him. "Sir, if you've carried him away, tell me where you've laid him, and I'll take him away." She was offering to do the work herself. She didn't stop to consider how she would move a body alone. The impulse was simply to find him, to know the place, to be able to go there, whatever that cost. And then he said her name, one word, Mary, nothing else, no announcement, no explanation, no statement of theological significance. Just her name, spoken the way it had been spoken before, in a register she recognized before she understood what she was recognizing. The voice that had known her, the voice that had said her name the way it had always said her name, with the weight that only comes when the one speaking knows fully the person they're addressing. This is how she knew, not by argument, not by the removal of doubt, by her name in his mouth. She turned, again the turning, the gospel insisting on the physical reality of the moment, and she said to him in Hebrew, Rabboni, teacher. The word carries inside it the whole history of what he had been to her. Not just an honorific, a relationship, my teacher, the one who taught me, the one I followed. The word is the recognition and the reunion together, compressed into a single address. He told her not to cling to him. This word, cling, suggests she had reached for him, had taken hold, had tried to close the distance that death had opened, and that this new strange morning hadn't yet fully explained. He wasn't refusing her. He was redirecting her. There was something yet to be completed, and she had a role in it. Go to my brothers, he said. Tell them that I'm ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God. The commission is precise and personal, not a general announcement to anyone who happened to be present, a specific message for specific people, my brothers, and she was the one being sent. She went and told them, I've seen the Lord, and these things he said to me. And those words, that sentence, became the first announcement of a morning that would change everything. Two of them were walking away from Jerusalem that same afternoon, heading toward a village called Emmaus, about 7 miles from the city, and the road felt longer than it ever had before. Their names were Cleopas and another, unnamed, which is perhaps the most human detail in the entire account. One of them remembered. One of them was simply there, which is how grief travels. It requires only company, the nearness of another person who understands, without explanation, why your feet are moving away from the place where everything ended. They were talking as they walked. Of course they were. The conversations of grief have that quality. They don't resolve. They simply circle, returning again and again to the same impossible center. What had happened in the city was 3 days old and still entirely new. The arrest, the trial conducted in the hours before dawn, the thing they had watched, and then the strange report from the women that morning, which wasn't yet comprehensible, which they didn't know what to do with, which seemed like the kind of thing a broken heart invents because it can't bear the alternative. They were carrying all of this down the road toward Emmaus, and the road was long. A stranger joined them. He asked what they were discussing. The word used in the original suggests they stood still, halted by the question, halted by the fact that anyone could be walking this road on this afternoon and not already know. Cleopas answered with something close to disbelief. Are you the only one in Jerusalem who doesn't know the things that have happened here in these days? And so they told him, Jesus of Nazareth, a prophet mighty in deed and word before God and all the people, how the chief priests and rulers delivered him up to be condemned to death, how he was crucified, and then the sentence that contains everything. We had hoped that he was the one to redeem Israel. We had hoped. That past tense is one of the most honest things recorded in all four Gospels. It isn't a failure of faith so much as a confession of what hope looks like when it has been brought to its apparent end. They had hoped. The hope had seemed to die, and now they were walking away, not in bitterness, but in the strange, exhausted aftermath of something that didn't go the way it was supposed to go. They mentioned the women's report. They mentioned that some of the disciples had gone to the tomb and found it exactly as the women described, empty, and yet hadn't seen him. The evidence was accumulating, but it hadn't yet broken through into understanding. This isn't weakness. This is what it looks like when a human mind encounters something it has no category for. The stranger spoke then, and he didn't begin with comfort, not exactly. He began with a question. Was it not necessary that the Christ should suffer these things and enter into his glory? And then he opened the scriptures to them, beginning with Moses, moving through the prophets, tracing a line that ran from the beginning of the story to this point. Every passage that pointed here, every image that had been building toward this moment, the suffering servant, the rejected cornerstone, the shepherd struck, the flock scattered. He laid out the entire arc of it, not as argument but as revelation, showing them that what had seemed like the end of the story was in fact the story's center, the place everything had been moving toward from the very beginning. This is how God works. Not by preventing the confusion, not by making the path obvious in advance, but by walking alongside in the middle of it, speaking into the grief, showing that what felt like abandonment was in fact the fulfillment of something ancient and deliberate and full of love. Their hearts were burning within them. They would say this later, looking back, and the burning is significant. Something was happening in them that their minds hadn't yet named. The scriptures were doing what they had always done to people who were willing to hear them. They were setting something alight. They arrived at the village. The stranger moved as though he intended to continue on, which is the posture of someone who won't force himself on a grief that isn't ready. They urged him to stay. The day was nearly spent. The evening was coming. Please, come in. And he went in with them. He sat at the table. He took the bread. He blessed it and broke it and gave it to them. And in the breaking their eyes were opened, and they knew him. That instant of recognition, the moment a face that had been somehow closed to them suddenly became the only face it could possibly have been. And everything, all of it, the road and the scriptures and the burning and the bread, collapsed into a single point of clarity. And then he vanished from their sight. They sat with the absence for a moment. Then they turned to each other. Didn't our hearts burn while he talked to us on the road? A recognition being confirmed between two people who had just understood something simultaneously. The burning had been the proof all along. They had simply not yet had the name for what it meant. They got up that same hour, even though the day was spent and the road was dark, and they went back to Jerusalem. The doors were locked, which is the kind of detail that matters, because what happened next didn't require the doors to open. The disciples had gathered in Jerusalem, the same city where everything had collapsed 3 days before, and they had locked the doors because fear doesn't reason with itself. Fear simply acts, and what fear does is close things off. They had seen what the authorities had done to him. They were his people, known to be his people, and the city was still full of Passover pilgrims and temple guards and men who had reasons to want the story contained. So they locked the doors, and they sat together in the particular quiet of people who have run out of things to say. Then the two from Emmaus arrived. They had walked 7 miles back through the dark to get here, and they came in with the road still on them, their breath not yet settled, and they told what had happened. The stranger on the road, the scriptures opened, the moment at the table when the bread was broken and they knew how he had vanished from their sight, and they had turned to each other and said, "Did our hearts not burn within us?" The others in the room had their own account to give back. He had appeared to Simon, though the details of that encounter aren't recorded anywhere, held somewhere private between those two. Something had already begun to shift in the room before the two from Emmaus finished speaking. Not certainty, but the first motion toward it. And then he was standing among them. Not through the door, not after a knock, not after any sound of entry. Simply present, the way light is present when a curtain is drawn back, as if it had been there waiting all along. The first thing he said was this: "Peace be with you." Those were the first words. Not an explanation of what had happened or where he had been. Not a reckoning with those who had fled, those who had denied, those who had stood at a distance and watched. Peace, given before any of that could be addressed, offered at the threshold before anything else crossed it. This is how forgiveness sometimes arrives. Not after the accounting, before it. This is how grace works in the telling of this story, and it isn't incidental. He showed them his hands. He showed them his side. The wounds were present. This body wasn't a different body or a symbolic body. It was the same body that had been taken down from the cross, wrapped in linen, and laid in a tomb cut from rock. The marks were there, and the disciples saw them, and the text says they were glad when they saw the Lord. What they felt was larger than that. He said it again, "Peace be with you," and then the commission. "As the Father sent me, so I send you." This is the transfer of the mission, the sending of those who had received into the world that still doesn't know. He breathed on them. He breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit." What had been promised in the upper room before everything broke was now given in the room they had locked against the world. This is where the beginning of the church lives, in a locked room, with frightened people who had failed in various specific ways, who had just been told that they were being sent. Thomas wasn't there. Why he was absent that evening, the text doesn't say. He simply wasn't present, and when the others told him, he said what any honest person might have said, which is, "I won't believe it unless I can see it myself, unless I can put my finger in the mark of the nails, unless I can place my hand in his side." This isn't a villainous position. Thomas was asking for exactly what the others had already received. He wanted the same evidence they had been given. He had loved this man enough to say weeks before that they should go up to Jerusalem and die with him. 8 days later, the doors were locked again. The same room, the same fear still present enough to keep the doors sealed. And then again, without entry, he was there, and he turned directly to Thomas. He knew what Thomas had said. He offered what Thomas had asked for. "Put your finger here, see my hands. Reach out your hand and place it in my side. Don't be unbelieving, but believe." Whether Thomas touched the wounds or only came to the edge of doing so, the text doesn't completely resolve. What it records is the response. My Lord and my God. Not my teacher returned, not my rabbi restored, my Lord and my God. This is the highest confession in the Gospel of John, placed in the mouth of the one the story had marked as a doubter, which is itself a kind of answer about where faith arrives from and through what doorways it sometimes has to pass. Jesus said to him, "Because you've seen me, you've believed." And then the next sentence opened outward, past that room, past that century, across every distance of time to whoever was still listening. Blessed are those who haven't seen and yet have believed. And those words were spoken then and have continued to land across every century since, on people in locked rooms of their own. Peter said he was going fishing, and it felt less like a decision than like someone reaching for the thing that had always steadied him. The appearances had happened, the locked room, twice. The commission breathed into them like a second beginning, and now they were in Galilee, as he had told them to go, and there was time between the telling and the next thing, and Peter didn't know what to do with unstructured time. He had never been good at waiting. The sea was there, the boats were there, the nets were where they had always been. He said the words out loud, as if hearing them would make them feel more like a plan. "I'm going fishing." And 6 of them said, without much deliberation, "We'll come with you." Think about who these men were before any of this began. They were fishermen. This wasn't a vocation chosen from a list of options. It was the life they had inherited, learned in childhood, perfected across years of early mornings and heavy nets and the particular exhaustion that the water gives. This sea was home before he was home to them. The rhythms of it, the smell of it, the way the darkness sits over it before sunrise, all of this belonged to them in a way that very little else did anymore. The world they had known 3 years ago wasn't quite the world they lived in now, but the sea was still the sea. They went out. They fished through the night and caught nothing. This detail is recorded plainly, without commentary, but the plainness of it carries its own weight. A night of empty nets isn't simply a logistical failure. For men who had spent their lives reading water, anticipating fish, working the patterns their fathers had taught them, it was a different kind of silence. The sea that had always given them something gave them nothing. The hours passed, the way hours pass on water in the dark, slowly, with the kind of patience that isn't quite peace. When morning was just beginning to break, not yet full light but no longer full dark, a figure appeared on the shore. The disciples didn't recognize him. This keeps happening. Mary in the garden thought he was the gardener. The 2 on the road to Emmaus walked miles beside him and didn't know who he was. There's something in these accounts that refuses easy explanation. Something about the way the resurrection body exists in relation to ordinary perception. Something about the way recognition comes not through the eyes alone, but through a deeper faculty that has to be opened. The figure called out across the water, "Children, do you've any fish?" They answered no. He told them to cast the net on the right side of the boat. Why did they do it? They were tired. The night had been fruitless. The instruction came from a stranger on the shore, and yet they cast the net, and what followed was immediate and extraordinary. The catch was so large they couldn't haul it in. The net held, which itself was unusual. A net straining under that weight will tear, but it held. John saw this and understood before anyone else spoke. "It's the Lord," he said. That was enough for Peter. He didn't wait for the boat. He was in the water before the sentence was finished, clothed, impulsive, entirely himself. The others followed in the boat, dragging the heavy net behind them. They weren't far from shore, about 100 yards, but Peter was already there. What he found when he reached the beach was this: a charcoal fire already burning. fish already cooking on it, bread. He had prepared it before they arrived. He had known they were coming, had known they would be hungry, had set the fire and begun the meal before they ever pulled the nets in. This is the kind of detail that could pass quickly in reading but shouldn't. The Son of God, resurrected, ascended beyond anything the disciples had framework to understand. And here he's, crouched over a charcoal fire on a Galilean beach, making breakfast for his friends. "Bring some of the fish you caught," he told them. Peter went back and helped drag the net to land. 153 large fish. The net didn't tear. They counted, because fishermen count, and the number stayed. "Come and have breakfast." No one asked him who he was. This is the gospel's own observation, offered quietly, without elaboration. They knew it was him, but knowing and being able to speak of it in ordinary terms weren't quite the same thing. You don't make small conversation when the person across the fire is the one who was dead and isn't anymore. You sit. You receive what's handed to you. You eat. He took the bread and gave it to them, and the fish as well. The same hands, the same gesture. This is what he does. He takes, he gives, he feeds. It had been true at a hillside with 5,000 people. It had been true in an upper room the night before he died. It was true now, beside a quiet sea, in the early morning, with 7 tired men who had just spent an empty night on the water and come home to find a fire already waiting. They ate together on the shore in the early morning, the fire still going, no one saying very much, and that was enough. When they had finished eating, Jesus turned to Peter with a question that would have sounded simple to anyone not standing in Peter's place. "Simon, son of John, do you love me more than these?" That was the question. 5 words in the asking, but they carried the weight of everything that had happened between them. The boasting, the garden, the fire, the 3 denials, the rooster, the look across the courtyard that Peter hadn't been able to forget. More than these. That addition wasn't accidental. Peter had once been the one who said, "Even if all the others fall away, I won't." He had said it with confidence. He had believed it about himself. Now he was standing on the far side of that belief, and the question reached directly into the place where it had broken. "Yes," he said, "Lord, you know that I love you." And Jesus said to him, "Feed my lambs." There was a charcoal fire burning. This is worth holding for a moment. The only other charcoal fire mentioned in these accounts was the one in the courtyard of the high priest, the one Peter had stood beside warming himself when the questions came and his answers failed. The same smell, the same small warmth against the dark. The Gospel of John records this detail without commentary, without explanation, and that restraint is itself a kind of eloquence. The setting has been chosen. The texture of the moment is deliberate. Whatever healing was about to happen, it would happen here, in the smell of smoke beside water, in the early morning. Jesus asked him again, "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" And again Peter said, "Yes, Lord, you know I love you." And again the commission, "Tend my sheep." It's worth asking what Peter understood in this moment, whether he recognized the structure of what was happening, whether the counting registered, whether each question landed against its corresponding denial with the precision of something carefully arranged. We don't know. The text doesn't enter Peter's interior with that kind of specificity. What it records is the surface, the questions, the answers, the commissions, and then the moment when the surface broke. The 3rd time Jesus asked, "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" And the text says Peter was grieved because he asked him the 3rd time. Grieved, not defensive, not confused, not searching for the logic of the repetition. Grieved, because the 3rd question landed where it was meant to land, and Peter felt it. He felt the shape of what he had done reflected back through the structure of these three questions, and whatever he had been carrying since that night, whatever he had managed to hold at some distance through the days and the confusion and the empty tomb and the meals and the appearances, it arrived in him now. "Lord, you know everything," he said. "You know that I love you." There's more in that answer than the words alone carry. "You know everything" isn't just an acknowledgement of divine omniscience. It's a man who has run out of his own certainty, who no longer trusts his own assessment of himself, handing the question back to the one who can answer it more reliably than he can. "I told you I wouldn't deny you, and I was wrong about myself. I told you I would lay down my life for you, and I was wrong about that too. I can't tell you what I'm capable of, but you know. You've always known. And whatever you know, that's what's true." Jesus said to him, "Feed my sheep." 3 denials, 3 questions, 3 commissions. This is how the wound was addressed. Not by moving past it, not by leaving it unnamed, but by returning to it exactly the number of times it needed to be returned to, and replacing each denial with something else. Not erasing what had happened, replacing it, building something over the exact site of the failure, stone by stone, so that the place where Peter had fallen became the place where his calling was spoken most clearly and most directly. "Feed my lambs, tend my sheep, feed my sheep." This is the shape of restoration in this account, not a private reassurance, not an exemption from what came next, but a commission, a purpose, a direction to move in that required getting up and going. Then Jesus told him something about where his life would lead. "When you were young," he said, "you dressed yourself and went where you wanted. But when you're old, you'll stretch out your hands, and another will dress you and carry you where you don't wish to go." The Gospel notes that he said this to show by what kind of death Peter would glorify God. Peter would follow all the way. That was the promise and the cost together, offered without softening, received without apparent resistance. The man who had denied him 3 times beside a fire would one day die in his name. And this was being told to him now, openly, on a morning that had already asked more of him than he had known he could bear. And then he said to him, "Follow me," which was the same thing he had said at the beginning, beside another sea, beside another set of nets, and Peter followed. He gathered them on a hillside in Galilee, and some of them worshipped, and some of them still had questions they hadn't yet spoken aloud, and he commissioned them all. This is worth pausing on. He didn't wait for the doubters to resolve their doubt before including them in the sending. He didn't separate the certain from the uncertain, the believing from the still questioning, and give different instructions to different groups. He looked at a hillside of people who were simultaneously overwhelmed with worship and quietly unsure, and he spoke to all of them together. This is how he works, not by requiring settled certainty before extending the commission, but by extending the commission into the middle of the uncertainty itself, trusting that the going would do what the standing still couldn't. All authority had been given to him. Those were the words he used. Not some authority, not authority within a particular territory or over a particular people. All of it, in heaven and on earth, placed in his hands. And out of that authority, not from beneath it but from within it, he gave them their direction. Go. That single word carried more weight than any administrative charter or formal appointment could have held. Go to all nations. The scope of it was staggering for men who had spent most of their lives within a relatively small stretch of land, who had measured their world in terms of villages and synagogues and the familiar roads between them. He wasn't speaking of a regional expansion. He was speaking of everything. Baptize them, teach them. These weren't tasks to be accomplished, but a way of life to be extended outward. The same pattern he had modeled with them now sent forward through them into every nation, every language, every kind of person the world contained. What he had done among them, they were to do among others. The teaching wasn't to be original. It was to be faithful. Everything he had commanded, held and passed on, and held again by those who received it. There was a chain being formed on that hillside, and it wouldn't end with the people standing there. And then the promise, which followed the commission the way morning follows night, not as a reward for obedience, but as the condition in which the obedience would occur. I'm with you always, not occasionally, not when circumstances permitted, always, to the end of the age. This wasn't comfort offered as an afterthought. It was the foundation on which the entire commission rested. They weren't being sent out alone into a world that had recently crucified their teacher. They were being sent out in a presence that had already passed through death and returned, a presence that no distance and no opposition and no amount of time could interrupt or diminish. The language he had used in John's account carried a different register, but the same essential movement. As the Father sent me, so I send you. The parallel isn't incidental. He was drawing a direct line from the original sending, the one that had brought him into the world, to this new sending, the one that would carry his people out into it. They weren't being commissioned as employees dispatched to execute a program. They were being sent the way he had been sent, bearing what he bore, going in the manner in which he had gone, with the same authority behind them and the same purpose before them. There was a particular instruction woven through these final encounters that's easy to read past. Wait. Before the going, there was to be waiting in Jerusalem. He told them not to leave yet, because what the Father had promised hadn't yet arrived, and they would need it before they went anywhere. They had been given the commission. They didn't yet have everything the commission required. The waiting wasn't hesitation, it was preparation. There's a difference between standing still because you're afraid to move and standing still because you've been told the next thing hasn't yet come. They were being asked to trust the timing, to hold the commission in their hands without yet acting on it, to remain in the city where the week before they had feared for their lives. Wait in the city, he told them, and they didn't yet know what they were waiting for, only that he had promised it would come. He led them out as far as Bethany, and he lifted up his hands and blessed them, and while he was blessing them, he parted from them, and a cloud took him from their sight. There's a question they asked just before this, one that had been living in them for weeks without being spoken aloud. They gathered around him on the Mount of Olives, and they asked it plainly, Lord, will you at this time restore the kingdom to Israel? It's worth pausing on that question, not to dismiss it, not to correct them for asking it, but to hear what's underneath it. These were men who had watched him die. They had locked their doors against the dark. They had eaten fish beside a fire on a Galilean shore and heard him speak their names again. And still, even now, they're asking about restoration in the terms they've always understood it. Political, national, immediate. The question isn't foolish, it's human. It's the question of people who have waited a long time and who can now see the one they believe holds the answer standing directly in front of them. His answer doesn't refuse the question, it redirects it. He tells them that the times and the seasons aren't theirs to know, that the Father has kept those within his own authority. But then, he does something more. He tells them what's theirs. You'll receive power when the Holy Spirit has come upon you, he says, and you'll be my witnesses in Jerusalem and in all Judea and Samaria and to the end of the earth. This is how God works, not by giving the answer that satisfies the immediate longing, but by giving something larger than the question imagined. They had asked about the restoration of a kingdom. He had been describing, across every conversation since the resurrection, the founding of something that would reach beyond any boundary they could see from that hillside. And then he was lifted up. The text records this with the same plain economy it reserves for the moments that resist elaboration. He was lifted up, a cloud received him, and they lost sight of him. The disciples stood there, faces turned upward, still watching the place in the sky where he had been. They were still looking when two figures appeared beside them, dressed in white, asking a question that was also a gentle redirection. Why do you stand here looking into heaven? The same Jesus who went up from among you, come in the same way you saw him go. There's something tender in that question. It doesn't scold them for looking. It acknowledges what they've just witnessed, and then it points them back toward the earth, toward the city, toward the room where they would wait for what had been promised. They had walked this road before. The road from Bethany into Jerusalem was the same road he had taken on the day the crowds spread their cloaks before him. It wasn't a long road, but what they carried on it this time was different from anything they had carried before. Not grief, which had been the weight on so many roads these past weeks. Not confusion. The text says they returned to Jerusalem with great joy. That detail isn't incidental. These were men and women who had just watched the one they loved disappear into a cloud. By any ordinary reckoning, that should have undone them. Instead, something had been completed in them. The blessing was still on them. His hands had been raised over them as he went, and that image, that posture, was the last thing they had seen. They returned to the upper room, the same room where he had broken bread with them, where he had washed their feet, where he had told them that where he was going they couldn't follow yet, but would follow. They gathered there, and they prayed, and they waited. The waiting wasn't empty. It was the kind of waiting that has direction, that's leaning towards something rather than simply enduring. He had promised. That was enough. What had looked like an ending was a door left open. What had felt like departure was the beginning of ascending. The cloud had taken him, yes, but his words remained. His blessing remained, hands raised, still reaching toward them across whatever distance now lay between. They returned to Jerusalem with great joy, and that was something none of them had expected to feel, walking back from a place where they had just watched him leave. The Sea of Galilee is quiet now, the fire on the shore long cold, the water holding the first pale color of a sky that has decided to be morning again. The nets are pulled up onto the beach. The boats sit still. Whatever was asked of this water, whatever weight it carried through those long hours of darkness when nothing was caught and the men grew tired, all of that has passed. The morning came. The fire was already burning when they arrived. The bread was there. This is how it tends to work if you've been paying attention across all the hours of this long night. The provision is already present before the need is fully understood. Think about the garden, the way the light must have come into it slowly, the way Mary stood weeping without yet knowing that the one she was weeping for was standing close enough to speak her name. And then he did. One word, just her name, and the darkness of that morning changed its nature entirely, not because the sun had risen any faster, but because something had been spoken into it that couldn't be unspoken. That word is still moving. It has been moving for 2,000 years. It reaches into rooms like yours, into the particular quiet of this hour, into the space between wakefulness and sleep where the mind finally loosens its grip on the day. The upper room is still. The hillside above Bethany holds its shape against a sky that has no more questions in it. The river where he was baptized runs on in the dark, the same water it has always been, carrying the same unhurried movement toward the sea. The garden holds its silence. The tomb is empty and has been empty since before anyone arrived to find it so. The story began with light shining in darkness. Before the road, before the river, before the borrowed room in Bethlehem, the light was already there. It entered the darkness without fighting for attention, the way dawn enters a room through the smallest opening. And the darkness didn't overcome it. Not in the wilderness, not on the lake when the wind rose in the deepest watch of night. Not in the upper room when one friend walked out through the door. Not in the garden when torches moved between the trees. Not even at the cross when afternoon became dark and everyone watching believed the light had finally gone. The light remained. It waited beneath the silence of the Sabbath. It was present before the women reached the garden, before the stone was seen to be moved, before Mary heard her own name spoken in the morning air. The darkness was real, but it was never the final thing. It held the world for a little while, and then it gave way. You don't need to hold every part of this long story now. You don't need to remember every road or teaching, every name, every doorway, every question asked beside the water. Let the scenes loosen their order and become quiet images passing at a distance. The Jordan moving beneath a pale sky. The hillside covered with people sitting in the grass while birds crossed above them and lilies opened without effort. A small boat rocking near the shore, then becoming still. Lamps in an upper room, bread resting in open hands, a basin of water on the floor. Olive branches moving gently over a garden path. The first light touching a stone that no longer closed a tomb. A charcoal fire beside the sea. Bread and fish waiting for tired travelers before they knew they were hungry. Let each image drift by without needing to follow it. The story has reached its morning. Nothing has been left unfinished that you must finish for it. The disciples can wait in Jerusalem. The fishermen can rest beside their nets. The women can leave the garden carrying joy. Peter can hear his name spoken again beside the fire. The work of the world can continue without your attention for these next quiet hours. The same voice that spoke peace into the locked room speaks it without urgency. It doesn't demand that fear disappear before rest can come. It simply enters where fear has been and makes room beside it, then more room until breathing slows and the body remembers that it's safe to release its weight. You've followed the story through rivers and hills, crowded rooms and empty roads, through night watches in gardens and the pale edge of morning. Now the road can continue without footsteps. The river can continue without anyone watching it. The light can keep shining without your help. He said it more than once. Peace be with you. Not as a farewell, as a gift, as something transferred from his hands into the room, into the air, into the people gathered there behind locked doors with their fear still fresh. Peace be with you. He said it and meant it, and the meaning hasn't worn away. You can receive it now, in the room where you're, in the dark, in the quiet. The hillside is still. The garden is still. The sea is still. The sky is pale and patient. There's nothing asked of you, nothing required, only rest. Rest now.